they gave me, one would have thought I'd asked them to jump in a pile of troll dung. "Nikos," I called out to my other mate through thought. "Blaze wants us to fly above the clouds." "On it," he answered, his wings flapping harder as he shot upward. I clutched Blaze's neck, trying not to panic when we were engulfed in a sea of pale mist. Once we broke through the clouds, I released the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. It was much cooler this high up, but the air smelled even fresher. "Oh, it's much better up here." "Good," Blaze answered through thought, tenderly kissing my forehead. "We wouldn't want the smoke burning our girls' eyes." Our girls. How thoughtful he was to refer to the twins as his. He was getting extra love tonight. I rested my head against his warm chest. "Thank you for thinking of us." "You're all I think about now, Shiri. I can't think of anything other than getting you alone in my bedchamber tonight." "Oh." Flames fanned my skin, and that spot between my legs pulsed with desire. Biting my bottom lip, I batted my lashes. "What will you do to me in your bedchamber?" Eyes wickedly gleaming, he dug his fingers into my thighs. "So many naughty things." My mouth fell open, and for a moment there was only Blaze and I, two lovers floating through the heavens, though I knew the real heaven would be found in his bed. "Look there!" Nikos called to us as he nodded to something in the distance. The clouds below parted just enough to reveal what looked like the tip of an arrow shooting up through the thick smoke. "It's a turret!" Blaze let out a holler. "Abyssus!" I gasped. "You live in a castle?" He slanted a grin. "A small one." I snorted at that. Was there such a thing as a small castle? I only hoped it wasn't big enough that the girls would get lost. Nikos hooted and hollered. "We're home!" "Tarts, tarts, tarts!" the girls squealed, the echoes of their voices sounding strangely hollow. And what happened next caught me by such surprise, I had no time to react. One moment, Nikos and the girls were smiling and laughing while soaring through the sky. The next, a giant net struck them, their screams instantly muted as they were sucked back through the clouds. "No!" Panic coursed through my veins and shattered my heart. "Hold on." My stomach hit my throat when Blaze dove upside down, falling through the sky like an arrow. We broke through the clouds, chasing after an empty net. Where had they gone? For the briefest of moments, all time stopped as we spiraled through the air, the smoke clearing enough to reveal dozens of giant hands that tried to snatch us from the sky. Blaze pulled back with a curse, flying just out of reach of their grimy fingers and big blinking eyes. Holy elements! Trolls. A battle cry rang out. A line of fire flashed in the distance, and an army of winged mages soared toward us. I frantically searched the ground for any sign of Nikos and the girls. Where were they? I prayed Aurora had teleported them out of danger, but I wouldn't know for sure until I subdued the trolls. If I could subdue them. But no, I had no choice. If not, these giants would crush us. Scorching magic pulsed through my veins. I sucked in a breath and released my rage. "All trolls, on your knees! Do not move!" I was barely aware of my voice echoing around us like the boom of rolling thunder. The giants fell down, and the stagnant air shook as if a monstrous tremor had split open the earth. Blaze quickly descended, stumbling when he hit the ground. His wings caught us in time, and he gently set me down. I looked behind us at the empty net sprawled out on the rocky incline that had tripped him. The giants were still on their knees, and they were covering their ears, their monstrous faces scrunched in pain as if the sound of my voice had injured them. There were so many of them, and they stunk like weak old fish guts. One in particular had a monstrous, misshapen head. made even uglier by the way his features crossed as he covered his ears and made a strange bleating sound like a dying cow. "Nikos! Ember! Aurora!" I cried out, spinning in a quick circle, panic and disbelief projecting bile into my throat when I saw nothing but giant creatures and a row of flattened trees. "Nikos!" I called to him through thought, but he didn't answer. Draven and an army of at least 20 fire mages landed beside us. The stricken look in Draven's eyes, which were still slightly bruised, caught me off guard. He shook a fist at the closest giant. "Where are they?" The giant blinked down at him like a cat studying a bug. I looked at the giant. He held an empty net that looked similar to the one they'd thrown at Nikos. "You there!" I commanded, my siren voice flowing out of me like a raging river. "Tell me what happened to the Ravini and children you shot down." "Goran don't know." He frowned down at me while keeping his hands over his ears. "They gone." My heart beat so loudly in my ears I could scarcely hear myself think. They disappeared. Aurora took them to safety. I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. I swallowed back my fear while glaring up at the giant. "Is that your name? Goran?" He nodded. "Da." "Goran," I pressed. "Did you see them disappear?" "Da." "They're lying," Draven roared, his flames arcing off his shaking hands. "They didn't just disappear." "They did." I looked from Draven to Blaze. "They're at the last cave we slept in, and if that's not safe, they are in the one before that." Blaze gave me a quizzical look. "How?" I was very aware of the giants staring down at us like sentient statues, their rancid breath and smoke from the fires fogging the air. My throat constricted, making it hard to push out the words. "Because I told Aurora to teleport there if they were in danger." He gaped at me. "She can teleport?" I nodded. I couldn't tell if the look in Draven's eyes was one of censure or curiosity. "And she took her sister and our brother with her?" Tears sprang to my eyes as I heaved a sigh of relief. "She did." Blaze threw up his hands. "Holy elements! I'll send an aerial unit to meet them," Draven said to us. Blaze's wings snapped open. "No, let me go. I'm the fastest flyer." Draven grasped his brother's shoulder, no sign of the animosity from before. "You're right. Go, brother." I latched onto Blaze's hand. "Take me with you?" Draven shook his head. "It will slow him down if he has to carry you." I shot him a glare. "I'm sorry. He's right." Blaze squeezed my hand, the look of pity in his eyes making my gut roil. I clasped his face, desperately searching his eyes. "Bring them home to me, and you come back to me too." "I will, my love." He kissed me, not tenderly or sweetly, but desperately, as if he wished to imprint the memory of my lips on his. I threw my arms around him, moaning into his mouth, then crying out in protest when he broke the kiss too soon. "Do I have your word you will take care of Shiri?" he rumbled while cupping the back of my head. It took me a moment to realize he was speaking to his brother. "That you will guard her with your life against all threats?" "I will. You have my word." Eyes narrowing, I looked over my shoulder at Draven. Would he truly guard me with his life, or was he only trying to appease Blaze? His cheeks were flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting what appeared to have been longing. But no, I had to have been imagining it. For the briefest of moments, I thought I felt the pull between us, the mating bond. I gritted my teeth, pressing against Blaze. I had the only mates I needed. Even if Draven had changed his mind, it didn't mean I would. "Sharina." Draven held out a hand to me. "We should go." I clung to Blaze, shaking my head. "Shiri." I gasped when Blaze pulled away from me. "Wait," I said as the monsters continued to look down at us, their blinking eyes reminding me of curious children. "Trolls!" My siren's call echoed around us. "Why are you here?" The one named Gorin cleared his throat. "We sent to serve the White Witch." They were sent? Who sent them? Not that it mattered. They were a long way from my sister. "You will not find her. She has gone to Phalanx." "Nah." The troll pointed at me. "She is there." I looked behind me to see if he was pointing to someone else. Had he mistaken me for my twin? Either way, if they thought I was her, I could use this to my advantage. "Heed my words, trolls," I commanded, my siren voice ricocheting around us. "You will leave this place and not bother the Ravini again. You will return to wherever you came from, and you will wait. If the White Witch needs you, she will summon you. Do you understand?" "Duh," they all said simultaneously while stumbling to their feet. "Good." I pointed to the forest behind us. "Now go." Blaze swore and grabbed me before shooting into the sky like a backward bolt of lightning. I had no idea he could fly so fast. We cleared the giants' heads as they walked past us, their heavy stomps rattling the air around us like claps of thunder. I looked down to see Draven and the other winged mages barely clearing the massive monsters' heads. Blaze flew me toward the castle walls, moving so fast everything passed in a blur. "How?" I asked once we reached a long wall on top of the castle, looking down at the flattened trees and the river below that surrounded the fortress. "I've always been able to fly fast." He slanted a smile. "A blessing from the elements." He nodded toward his brother and his aerial army who flew toward us. "How else do you think I was able to bust up his face without getting a scratch?" I pressed a hand to his warm chest, wishing he didn't have to leave me, but comforted in the fact that he'd find the girls and Nikos soon. "There's much we need to learn about each other." "And we will." He pressed his lips to my forehead, murmuring against my skin. "When I return." He jumped into the air and blew me a kiss. I caught and returned it, and then I swore my heart imploded when he turned his back to me and flew in the opposite direction. Draven and the rest of his aerial army landed on the wall beside me. When Draven opened his mouth as if to speak, I turned from him while doing my best to fight back my tears. My heart was utterly shattered without Aurora and Ember safely in my arms, and I knew it wouldn't heal until they were returned to me, and my mates were safe with me too. When Draven cleared his throat, I took a chance and looked over my shoulder, ignoring his piercing eyes while searching the darkening sky for Blaze. "Nobody flies as fast as my brother," Draven said, a note of pride in his voice. "He will return with them soon." Wrapping my arms around myself, I silently nodded while keeping my gaze on that disappearing speck in the sky. He looked as small as a bird as he flew further and further away, taking my hopes and heart with him.
Ember Lycaeos. Ember sat up with a gasp, then slid off Uncle Nikos. She looked down at her sister, who laid against their uncle's bare chest, her eyes closed. Nikos's black wings were flattened beneath him on the ground like a blanket. His eyes were closed too, and he had a bloody bump on his head. What had happened? One moment they were flying, and the next she heard a snap and a thump, and they were falling through the clouds. Had Rora brought them here? It was getting dark outside. Too dark. It looked like they were in that bone cave they had slept in that time Uncle Blaze got into a fight with Draven. 3 dark figures hovered beside them, their spirits blinking in and out, their expressions grim.
"It isn't safe here,"
they told her.
"You have to go."
Aurora let out a groan and slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes. What happened? Ember squinted at her sister in the dim light. You took us here, Aurora, she said accusingly. I don't like it here. It's too dark. Rora's mouth fell open as she looked around the cave. I don't know where else to go. A bone-chilling howl resounded in the distance, and Ember grasped Aurora's hand while trembling with fright. Take us somewhere else. Aurora grasped Nikos' shoulder and took Ember's hand, then held her breath as if she was diving underwater. Ember screamed as they fell through space and time like they were tumbling off a cliff. They hit the ground with a hard thud, and Ember scrambled off Nikos again while looking around the small yard of their home. You brought us here? She gave her sister an accusatory look. What if Papo and Yaya take our memories? Aurora scooted off Nikos' chest and stood, dusting debris off her stockings. Nobody is here. She waved toward the hen house. Look. Ember squinted in the darkness and noticed the hen house door was open and there were no more hens. She spun in a slow circle. The pigs weren't in their pen, and Wolfie wasn't on the porch. Where's Wolfie? He's gone, Rora said. All the animals are gone. Why? What had happened to them? Did this mean Papo and Yaya were gone too? Ember looked for her friends and saw 3 shadows at the edge of the forest. Why wouldn't they come closer? She didn't like it here anymore. It didn't feel safe. She went to Uncle Nikos and knelt beside him. He was still sleeping. Uncle Nikos, she said, shaking his shoulder. Wake up! Ember didn't like the way the animals in the trees blinked down at them, their wide eyes watching, waiting. She shook their uncle again, but he refused to wake. She tried lifting him up, but he was too heavy. She heaved a frustrated groan. Take us in the house, she said to her sister. He's too heavy to lift. Aurora grabbed them, and they tumbled from the yard into the loft bed they shared. Nikos' wings took up the entire bed, his feathers draped off the side like a curtain. She grabbed Aurora's hand, and together they pushed aside Nikos' wings and slid down the ladder. It was so dark inside that they had to fumble around for a lantern. If Ember's friends hadn't been blinking in and out beside the lantern on the top shelf, she never would have found it. She climbed on top of the table and grabbed it off the shelf, handing it to her sister. Then she climbed down and asked her friends what to do. They showed her the dying embers in the fire. Their Yaya and Auntie had told them never to light lanterns by themselves, but Ember and Aurora weren't alone. They had help from Ember's friends. She used Yaya's big wooden spoon to scoop up a few sparks from the fire and lit the wick, producing a soft, glowing light, smiling to herself that she'd figured it out, just like a big girl. Her tummy growled, and she looked around the kitchen. I'm hungry. I'll make you some porridge, Aurora said, taking the lead and stirring the cooking kettle above the fire. We're in luck. It's already got porridge inside, she said with a smile. Ember scowled at her sister's backside. Why did her sister take them here? Why didn't she take them to the top of their uncle's castle? She crossed her arms with a pout. I want tarts. Stop being a baby, Em. Rora rolled her eyes as she pumped water into a jug and poured it into the kettle. She nodded toward the table. Sit down. Ember sat on a wobbly bench and rested her head on her arms. There were barely any sparks in the hearth. How was Rora supposed to cook porridge? She missed Auntie. She didn't want to be here when her auntie and Blaze were probably at the castle eating tarts without them. Nikos groaned, his wings shifting, but he didn't come down the ladder. He just laid there. Was he sick? Ember nervously twisted the hem of her dress, thinking more and more they should bring Uncle Nikos to their auntie, not play at their scary old house. As soon as Rora finished making the porridge, she would tell her they needed to go.
Sharina. A cool wind blew my hair back from my face and sent a chill cascading down my spine. My bones were sore, my throat was raw, and my eyes burned from the tears I desperately fought back. Behind me, Draven cleared his throat. "You must be famished. Would you like to come inside? I can have Cook prepare you some food." Spine stiffening, I refused to turn around. I swiped hot tears from my eyes. "I want to watch the skies." Soldiers flew around me, their nervous gazes darting to me as they landed on the castle wall taking orders from an older silver-winged fae. Silence stretched between us, and I didn't care. He could stare holes through the back of my skull all night. All that mattered was having my nieces and my mates back with me. He stepped up beside me, his gaze turned to the forest, the tips of his feathers tickling my arm. He let out a low whistle. "They've flattened so many trees. It will take years for our forests to recover, but I'm glad they're finally gone." Was he expecting me to converse with him? In no mood to talk, I took a wide step away from him and wrapped my arms around myself. How long would it take for Blaze to find them? Hours? Days? "You have their scent on you." He chewed on his lip while continuing to stare into the forest. "Are you bonded?" I stiffened at the question. Why was he asking when it wasn't any of his business? He'd already made it clear he didn't want to mate with me. I worked hard to unclench my teeth. "We are," I finally answered, refusing to look at him. "Congratulations." I cut him a sideways glare. "You don't mean it." "I do." He pressed a hand to his heart and bowed ever so slightly. "I'm happy for you and my brothers." I snorted at that. He was happy for no one. "My brothers are better fae than I. They deserve to be happy. So do you." I forced myself to look away from his piercing gaze. Was he sincere? Or was he only being kind because I sent the giants away from his land and he finally respected my power? I didn't know how to answer him, so I simply stared at the sky while wondering if he had some ulterior motive. He cleared his throat. "I meant what I said, Sharina." Was this his version of an apology? If so, why didn't he just come out and apologize? Or was he too proud to admit he'd been behaving like a spoiled dragon's ass? Spine stiffening, I continued to stare at the sky. "I won't be happy until the girls are back in my arms." "They will be. My brothers won't rest until they are. Neither will I." He bridged the distance between us, reaching for my hand. I jerked back as if he had the plague. Did he truly think I could just forget his behavior these past few days and let him comfort me? Or maybe he was looking to soothe himself, and I was his only option. He grappled the air, his eyes flashing with pain, then quickly tucked his hands in his pockets. "If you want, I'll have the servants put you in my mother's bedchamber." His smile appeared plastered to his face. "It has a wide terrace with a beautiful view of the southwestern skies." All right, I finally relented, refusing to take his arm when he offered it. I followed him down a set of stone stairs, keeping a wide enough gap between us, though his blasted feathers continued to tickle my arm. Ugh, why did the elements have to stick me with him? I tried not to be awed as he brought me through a set of double doors, the wind from the open doorway at my back billowing my skirts until we walked into what I could only describe as an atrium, a tall, winding marble staircase that descended into a hall with a towering glass ceiling. Wooden rafters crisscrossed several feet below the top of a ceiling, and I was reminded of a large bird cage. A Ravini cage. This giant atrium was meant for flying. Huh. Small castle. If Blaze thought this was small, the big castles must have been meant for giants. My parents' entire cottage could fit on one of the many stairway landings. My knees weak from either fear or fatigue, I held onto the banister as we descended, mindful that Draven was watching me. When he stopped to offer his arm, I refused. It was bad enough I was stuck in his castle. I wouldn't be forced into the role of the helpless female relying on him to save me. When we reached another landing, Draven guided me down a long hall, his hand on my lower back and his wingtips grazing my arm. I walked faster, trying to escape his touch, but it was no use. He had longer legs and wings propelling him. Once my mates returned, I would insist we find someplace else to stay. I prayed they would hurry. I didn't know how long I could withstand being in such close proximity to Draven without my mates acting as a buffer. Chapter 12.
Aurora Lycios. Aurora didn't understand why the porridge was sticking to the pot. She'd done everything she'd watched Yaya do. Added water and stirred it until it bubbled. It didn't bubble this time, but it was steaming, and she'd stirred it for a long, long time. She scooped what she could into 2 wooden bowls and set the bowls on the table. Then she sat on the bench opposite her sister. Ember scowled at her food. When she lifted her spoon, the entire contents of the bowl stuck to it in one big lump. "It's too hard." Aurora tried eating her porridge, and the same thing happened. It was like a big leg of lamb, only it wasn't. She frowned at the mess and then bit a piece off the spoon. It was a little chewy, but it was better than going hungry. "Just eat it, Em." Ember threw down her spoon with a pout. "I don't like it here anymore. Can't you take us to our uncle's home? You saw the top of their castle." The spoon made a loud clink when Aurora dropped it in the bowl. "That's all I saw." How could she take them back to a turret? At least, she thought that's what Uncle Nikos had called it. Ember pushed her bowl to the other side of the table. "Then take us to there." She shook her head. "What if we fall off?" It was just the pokey top part of a castle, like the tip of an arrow. How were they supposed to get down? Or what if they got stuck on it? "Uncle Blaze will fly up and get us," Ember said. Aurora motioned toward the loft bed where Uncle Nikos still slept. He was probably very tired after flying so far. "Let's wait until Uncle Nikos wakes up. He'll tell us where to go." Ember's eyes watered with tears. "But I'm hungry." Oh no, Aurora hated it when her sister cried. She jumped from the table and went to her sister. "Maybe there are eggs in the hen house." Ember scooted to the other end of the bench. "I don't want to go outside at night." "We'll go together." She grabbed the lantern and walked to the end of the bench, holding out her hand. "Take my hand." Ember slipped her hand in hers, and together they went outside. As Aurora heaved the door shut behind them, she was keenly aware of every blinking eye looking down at them from the trees. Though her wolf-touched eyes could see well at night, she hadn't remembered it being so dark here before. They went to the hen house and looked for eggs, but there were none. Where had everyone gone, and why did they take the hens? "Aurora!" Ember's cry resounded in her head. She looked at her sister, whose eyes were nearly popping out of her head as she continued to speak through thought. "My friend said the bad man is here." Aurora gasped when the henhouse door creaked open and a tall, bony man with a gray beard peeked inside.
"Who's there?"
he asked in a feeble old voice, then smiled when he looked down at them. Ember squeezed her hand while trembling beside her. "It's the bad man who takes memories." "He doesn't look like a bad man to me," Aurora answered. But what if he was bad? She panicked, not knowing what to do as she blinked up at the man, too afraid to move. "Where is your grandmother?" he asked them. "And why is there a sleeping fire mage in the loft?" "Who are you?" Ember blurted. "You probably don't remember, but I'm a friend of your grandmother's." His smile widened. "I'm Thorin." Ember squeezed her hand again. "Get us out of here! Take us to Nico's!" Aurora quickly transported them to the loft bed. She accidentally dropped the lantern off the side of the bed, and it hit the floor with a crash. "Uncle Nikos, wake up!" Ember cried, shaking Nikos' shoulders. "The bad man is here!" But Uncle Nikos didn't move. He just groaned and turned his head. Aurora couldn't make out his features very well in the dark, but she worried something was wrong with him. Her nostrils flared when their small cabin began to fill with smoke. Ember grabbed Aurora's shoulders, tears filling her eyes. "Take us to the castle!" "Please wake." Aurora tried shaking Nikos. She was so afraid of falling off that pointy turret. "The bad man is here. He's going to take our memories." Uncle Nikos still didn't stir. The door handle rattled, and the old man called from outside. "Girls, your house is on fire." "Aurora!" Ember screamed. "Do it!" Aurora grabbed Nikos and her sister and sucked in a breath before envisioning that pointy turret and hoping they didn't get stuck or worse.
Sharina. Draven brought me through a pretty sitting area to another room several times bigger than my parents' modest hut, lit with a beautiful hanging chandelier, wall sconces, and a warm hearth. So many candles. I couldn't imagine how they could have afforded such luxury. As I followed Draven across a plush plum carpet that cradled my feet like a cloud, I blinked up at the towering ceiling with more wide rafters. I imagined my mates flying from rafter to rafter, their powerful wings carrying them throughout the house in a matter of seconds. In the center of the room was the hugest, softest feather bed I'd ever seen, with smooth, lavender-colored silk sheets that could easily accommodate my two mates and me. I couldn't wait to share it with them. But first, they had to make it back to me. A set of wide double-glass doors draped in gossamer curtains led to an attached terrace that was like something from a dream. It had a large, semicircular balcony with marble rails, a wide swinging hammock, fragrant flowering pots, and a view of the Paraculean forest and mountain range behind it. Sleeping shadows illuminated by a starry night sky. I would have been content to live out the remainder of my days on just the balcony. Night had fallen, and the room was aglow with dozens of candles and lamps. Though I knew I should have been impressed, I was more worried about wasting tallow and wax to light so much of the room. I understood the significance that Draven had brought me here, to his mother's room. This was a peace offering, for I knew what his mother had meant to him. After giving servants instructions, he'd left me here, saying he had to get back to the battlements. I was grateful for his absence, for the way he looked at me, like a dog salivating over a bone, made me uncomfortable. The servants swarmed me like bees to a hive, a group of young women who looked part fae, part human, all eager to serve me while calling me Your Highness, as if I hadn't lived my entire life in a moldy forest with patched dresses and stockings full of holes. How had they known about my royal lineage? Had Draven told them? And how long before word spread that Derek and Flora's daughter was staying at Abyssus? How long before Malvolia was burning down the gates? The servants had fussed over my clothes, wanting to change me, to bathe me. I'd sent them all away. Couldn't they see I needed to be alone? They'd gone in a flutter, leaving behind a table laden with steaming platters of food and tea that smelled and tasted heavenly. I partook of the tea, just to erase the grit from my mouth. Indeed, the drink wasn't stale. It tasted like citrus and honey and awakened taste buds in my mouth I hadn't known existed. Oh, how the girls would have loved it. But I didn't touch the food. How could I eat when my stomach churned with worry? After a few swallows of tea, I went to the balcony and sat on a padded lounge chair that leaned back so I could stare up at the night sky. Hadn't my veins buzzed with nervous energy, I could have fallen asleep on such a comfortable chair. The stars were brighter and bigger at Abyssus. Or maybe they seemed that way from high up in the castle. My borrowed bedchamber had to have been at least 5 stories up. I imagined Draven's mother had very fit legs, or else her mate had flown her everywhere. Over an hour passed, and still no sign of my mates or the girls. A cyclone twisted and turned in my stomach with each passing minute. I stiffened when I heard the light ruffle of feathers in the doorway behind me.
"Sharina,"
Draven cleared his throat.
"May I sit with you?"
I kept my gaze on the twinkling stars above. "What do you want?"
"I brought you some refreshments."
My nostrils flared, and I smelled all kinds of fragrant, sweet spices. I looked over my shoulder to see the servants were clearing away the untouched trays of food, replacing them with new trays.
"I'm not hungry."
A lie. I was ravenous, but how could I eat while the children were gone? They were probably even more hungry, and Nikos wouldn't be able to hunt for them while trying to keep them safe. I prayed he had a few more crusts of bread with him.
"How about some company?"
I wrapped my arms around myself, my spine tightening when Draven walked to my chair, blocking out my view of the sky. I refused to look at him. I'd rather be alone. He heaved an audible sigh.
"Please, Sharina?"
I finally looked up at him. His wings hung limply at his sides, and worry lines framed his eyes and mouth. I had no idea why I relented. I didn't want his company, and he certainly didn't deserve mine. He motioned toward a servant who rolled in a cart with wheels. This one had steaming tea and several pretty cakes and cookies with colorful icing.
"Cook made a special tea that will help calm you."
I fought back tears that threatened to spill over my eyes. I don't want to be calm. I don't want to rest until they're safe in my arms.
"Then how about some food?"
His voice rose and cracked, reminding me of myself when I would beg the children to behave.
"The servants told me you didn't touch your supper. You need to keep up your strength."
I shook my head. How can I eat when they're not here with me? I flinched when he knelt beside me and took my hand.
"Nikos will protect them."
I looked down at his calloused hand encircling mine as if it was a foreign parasite. He rubbed warmth into my hand.
"You're chilled."
A zing went through me at the feel of his heated skin on mine. Desire awakened, making my thighs quake with need. I jerked my hand away as if I'd been scalded and swung my legs over the other side of the chair. Why was he touching me? Did he think I'd forget the horrible way he'd treated me? Wrapping my arms around myself, I crossed to the other side of the balcony, needing to put as much distance between us as possible while being ashamed of the way my body had reacted to his touch. I cringed when I heard his feathers ruffling behind me. Was he deliberately torturing me? I stiffened when he draped a blanket over my shoulders. I wrapped the blanket tightly around me, using it as a shield from the warmth radiating off him.
"Is that better?"
he murmured, his breath tickling my ear. I spun around, snarling like a wounded animal. Was the bastard trying to seduce me at a time like this? He stepped back, his eyes widening.
"Forgive me, Sharina. I was only thinking of your comfort."
"I don't want comfort," I snapped, throwing the blanket off me. "I want them." A look of pain flashed in his eyes before he plastered on a smile.
"I know. The blanket was only meant to keep you warm until my brother's return."
I shook my head, swiping hot tears from my eyes. Blaze should have found them by now.
"He probably has. Blaze can fly supernaturally fast."
He took a hesitant step toward me.
My brothers will do whatever it takes to keep the girls safe.
I swallowed back my emotions, trying to speak through a constricted throat. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to them. His voice dropped to a soothing whisper as he stepped closer.
You're a good aunt.
I snorted at that while taking a big step back. If I was a good aunt, they'd be here with me.
They will be.
Draven's wings snapped open, his hands clenching and unclenching by his sides.
Sharina, I need to tell you something.
My veins solidified to sludge. He was going to apologize, ask me to forgive him, and I wasn't ready to think of anything beyond having the girls safe in my arms. And even then, I didn't think I could, not after all he'd said and done. Why was he doing this now when I already had the weight of the world bearing down on my shoulders? A loud thunk echoed somewhere above us, followed by 2 distinct, shrill screams. I practically flew up the walls while scanning the skies. The girls! Draven jumped from the balcony, disappearing into the night sky like a shadow swathed in ink. I clutched a hand to my pounding heart, my head spinning with panic. What was happening?
Draven. Wings furiously pumping, I shot into the air, following the sounds of the girls' screams. I flew in the direction of the highest turret towering above the battlements. 2 of my aerial guards landed on the turret just before me in what could only be described as utter chaos. The girls were kicking and screaming while my men tried to pull them off Nikos. I landed hard on the turret, tiles sliding beneath my feet, and grabbed a girl from one of my men. Calm down, I soothed the child. I've got you. Tears flowed down her grimy cheeks as she reached for her sister. I grabbed the other child and held them against my chest. They trembled in my arms like feathers in a windstorm. It's okay, I reassured them again. You're safe. I'll bring you to your auntie. That seemed to calm them as they blinked up at me like frightened baby birds. One of my men cried out, and my attention was drawn to Nikos, who was completely unresponsive. My heart rate slowed and then took off at a race when I noticed Nikos's wings were bent and the side of his head was crusted with blood. Get my brother and follow me, I called to the guards. I was barely aware of my actions as I soared back toward Sharina. The girls were squirming to be released before I landed. They slipped out of my arms the moment I hit the tile floor and ran to their aunt. My heart caught in my throat when Sharina let out a strangled sob and collapsed onto the floor, holding the children to her chest. I spun around when my men landed behind me. Nikos was limp in their arms, and I feared my brother might be dead. Carry him to the bed, I said to my men, my legs feeling like they were leaden weights as I followed them through the double doors. Why wasn't Nikos moving? Nikos let out a soft moan when they laid him on the bed, and I finally released the breath I'd been holding. I examined the wound on the side of Nikos's skull. It was deep. Too deep. Part of his skull had been caved in, no doubt caused by the giants when they'd struck him with the weighted net. I feared the injury would be too severe for the local healers. I would have to send for the Green Witch in the next largest city, an entire day's flight away. Fetch the castle nurses, I said to my men. We had no Green Witches here, other than Nikos, and he couldn't very well heal himself. Yes, my lord. They both bowed and disappeared through the balcony doors. The bed dipped beside me. Is he okay? I turned to Sharina. She still held the girls in her lap, her brow creased with worry. I swallowed back my fear, forcing out the words. He will be. I'll send for the best healer. Tears welled in her eyes. Thank you. No need to thank me. Shame flushed my face. He's my brother. What else did she expect me to do? Leave him to die? I must have truly been a monster in her eyes. Sharina pushed the hair out of the children's eyes. Where were you? I felt like an outsider as I watched Sharina's tender display of affection for her nieces. She loved them as if she was their own mother, had sacrificed so much to keep them safe, and more shame flushed my skin at the horrible way I'd treated all of them when they needed my compassion the most.
"We went to Papo and Yaya's house,"
the girl with the shorter hair answered. I should have remembered which was Ember and Aurora, but no, I'd been so preoccupied with my own misery that I hadn't paid much attention to the children. "What?" Sharina gasped. "Why didn't you go to the cave?"
"We did, but it was too scary there, and we were hungry,"
the girl with the longer hair answered as she grabbed a pillow off the bed, clutching it to her chest. I realized she no longer had her ugly straw doll. She must have lost it. I would make it a point to replace it with a much better doll.
"Nobody was there,"
the other child said.
"Not even the chickens and the dogs."
The other girl nodded, her eyes wide with fright.
"And then the bad man came."
"Who?" Sharina asked, the fear in her voice palpable.
"Thorin!"
both girls cried in unison. Fire raced through my veins. The mind spinner. The one who Derek and Flora had called to steal my mate's memories. "Oh, girls." Sharina hugged them both to her chest, kissing their foreheads. "Did he say anything to you?" I suddenly remembered Ember had the longer hair. She was the more shy of the two, who always clutched her doll. Aurora had the shorter hair. She was the one with teleporting abilities. How could I have forgotten?
"He asked about Yaya,"
Ember said while wiping her nose with the back of her hand, smearing grime and snot across her face. Sharina slid the girls onto the bed and quickly strode to the nearby table. She grabbed a cloth and dipped it in a pitcher of water, using it to wipe the girls' faces like a tender and devoted mother. My chest warmed while thinking of her nurturing her own children, my brother's children, and if I could be so lucky, mine too. "What did you tell him?" she asked, frowning while she picked grime out of their hair.
"We didn't tell him anything."
Aurora shivered, wrapping her thin arms around herself.
"He scared me, and I dropped the lamp."
Sharina's mouth fell open. "You lit a lamp?" she asked the girls as she draped a throw blanket around Aurora's shoulders. Aurora hung her head.
"It was dark. The house was smoking,"
Ember said.
"So we came here."
Sharina knelt in front of the children, grasping their hands. "I don't care about the house. I'm just glad you're okay." She stood and hugged them again, tears streaming down her face. "I was so worried about you."
"You're squishing me, Auntie,"
Aurora cried. But Sharina didn't let go. If anything, she clutched them harder. Her love for them stirred something in me. Perhaps a memory, perhaps a longing, for my mother used to hold me like that. These children didn't realize how lucky they were to have Sharina. And now the queen I served wanted to kill the girl's own mother. How was I supposed to serve Malvolia now? I got up from the bed and crossed to the other side of the room when I heard a knock on the door. I ushered in 2 nurses, younger women of mostly human descent with dark hair tied back in simple braids and wearing clean, white aprons. I motioned toward their patient on the bed. "He was struck in the head," I murmured. "Tend to his wound and keep him comfortable while I send for a green witch." They both curtsied.
Yes, my lord.
"I'm hungry,"
Ember whined, squirming in her aunt's arms.
"Aurora's porridge was hard. Uncle Nico said we get tarts,"
Aurora said with a grunt while struggling out of her aunt's embrace. Sharina finally released them.
"And tea that isn't stale,"
Ember added. Stale tea? What kind of childhood had these children been forced to endure? And Sharina had probably never known comforts, living far below her station in squalor. All that would change now they were at Abyssus. I remembered the shack they had called their home and was honestly surprised they'd had tea at all.
The servants brought some food.
Sharina motioned toward the table with the small repast the servants had prepared just for her. Aurora scratched the back of her head.
Are there tarts?
I cleared my throat. That isn't enough food. I nodded toward the door. Let's go down to the dining hall. We'll get you filling meals. Ember looked curiously at me.
And sweets?
For being such brave girls, I said with a smile, I'm sure Cook can find some sweets. Sharina stood, nervously toying with her fingers.
What about Blaze?
I swallowed at that. Blaze was probably all the way to the first cave by now. I'll send more mages after him. She bowed her head.
Thank you.
I stiffened. Of course. Again, she felt she had to thank me for taking care of my brothers. I had no doubt she considered me the worst sort of monster. Not that I blamed her after my poor behavior. She turned a forlorn gaze to Nikos.
He's not answering my thoughts.
Her thoughts? Of course, they were bonded and could mind speak. I tried to ignore the thorns of jealousy that pricked my spine. It served me right for the way I'd treated her. We must give him time to heal. She shook her head, stepping back when I reached for her hand.
I should stay with him.
He will be in good hands, Sharina. I did my best to infuse confidence in my voice. After we feed the girls, you can return here to him. The girls tugged on their aunt's skirts.
Please, Auntie.
They begged.
We're so hungry.
Sharina's shoulders fell, and she finally relented, following me out of the room, but not before giving Nikos one last forlorn look. I only hoped she'd one day look at me with half the love reflecting in her eyes.
Chapter 13. Sharina. Draven led us down a rounded staircase with golden rails and draped in a plush velvet runner. I was still amazed at the opulence. I kept scanning the dome ceiling overhead that was several stories in height, imagining my mates soaring from rafter to rafter when they were children learning to fly. Toward the bottom of the atrium was another set of rafters crisscrossing in the shape of a star. Hanging from it was the biggest chandelier I'd ever seen, with hundreds of softly glowing candles illuminating the marble floors below. The tall windows surrounding us reflected the twinkling stars outside. The girls had been rendered speechless, their mouths hanging open as they took in the sights. We reached a landing of colorful padded carpets and followed Draven through double doors into a massive hall with a long dining table that could have served 24 guests. The chandelier above the table was almost as big as the one above the stairwell. Draven surged ahead of us, speaking in a low voice to a young man wearing silk stockings and a crimson tunic. The young man whistled to a team of servants. They all rushed to his side and then got to work setting 4 placemats at the far end of the table. I swallowed back a lump of nerves when Draven pulled out a chair next to the head of the table with a smile. The girls clung to me when 2 servants pulled out the chairs opposite mine. I would prefer they sat by me, I said to Draven.
Of course,
he said, nodding toward the servants, who quickly rearranged the plates. Aurora was seated next to Draven at the head, and I sat between her and Ember. Poor little Aurora leaned away from Draven, looking at him as if he was a leviathan about to bite off her head. He folded his hands in front of him, his heavy wings draped over the back of the chair, and he smiled down at the girls as if he'd never scorned them. I mumbled my thanks when servants poured Draven and me glasses of wine, and then poured orange liquid in smaller goblets for the girls. They gulped down their drinks, moaning into their cups.
This is the sweetest tea I've ever tasted,
Aurora exclaimed.
It's not tea,
Draven corrected, smiling behind his goblet.
It's juice made from fruit.
Aurora just gaped at him, then shot me a worried look. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know she was still afraid of him and probably wondering why he was speaking to her. I stroked the back of her head. "It's okay, sweetheart," I whispered. "Drink your juice." She nodded, finishing off the rest of her goblet. Draven motioned toward the girls, and a servant refilled their goblets. I would have told them to wait for their supper, but realized they were probably thirsty after their ordeal, so I simply smiled, stroking their heads while they drank. I slowly sipped my wine. It was mildly sweet and fruity, and more delicious than anything I'd ever tasted. I resisted the urge to follow my niece's lead and gulp it down. When the servants brought out baskets of warm rolls and steaming bowls of soup, my nieces smiled nearly ear to ear, hunger reflecting in their eyes. I buttered their rolls for them and tested the soup. It was still too hot, so I instructed them to blow on their spoons. They chose instead to dunk their rolls in the broth, moaning while stuffing the bread into their faces. "Slow down before you choke," I warned as they dipped broth from the bread onto their dresses. But it was no use. They were determined to eat like little piglets at the trough. Draven laughed, and I shot him a glare, crushing a roll in my grip. He shrugged an apology and slanted a grin that was part feral Ravini and part smug lord. "They'll learn better table manners in time." I eyed him through slits. Better in time? Wasn't this the same dragon's ass who'd said my nieces were wild and I didn't know how to discipline them? Now he wasn't bothered by their bad table manners? Why the sudden change of heart? I doubted he'd come to his senses after 2 days without me, which meant he had another reason for being so nice. A man came out wearing an odd white cap and a stained white apron. I blinked at the fur on his face and his strange ears that twisted and turned like a fawn's. Then my gaze was drawn to his 2 bent legs and what looked like deer hooves sticking out from the bottom of his trousers. Satyr, instinct told me, for he looked just as my father had described. He smiled at the girls and me and bowed before Draven. "Supper will be served momentarily, my lord." "Thank you, cook," Draven said as he waved a roll in my direction. "I'd like to introduce you to Princess Sharina Avias and her nieces, the Princesses Ember and Aurora." I froze at the mention of our titles. Was Draven intentionally putting targets on our backs? The satyr bowed toward us. "Your highnesses." "Cook's family has been with my family for generations," Draven said with an easy smile. "Crispin Otto Orvin Klupenhoof, at your service," the satyr continued in a friendly manner as he looked at me. "But you may call me Cook." I tilted my chin, offering him a warm smile. "What if I prefer to call you Crispin?" He splayed a hand across his heart, his eyes gleaming with pride. "It would be my honor." Aurora wrinkled her nose at him.
Are you a shifter?
He laughed. "No." Ember pointed at his face.
Why are you furry? And why do you have hooves and furry ears?
Aurora asked. "Girls," I scolded, then mouthed an apology to Crispin. He shrugged off their questions with a laugh. "Because that's how the elements made me."
Papa told me about you,
Aurora squealed.
You're a fawn.
He clucked his tongue. "We prefer to be called satyrs." Ember sat up straighter in her chair.
Papa gets stale tea from the satyrs.
Crispin arched a bushy brow, looking from the girls to me. "Stale tea?" "It was free," I answered, as if that explained everything. "I see." The look of pity in his eyes made me want to crawl under the table and never come out. "You'll find no stale tea here."
Do you have tarts?
Aurora blurted. He rubbed his short, fuzzy beard. "Not fresh tarts, but I will have some ready for breakfast tomorrow." Both girls made exasperated sounds, as if Crispin had just told them they were to go to bed without supper. Ember's lower lip hung down in an exaggerated pout as her eyes welled up with tears.
Uncle Nico said there'd be torts.
Girls, I soothed, rubbing their backs. Tomorrow isn't that far away.
Crispin, Draven asked, do you have any other desserts?
The satyr eagerly nodded.
We have pudding and cakes.
The girls squealed their delight.
Very good, Draven said. Bring out what you have after supper, please. Yes, my lord.
Crispin quickly bowed and left the room. After he left, I leaned toward Draven, speaking on a hushed whisper. Is it wise to tell the staff who we are? Draven leaned back in his chair, folding his hands behind his head.
My staff are loyal to the Infernis. They won't tell a soul you're here.
Either he was an overconfident fool, or else he planned for us to get caught. That would explain his sudden change in heart. He knew Malvolio was coming for me. I picked at my supper, too worried about our futures, about that deep cut on Nikos's head, to find much of an appetite, even though the food was cooked and seasoned to perfection. After Crispin brought in the desserts, I fussed over the girls, wiping icing from their mouths while they devoured their cakes. Aurora looked up at me after finishing her cake, a smidge of blue icing on the tip of her nose.
We love it here.
She nodded toward her sister.
Can we stay here forever?
Long enough, until we find a new safe home, I answered while cleaning her nose. Lord Draven won't want to host us forever.
I do want you to stay forever, he blurted.
I eyed him from beneath my lashes, looking for any sign of deceit. I was sorely tempted to use my siren voice on him and demand the truth. Aurora gasped.
Us too?
My heart did a backflip when he offered my nieces a warm smile.
All of you.
Can we stay, Auntie?
Both girls simultaneously whined. I tensed, fisting my hands in my lap.
We'll see. Sharina.
Draven visibly swallowed, and I nearly melted beneath the intensity of his gaze.
I meant what I said.
That strange pull that I suspected to be the unfulfilled mating bond thrummed between us like my heart had floated out of my chest and entwined midair with his. I gritted my teeth, forcing that invisible tether to snap. It made no difference whether he was lying or sincere, whether he'd somehow resurrected that shriveled-up heart of his and had decided he could finally love me. He was too late. I refused to allow his heart to entwine with mine after all he'd done. I abruptly stood, needing to get away from his piercing gaze. Right now, we need to get you girls in the bathtub, I said to the children while refusing to look at Draven. You smell like trolls. I pulled out their chairs and held my hands down to them. Come, girls. They took my hands, blinking at Draven as if he was a mongrel who'd wandered into our yard, and they were still deciding if he was friendly enough to pet. Draven stood too, his wings ruffling behind him.
I'll send servants to prepare their bath and bring fresh clothes.
Thank you, I answered curtly, refusing to look at him as I tugged the girls toward the stairs. My spine stiffened as I felt his gaze boring holes through my skull all the way back up the stairs. I didn't know what he was about, and I still didn't trust his motives. Whatever the cause for his sudden kindness, I wouldn't drop my guard around him. He'd already had his chance to win my heart. He would not get another. Nikos wasn't waking, and he wasn't answering any of my mental pleas. I'd spent the better part of the past hour probing his mind for any signs of clarity, anything at all, but his mind was as barren as a dried lake bed. His breathing was so shallow, I could scarcely hear him. His pulse was weak, but I refused to believe he was slipping away. I forced myself to remain strong for the girls, plastering a smile to my face while trying not to lose my soul to the darkness. Had I found my fated mate only to lose him? One night of heaven in his arms would never be enough. How would I go on without my sweet Nikos? The girls and I took a bath together in the biggest washtub I'd ever seen, made from smooth ivory stone in an adjoining bath chamber beside a warm, crackling hearth. I washed my face several times to mask the tears, my depressing thoughts threatening to sweep me under while the girls giggled and splashed. I prayed Blaze would return to us soon, for I needed someone to help me shoulder this overwhelming burden of sorrow. After we dried off, I brushed the girls' hair by the fire in our bedchamber, my gaze repeatedly drifting toward my motionless mate. I couldn't lose him. I tied our hair back in pretty, soft ribbons, and we put on silky nightgowns. The fabric felt like water between my fingers. Aurora rubbed the hem of her gown across her cheek.
"I love it here,"
she said with a sigh.
"Me too,"
Ember said.
"I never want to leave."
Fighting back tears, I kissed their temples, then tucked them in beside Nikos, careful of his wings. I'd already kicked the nurses out of the room after they'd offered to give the children a sleeping potion. What was it with people wanting to drug my nieces? The nurses didn't seem to be doing any good, other than constantly trying to squeeze pus from Nikos's wound rather than giving him a moment's peace. And the medicine they'd slathered on his wound smelled worse than the infection itself, like fermented eggs that had sat out too long in the sun. I squeezed between my nieces while looking over Aurora's head at Nikos, saddened to see him lying so still. After Aurora fell asleep, I'd scoot her over so I could sleep next to him, if for no other reason than to hold him one last time in case he passed during the night. I bit my lip, fighting back tears at the thought. Pulling the blankets to my chin, I blinked up at the shadows from the overhead chandelier moving across the canopy above our bed like twirling dancers in a waltz. For the first time, I missed our cramped loft bed, which was probably now cinders and ash. I missed our small yard, our grumpy old dog, the clucking hens, and even the smell of mildew that permeated the air. I missed my sister. Even though they deceived me, I missed my parents. I missed the way my mother sang to us before bed. I missed my father's strong, warm hugs and tender smile.
"Auntie, is Uncle Nikos going to die?"
I looked over Aurora, her gaze flitting from my sleeping mate to me. I wiped tears from my eyes, forcing out the answer. No. It wasn't a lie. It couldn't be a lie. I wouldn't let him die. She sat up, frowning down at his prone form.
"How do you know?"
I breathed out a shaky breath, my throat so constricted it hurt to speak. "Because I won't let him." She made a face while looking at him.
"His head smells."
"I know," I said, sighing. "It's the medicine." I shot up at a sharp rap on the door. I heard footsteps in the sitting room, and Draven came into my bedchamber without an invitation, his wings tucked tightly behind him, his wet hair tied back in a queue. "How is he?" he asked as he heaved a sack onto the dresser. I swiped more tears from my eyes, angry with myself for appearing so vulnerable. "Still not waking." "Give him time to heal." Draven approached the bed like I was a wounded feral animal. Then again, maybe I was. "The nursery has comfortable beds," he continued, motioning toward the children. "I'm sure they'd be happy there, so you and Nikos can have some privacy." The girls snuggled closer to me as I leaned against the headboard and wrapped my arms protectively around them. "Thank you, but no," I answered tersely. "I want them here with me tonight." He flashed a tight smile. "Of course." I wondered his true motive for wanting to separate us, and I was once again tempted to use my siren voice to bade him tell the truth. He couldn't blame me if I did. He'd already given me plenty of reasons to mistrust him. I peered down at the girl's heavy-lidded eyes. If he would just leave, I could get them to fall asleep. Aurora rolled into me, using my stomach as her pillow. I gently rubbed her back, trying to coax her to sleep. I tensed when Draven sat on the edge of the bed, his musky, woodsy smell teasing my senses. Lifting the bandage from Nikos's head, he checked his wound, frowning.
The bleeding has stopped, but the swelling isn't going down.
Even though I'd only just met him, I couldn't imagine living without Nikos. I have already lost so much. How could fate be so cruel as to take my mate away? I know. I clutched my chest, straining for breath as my world darkened. I hope the Green Witch arrives soon.
My men know it's urgent, he said. They will bring her back as soon as they can.
I swallowed at that, feeling like a wilting flower underneath his penetrating gaze. Lord Draven, I have a question for you. He heaved a sigh, giving me the same look my mother gave the children when they dirtied the hems of their dresses.
If you can't call me Dre, then at least call me Draven.
Chewing my bottom lip, I warily eyed him, looking for any signs of deception in his eyes. All right. Draven, how can you be so sure your servants won't tell Malvolia her nieces are here? He dragged a hand through his wet hair.
I'm not sure you realize how isolated Abyssus is from the rest of Delphi, but even if my servants weren't loyal, they have no way to get word out without flying across another mountain range and thousands of miles of forest, and I'm aware of everyone who comes and goes from my estate.
What about the men you sent for the Green Witch?
I sent 2 of my most trusted soldiers.
He looked from me back to his brother.
They won't betray us.
I still wasn't convinced. I had to know my nieces and I were safe here. It was difficult to trust him when the people I should have trusted the most, my parents, deceived me. My mother told me Malvolia has seers. Shouldn't she already know we're here? He shook his head.
Malvolia had seers. Most of her most powerful witches were killed during the Great Darkness.
Interesting. How? I asked, then regretted the question, fearing he'd tell me my parents had something to do with it. Shadows darkened his eyes.
The story is that Flora, Marius, and Derek killed them all.
Of course he'd say that. I refused to believe my parents were killers, no matter their deception. How could I reconcile my gentle parents with vicious killers? I swallowed back a lump of sorrow. Do you believe it? The look of desperation and longing he gave me made me want to crawl beneath the covers and never come out.
I believe you, and if you say your parents aren't killers, then that's what I believe.
Elements. How was I supposed to respond to that? My nieces squirmed in my arms. Aurora elbowed my side.
You're hurting me, Auntie.
I loosened my hold on the girls. I hadn't realized I'd been squeezing too hard. It was all Draven's fault for muddling my brain with his sudden change in mood and his alluring scent that made me want to melt into the sheets. It took me a moment to find my voice. Then who killed them? He frowned.
I don't know.
I eyed him a long moment, looking for any cracks in his features. And she has no other way to see us?
Malvolia had a mystic mirror that had the power to reveal the future, but there's a rumor it was shattered during the darkness.
The darkness. I knew what he was referring to. My parents had called it the madness, the course over a few months that Malvolia had burned her nation down to find my pregnant mother and to kill her unborn children. You never found out? He shook his head.
Malvolia guards her secrets. She likes her enemies to believe she still has the ability to see across time and space.
I swallowed when we locked gazes, and the shadows lifted from his eyes, revealing the swirling fires beneath. Why was he looking at me like that? With such intensity. It took me a moment to find my voice. How did she know where to find Tari? He let out a bitter-sounding laugh.
Lots and lots of spies.
Is that what you were? I wasn't angry, just curious.
My brothers and I were training to be spies when we spotted the White Witch.
I flinched when he referred to Tari as the White Witch, as if refusing to acknowledge her name made her less of a real person. "You mean Tari," I corrected, refusing to hide the venom in my tone. "My sister." Maybe it made the thought of killing her less cruel, to detach her from her true self, my sister and best friend, Ember and Aurora's mother, a kind green witch who'd spent most of her days pining for her lost mates. "Sorry." His cheeks reddened. "It's hard to think of her as anyone other than the witch who was prophesied to kill our queen. It's what we've been told since we were children." I refused to go round with him on this again. How long would he continue to paint my sister as a killer while it was his queen who'd been hunting us since before we were born? The girls blinked up at him while sucking their thumbs. I'd thought they were almost asleep, but their eyes were wide now. Damn, I'd had enough. I cleared my throat, intending to tell him to leave us alone.
"Have you and the girls had a chance to visit the nursery?"
he asked before I could speak. "No," I answered tersely, my shoulders stiffening. "I don't want to leave Nikos."
"I understand."
He slowly rose from the bed, nodding toward that sack he'd left on the dresser.
"I've brought a few dolls from the nursery to keep the girls occupied."
The girls shot up, and I had to cover my ears when they squealed like stuck pigs. My gaze nervously shot to Nikos, who didn't so much as twitch a muscle. My heart caught in my throat when Draven went to the other side of the bed and the girls crawled over to him. He dumped the contents of the sack. 2 pairs of identical twin dolls. The girls each snatched 2 dolls, squeezing them to their chests.
"Oh,"
Ember said, her eyes welling with tears as she cupped the doll's face.
"they are prettier than I dreamed."
Aurora rocked the dolls in her arms.
"I've wanted these my whole life."
Her whole life. I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. I couldn't think of what to say to Draven as our gazes locked for one long heartbeat. Was this act of kindness part of his true nature, or just a nefarious plot to gain our trust?
"These are just a few,"
he said, his wings ruffling behind him.
"There are many more in the nursery."
Ember gasped while rocking her dolls in her arms.
"May we go to the nursery?"
"Perhaps tomorrow." I opened my arms to them, beckoning them to return to me. "You have enough dolls to play with for now." Clutching their dolls, they crawled back toward me. "What do you say?" I asked the girls. They both swallowed, their nervous gazes flitting from Draven back to me. "Go on," I whispered. Even if Draven had nefarious intentions, I refused to let my nieces be ill-mannered.
"Thank you, Lord Draven,"
they said in unison. He sat on the edge of the bed, casually draping one leg over the other, though tension lines still framed his eyes and mouth.
"You may call me Dre if you like."
Why was he being so kind? Was he trying to get to me through the girls? Maybe after smelling his brothers on me, he wanted sex too. His efforts were futile. I wasn't about to give myself to him.
"Isn't she pretty, Auntie? Look at her fancy dress."
Ember held up her doll to me. "Very pretty." I touched the doll's smooth face. She had a warm complexion, rosy cheeks, dark hair and perfectly even ringlets, and the prettiest blue satin and lace gown.
"Tomorrow our seamstress will fit you all with new gowns and shoes,"
Draven said to us. He was being too kind. I stiffened when he smiled. "I'm not sure if I can get away from Nikos." The girls shared hopeful looks.
"May I have a blue gown like New Bethany?"
Ember asked him. He gave me a quizzical look.
"New Bethany?"
"One of the dolls," I answered, motioning toward the dolls in Ember's arms. I wasn't sure which one was New Bethany, but either one was a far improvement over Old Bethany.
"Uncle Blaze said we can keep all the dolls here,"
Aurora said to Draven, a serious look in her eyes as if she was waiting for him to challenge her claim.
"Of course you can,"
Draven said as he stood, his eyes crinkling as he smiled.
"And we'll get you any color gowns you like."
The girls gasped.
Thank you!
He tucked his wings behind him while stealing a glance in my direction.
You're welcome.
How come you're nice now?
Aurora asked him. I sucked in a sharp breath, almost tempted to scold Aurora. Almost. It was a fair question, one I'd been too afraid to ask. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he rocked on his heels.
I suppose I've come to my senses.
Aurora wagged a finger at him like my mother preparing to launch into a lecture.
You weren't nice before.
I know.
He hung his head, his cheeks coloring.
I'm sorry.
He couldn't be serious. My heart pounded against my ribcage when he looked up at me from beneath thick lashes. Sorry? For what? For the way he treated the children and me, or the fact that his brothers and I refused to tolerate his behavior? Ember pressed her dolls to her chest, lovingly stroking their backs like I'd done many times with her and Aurora. She blinked up at him with glossy eyes.
Do we call you Uncle Dre now?
That's enough questions, girls, I blurted, patting the pillow beside me.
Time for sleep.
I gave Draven a sharp look.
If you would excuse us, Lord Draven.
I didn't know if it had been a slip of the tongue when I'd called him by his formal title, and I didn't care. Did he think he could just hand my nieces a few dolls and all would be forgiven? Aurora and Ember laid back down on my other side, giving me space to curl up next to Nikos.
Good night, Uncle Dre,
they said in unison before sucking on their thumbs. Oh, what little traitors.
Good night,
Draven said, giving me one last lingering look. Turning on my side, I punched my pillow into submission while refusing to look at Draven, only exhaling when I heard the audible click of the door. I hadn't bothered to return his good night, for I knew my night would be anything but good while I watched over my mate, praying that he'd wake and return to me.
Blaze. Chasing after ghosts. That's what it felt like I was doing, for there were no signs of Nikos and the girls anywhere. Ignoring the burning pain in my wings, I'd flown everywhere, from both caves to the lake and everything in between, my supernatural speed carrying me thrice as fast as a normal Ravini. The only other place I hadn't looked would be the Shifter stronghold. Dread coursed through my veins at the thought of what the Shifters would have done to Nikos had they gone there. But no, I remembered Sharina telling the girls the Shifter stronghold was no longer safe. I prayed to the elements they'd listened. Just in case, though, I decided to circle close enough to the stronghold to see if I could scent them. My wings felt weighted with stone as I flew in the direction of the Shifter town. The morning sun was barely peeking over the horizon. With my magical speed, I might be able to fly in and out undetected, but my brother wouldn't be able to escape as easily. With each flap of my wings, I began to reconsider my fool's plan, knowing I should return home first. What if they'd somehow ended up there? Then I would have risked my life breaching the Shifter's walls for nothing. Though every fiber in my body screamed at the thought of retreat, I knew I had no more options. I had to return to Abyssus, and if Nikos and the girls weren't there, we'd have no choice but to mobilize an aerial army to save them. During my long search, I had plenty of time to think about Sharina and my role in Malvolia's army. I could no longer in good conscience try to coerce our mate to join with the witch who'd been hunting her family. How could I expect Sharina to go to battle against her own sister, against Ember and Aurora's mother? Which meant I would be branded a traitor to the crown and Malvolia would soon hunt all of us. Would Sharina be able to defeat the Sorceress Queen with her siren's call? Or would we all be doomed to suffer the fate of my parents? And if Derek and Flora didn't kill my parents, who did? Had Malvolia been so cruel as to treat my brothers and me as her own children after murdering our parents? So consumed was I in my dark thoughts that I didn't notice the line of fire mages flying in my direction. For the first time in my life, my veins iced with panic at the sight of my own countrymen. What if they were Malvolia's personal mages coming after me? But then a shaft of morning light struck the mage at the lead, highlighting his silvery hair and wings. Romulus, the captain of the aerial guard. They were coming for me, but why? Had they found Nikos and the girls? I flew faster than I've ever flown in my life, ignoring the pain in my wings as I furiously flapped toward them. Romulus let out a sharp whistle, and I flew after them toward a narrow ridge along the base of the nearest mountain overlooking the valley of trees. Once we landed, I bent over to catch my breath, the muscles in my wings burning from straining all night. "What news?" I finally asked, wiping sweat from my brow. "Your brother and the children have returned to Abyssus," Romulus answered. I threw back my head, letting out a joyous howl as a wave of relief washed over me. "Thank the elements." A shudder coursed through me when I looked back at Romulus and saw the pity reflecting in his eyes. "Are they all right?" Romulus gave me another look of pity before averting his gaze. "The children are well. Your brother is unconscious. There are nurses tending to him." My world tipped, then spun. Unconscious? I gritted my teeth. "Then let's go." Despite the tenderness in my wings, I pushed off the ledge. Fatigue threatened to overwhelm me, but I didn't want to rest until I was back at Abyssus. I only prayed my brother would be alive when I got there. Chapter 14. Sharina. I woke to pale morning sunlight streaming through the sheer curtains into my room and painting the canopy above me in a myriad of brilliant colors. I turned onto my side, placing my palm across Nikos's heart. It still beat, albeit not as strong as I would have liked, and he reeked of the foul medicine the nurses had put on his wound. The smell was so strong it permeated everything. His skin, the sheets, the air. "Nikos," I called to him through thought. No answer. "Nikos," I called again, imagining my voice ricocheting through his mind like a gong. Still nothing. "Nikos, my love." I tried a soothing voice this time, infusing a bit of my siren's call. "It's me, Sharina, your mate. Please wake." I gasped when I thought I saw movement beneath his eyelids, and his breathing became slightly erratic. His heart rate quickened too. Was he hearing me? I frowned when his heart rate slowed. What was wrong with him? That green witch couldn't come fast enough. If only Tori was with us, she'd heal him in a matter of minutes. After all, our father had said she'd brought back Prince Helion from the dead. I turned over when I felt movement behind me. Aurora clutched both of her dolls to her chest while looking at me through sleepy eyes. I brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Good morning, darling. Sleep well?" She slowly nodded.
Is Uncle Nikos dead?
I blinked back tears. "No, sweetheart." Not yet, I thought to myself, though I dared not voice it aloud. Ember stretched beside her sister before sitting up, dropping her dolls in her lap and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She motioned toward her dolls.
New Bethany and Isabeau are hungry.
Isabeau? Where had I heard that name before? I slowly sat up, frowning down at Nikos before turning toward the girls. "Then we'll have to feed them." A rap on the door and then footsteps in the sitting room. Draven poked his head inside the bedchamber. "Morning, girls." He flashed a cheery smile. "Sleep well?" The girls mumbled something unintelligible. Hugging my knees to my chest, I declined to answer. How could he expect me to have a good sleep while my mate was literally dying beside me? A team of servants pushing carts and carrying fresh clothes and linens followed Draven into the room. It was then I realized I wouldn't be able to expect privacy. Not that I'd ever had a shred of privacy in my life.
Draven went straight to his brother, checking his wound. The gash on his head looked worse as smelly pus oozed from it. The two nurses from earlier began cleaning the wound with water. When one of them began squeezing the pus onto a cloth, both girls made spluttering sounds.
Ew!
Aurora exclaimed. "Come on," I said to her, climbing down from the bed and taking the girls with me. I thanked the servants who helped the girls and me slip into robes. They led us to a table by the hearth. It was already laden with several steaming platters. Everything smelled heavenly. But how did they expect me to eat at a time like this? To my surprise and aggravation, Draven sat with us at the table, as if we were a family. As if he was my mate. He poured tea for the girls and me. "Cream and sugar?" he asked us. The girls squealed in delight.
Lots of cream and sugar,
they said in unison. I frowned at the big bowl of sugar. "1 spoon for each of us," I said, cutting the girls a stern look. They pouted, but didn't argue. I thanked him when he added cream and sugar to my tea. Then I drummed my nails on the edge of the saucer. "I'm worried he's still not waking." He nodded while scooping ham and eggs onto our plates. "The healer should be here by tonight, tomorrow at the latest." I pushed the food around on my plate. Tomorrow is a long time. "He has skilled nurses with him until then." The servants propped open the double glass doors leading to the balcony, and I took a deep breath of fresh morning air. "Have you heard anything from Blaze?" I asked on an exhale. "No, it's too soon," he said while slathering butter and jam on 2 big crusts of bread. "He's smart and wickedly fast. I'm sure he's safe." The girls thanked him with broad smiles when he handed them each a piece of bread. My stomach churned with worry while he handed me a crust of bread with butter and jam and then scooped colorful fruit onto our plates. How did he expect us to eat all this food while his brother lay dying in my bed? "I thought you might like a tour of the gardens after breakfast," he said to us. The girls looked up from their food, giving me hopeful looks. I frowned, shaking my head. "Eat your food, girls." They went back to eating, shoveling food so fast into their mouths that half of it fell onto their laps or the floor. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I realized I needed to eat to keep up my strength. I stabbed a piece of egg with my fork, then let out a deep exhale, forcing myself to eat. "The fresh air would do you and the girls some good," Draven added. "We should probably stay with Nikos," I said as I absently chewed my food. I barely remembered the fragrant spices, the freshness of the eggs that tasted far better than anything from my parents' poor thin hens. Draven motioned to the 2 nurses who were smearing a thick paste over Nikos's wound. "He has 2 nurses taking very good care of him."
Can we play there?
Aurora asked him. "Of course," he said, his eyes lighting up with memories. "My brothers and I played in the gardens almost every day when we were growing up." He visibly swallowed while looking forlornly at Nikos. He turned back toward us with a smile, though his eyes shone with worry. "There's still a big swing hanging from the tree."
Oh!
Ember bounced around in her seat, causing her dolls to clunk to the floor. She gasped and crawled beneath the table to retrieve them.
May we go there, Auntie?
Aurora pleaded, batting her thick lashes and giving me the most pitiful smile. I cast one more forlorn gaze at Nikos. The nurses were giving him a gentle sponge bath. Perhaps I could give them a little time to take care of their patient without us staring at them. "Yes, for a short while," I finally relented. "If that's what you want."
It is! It is!
Aurora bounced around in her seat, accidentally dropping her dolls onto the floor. Or maybe it wasn't an accident. She crawled beneath the table with Ember, both girls giggling and taking way too long to retrieve their dolls. I heaved a sigh of resignation. I had no strength left in me to discipline them, and if Draven didn't like it, too bad. Draven pulled back the tablecloth and peered under the table.
Too bad you don't seem hungry. Cook made tarts for good girls who finish their breakfast.
Dolls forgotten, they both clambered back into their seats and ate their breakfast with amazing enthusiasm. I shot Draven a look, surprised to see no censure reflecting back at me. He shot me a wink while taking a long sip of tea. I shifted in my seat, an uncomfortable ache squeezing my chest. I wasn't used to this Draven. I didn't know how to respond when he wasn't being a dragon's ass. His flirtations while his brother was unconscious felt like a betrayal. I didn't want to be sitting here with him. I didn't want to go into the gardens. All I wanted was to crawl into Nikos's arms and beg him to wake.
Draven. I never loathed myself more than in this moment as I paced in front of Sharina's bedchamber, listening to her scold the girls while trying to get them to stand still for their hairbrushing. She didn't want to go to the garden with me, and I didn't blame her. She wanted to stay with Nikos, and I was wedging myself between them. But what else was I to do? His nurses had told me Sharina had prevented them from treating his wound. I wouldn't dare scold my fated mate when we were already on shaky ground. My only option was to distract her with a garden tour while the nurses did their job. I knew how critical it was that they kept the wound clear of infection. Sharina probably thought I was a selfish ass for pulling her away from him. Besides, maybe part of my motive was a selfish one. I had thought I could use this time to demonstrate that I knew how to be kind, that I cared about her and the children, and maybe apologize again if she'd let me. But I'd been a fool to think Sharina would feel anything but resentment and anger toward me. I'd lost my chance to mate with her, perhaps even severed the bond for good. I hadn't realized then this widening chasm in my chest would multiply tenfold at the thought of not only losing her, but at losing my baby brother. Still, I would plaster on a smile and force myself to appear strong. I couldn't succumb to the darkness, at least not in front of them. I could tell Sharina was already a fraction away from falling apart. I wouldn't add to her misery.
Sharina. I caught my reflection in the mirror just before we prepared to leave the bedchamber. The servants had found me a pretty gown of deep green that brought out the moss coloring in my eyes. Green wasn't my color, though. My sister had always preferred green to match her magic. I'd always felt more like a crimson witch, the color of flame like the fire in my veins that burned for my mates. Ember and Aurora wore pale blue and yellow dresses with lots of lace and ruffles to match the gowns on their dolls. They paraded and twirled so much in their new clothes they were starting to make my head spin. But they were happy that they had pretty dresses that didn't itch their legs, and that's all that mattered. The girls had it in their heads that the garden would have lots of sweet berries, so after the servants had found them matching baskets, we were ready to go. I checked on Nikos one last time, his watchful nurses standing behind me. I sensed they wanted me to go so they could squeeze out more pus and apply more stinky medicine without me driving them away. Fighting back tears, I pressed a gentle kiss to his lips as he laid as still as a corpse upon the bed. "Please wake, my love," I projected to him through thought, my heart sinking like a stone when he did not answer. It felt as if my voice was echoing in a canyon whenever I tried to send him a mental message. After heaving a heart-sick sigh, I grabbed my niece's hands, and we followed Draven down 2 flights of stairs and out a set of double doors onto what appeared to have been a hill pressed up against the castle. Or maybe the castle had been built into the hill. Shielding my eyes, I squinted into the morning sunlight, feeling like a ghoul who'd just awakened from a crypt. Why was it so bright? A mild breeze blew my hair off my shoulders and tickled the nape of my neck. The morning was warm enough that the girls didn't need cloaks, and cool enough that I was glad they wore thick stockings. I immediately retreated beneath the shade of a tree with low, flowering branches, my nieces following me like my little shadows. It was then I caught the smell of fragrant flowers. So sweet, like mint, lavender, and honey. Why hadn't I noticed the strong scents before? Maybe because I'd been so absorbed in my depressing thoughts about Nikos. His head smelled so much worse this morning, and I was starting to fear it wasn't the medicine at all, but the smell of infection and decay. Even outside in this fragrant garden, I could still smell it clinging to my skin and clothes and deep inside my nostrils. I feared that stench would haunt me for eternity. Aurora picked up a white flower petal off the ground, pressing it to her nose.
The flowers smell so sweet.
They do,
Draven said, smiling widely, his wings tucked behind him.
This was my mother's prized garden.
I stole a sideways glance at my mate's brother. He looked very much the lord of the manor, or perhaps a courtier at the queen's court, wearing a deep blue tunic with silver trim, matching leggings, and black shoes that reminded me of the ink in his wings or in his dark hair that was tied neatly back in a queue. I couldn't deny he was a handsome fae with those piercing eyes and broad shoulders, and I was certain ladies and lords would fall at his feet at court, if they hadn't already. The thought was like a rush of venom in my blood, though I shouldn't have cared who loved him when I certainly never would.
Oh, look at all the pretty flowers on the ground,
Aurora said eagerly as she and her sister began collecting petals and putting them in their baskets. I could feel the weight of Draven's stare on me while I followed the girls, so rather than acknowledge him, I looked out into the garden. I wondered how long it would take the girls to accidentally fall into the small pond in the center of the garden with the colorful fish, or how long before they tried to climb into one of the 3 stone fountains shooting water into the air. Luckily, they were focused on the flowers. For now. Aurora handed me a limp white flower, and I inhaled its honey-sweet fragrance, a welcome change to that putrid medicine.
The sorties are the most fragrant,
Draven said as he sidled up to me, that cautious look in his eyes as if he was cornering a wild animal.
They are known to have amorous effects when brewed.
Turning my back on him, I decided it best not to respond to his flirtations as I discarded the flower. My nieces had already found the swing hanging from a thick oak branch and were fighting over who got to sit on it first. I reached them in a few long strides. "Girls, you must share or no swing at all," I scolded. "Fine," Aurora relented, letting her sister take the swing.
Will you push us, Auntie?
Ember asked, her little legs dangling in the air. I tensed, turning at the sound of Draven's wings ruffling behind me.
"Why don't you girls take turns pushing each other while your auntie and I rest in the shade?"
He motioned toward a nearby tree. A blanket was spread out beneath it with a tray of drinks, fruit, and cheese. I gritted my teeth, repressing a curse. I didn't want fruit and cheese. I didn't even want to be in this cursed garden. I wanted to be with Nikos. Ember pouted.
Okay.
I have no idea why I let Draven lead me to the blanket. Maybe I was running from his familiar touch as his hand rested on the small of my back. I swore I could feel the burn from the flames in his blood.
"Are you comfortable?"
he asked as I sat down on the blanket. I turned up my nose, watching the girls while refusing to look at him. "I'm fine, thanks." He sat much too close to me, his wingtips tickling my arm.
"You were magnificent yesterday."
I pulled my arm into my lap, angling away from him. I did what needed to be done.
"You disabled an army of giants,"
he said, a note of awe in his voice.
"I've never seen a witch with your powers."
I snorted at that. "Wait until you meet my sister." He leaned back on his palms, his magnificent wings spread behind him like black sails.
"You are more powerful than her."
I glared at him. Did he truly think I'd be moved by false flattery? "She's a white witch." He visibly swallowed, the look of adoration in his eyes making my skin prickle with unease.
"Sharina, when you disabled the giants, I saw white magic encircling them."
I refrained from rolling my eyes. He had to be lying. "I'm not a white witch."
"I think you are. I heard you in my head."
I blinked at him. "What?"
Your siren voice. He sat up and tapped the side of his head. It projected into my head, even after I covered my ears. We are familiar with some of the trolls that inhabit the border. The bigger one with the misshapen head, he's deaf. All the trolls fell to their knees when you commanded them, including the deaf troll. He could have been following the others, I protested, though my voice lacked inflection. What if Draven was right? I remembered the troll with the misshapen head and the look of agony on his face as he shielded his ears. He was crying out and covering his ears. He leaned toward me, the intensity in his eyes nearly stealing the breath from my lungs. You projected your voice into his mind. Sharina, your mouth wasn't moving, but I still heard you. I clutched my throat. It wasn't moving? You don't remember? No, I was overcome by my magic. Fear rang in my words. What if Tari wasn't meant to kill Malvolia? What if it's me? His features hardened, and I feared I'd given Draven a reason to kill me. You aren't, he answered, a brittle edge to his words. How do you know? Or was he simply in denial? He leaned closer to me, so close my heart began to pound wildly, drowning out all other sounds. I was mesmerized by the warmth radiating off him and the tenderness in his eyes as he gently cupped my chin. You wouldn't do anything to hurt your mates, just like we won't kill your parents. Or your sister. I swallowed back a knot that had formed in my throat. Thank you. Why was I thanking him for not killing my sister, an innocent mother who was being controlled like a puppet on a string by others in power? And how could I so easily fall under his mesmerizing spell after all he'd done? You don't need to thank me. You're my fated mate, and I'm sorry for my behavior. My lashes involuntarily fluttered when he dragged his knuckles down the side of my face. I couldn't deny his touch felt nice, and for a moment I pretended he wasn't Draven, but Nikos, awake and well and ready to stand by my side, even with the threat of his queen looming over us. And when I felt his heat encompass me, his wings gently wrap around my shoulders, my eyes flew open, and I stared into his eyes, swirling with desire as his lips hovered dangerously close to mine. I shoved away from him and jumped to my feet with surprising alacrity. What behavior? I asked while pacing the grass beside the blanket. Your cruelty toward me after I stopped you from killing my parents? I leveled him with an accusatory glare. Maybe when you threatened to drop me, when you called me a liar, or when you abandoned us in a forest infested with giants. He stumbled to his feet, his wings drooping behind him. All of it. I have to be honest with you, Draven. Wrapping my arms around myself, I stared at the girls as they pushed each other on the swing. I'm not sure I can forgive you. I was heartbroken over my parents' betrayal, forced to flee with mages I didn't know while worrying over the safety of my nieces. I clutched my aching chest, feeling as if he'd struck it open with a mallet, exposing every layer of my insecurities, and I was once again that feared and mistrusted child whose parents watched, waiting for her to turn evil. The last thing I needed was your scorn. What can I do to show you how sorry I am? He stepped toward me, his hands reaching for something that I feared would always be out of reach. I took a big step back. I honestly don't think it matters. My shoulders fell with the admission. The damage has already been done, Draven. His jaw dropped, and he looked as if I'd plunged a dagger through his heart. Of all the moments for that stupid bond to rear its ugly head, it pulsed between us like a racing heartbeat, tempting me to let him sweep me into his arms and fly me to the heavens. But no, he didn't deserve my heart. He'd had the chance to hold it once, and he'd thrown it away. Our bond didn't seem to care as it thrummed harder and harder. Even though we stood across from each other, so near yet so far, a chasm of sorrow was wedged between us. I stood dangerously close to the precipice of that chasm. I had to get away before I fell in and drowned.
Auntie!
Aurora called, her legs violently swinging back and forth while she jerked around on the swing.
isn't pushing me high enough.
I refused to spare him another glance as I turned away. I'm coming, girls. That bond between us stretched thinner as I walked away, but it refused to break, reminding me that my heart would never be rid of him, no matter how hard I tried. Chapter 15. Nikos's wound smelled worse, and I was now convinced it was the infection, for his skin was feverish, more so than usual for a fire mage. I didn't understand why he wasn't showing any signs of healing when Fae were known for their ability to recover quickly from injuries. The nurses cleaned the wound, added more medicine, and changed the bandages every hour. I was truly starting to believe they were making him worse. After their last visit, I'd told them not to come back. They'd given me tight-lipped responses while sharing secret glances, and I knew they wouldn't listen, which meant I wouldn't be able to leave his room at all. So I remained in bed with him, stroking his heated skin, brushing his wet hair from his face, trying and failing to reach him through thought. Even more troubling was as Nikos's condition worsened, I could feel the strength of my magic slipping away, that siren inside me hiding in the shadows. The buzzing magic in my veins had receded to a slow trickle. It was then I realized how much my magic had come to depend on his love. If he died, I feared my magic would die with him. Then how would I protect the girls and Blaze? The girls played with their dolls by the hearth after taking a long nap with me. They'd been especially good today, quietly playing while casting me furtive looks as I fussed over Nikos. Draven had fortunately stayed away most of the day after our awkward encounter in the garden, but I knew I'd need to face him again soon. I cringed when a sharp rap came from the sitting room door. Speak of the demon. I knew it was him. I heard muffled footsteps in the sitting room before he poked his head inside the bedchamber.
Any improvements?
He asked as he walked over to the bed. No, I answered, watching as he checked beneath the bandage. Up until this point, Draven's concern for his brother had brought me a small measure of comfort, but the panic that flashed in his eyes as he looked at the wound was nearly enough to send my heart and soul plummeting into the abyss. His wings drooped as he sat on the bed, clasping his brother's hands. He let out a sound like a strangled sob and then quickly stood, turning his back to me and crossing over to the balcony, but not before I saw the tears welling in his eyes. He clutched the banister, his spine rigid as he stared up at the midday sun, and I felt his despair deep in my soul. Though I mourned for Nikos too, this was a different pain, for I'd felt this sorrow once before. The night my parents had told me Shiri had been mauled by a bear.
Auntie, I'm bored.
I hadn't even noticed Aurora approach the bed. I swiped tears from my eyes. I'm sorry, girls. We can't leave Uncle Nikos. Shoulders sagging, she dragged her feet back toward her sister, plopping on the floor with a sigh. Draven cleared his throat as he walked back into the room, his hands and wings tucked behind his back.
Sharina, if you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like you to meet someone who could help you with the girls.
He crossed to the bed and held a hand down to me. I recoiled away from him. I don't need help. He grimaced, his gaze drifting to his brother.
You do, especially if...
He bit down on his lip, but I didn't need him to finish his sentence. I knew what he was going to say. Especially if Nikos passes away. Fool that I was, I took his hand and let him help me off the bed.
Come,
he said to the girls.
Let's go to your nursery for a moment.
The girls gasped and jumped up. Ember raced to my side, grabbing my free hand. Aurora, brave girl that she was, eagerly took Draven's other hand. For a moment, I thought oddly, we looked like a complete family. But no, Draven wasn't my mate, and we'd never be complete without Nikos. He walked us just a short distance down the hall to another set of double doors into a big room with 2 pretty canopy beds on one side and tables with bench seating and rows upon rows of dolls and other toys on the other. The girls let out excited squeals, running toward the toys and snatching them off shelves. A middle-aged woman clomped into the room, her hooves poking out from beneath her plain black dress, a long black veil pushed behind her rotating fawn ears as she smiled at us. The girls gasped, dropped their toys, and ran back to me. "It's okay," I murmured, wrapping protective arms around them. The satyr and Draven exchanged tender smiles before he escorted her toward us.
"Mrs. Euphemia," Draven said, nodding toward the girls and me. "These are the princesses Sharina, Aurora, and Ember. Mrs. Euphemia was our favorite nursemaid growing up. She was more than a nursemaid. She was like a mother to us."
The look he gave her wasn't just one of pride, but gratitude as well.
"She is kind, protective, and fair with discipline."
A nursemaid? The girls had me. They didn't need a nursemaid. Euphemia curtsied, which seemed rather formal considering the circumstances.
"Your Highnesses, it's an honor to meet all of you."
When her smile settled on the girls, they turned into me, burying their faces against my skirts. "Nice to meet you as well," I said, my words coming out harsher than I'd intended. "But I don't need any help with the girls." Draven ruffled his wings.
"Of course you do."
I shot him a scowl before turning back toward the nursemaid. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Euphemia, but I don't trust anyone else to watch them."
"No need to apologize," she said. "I understand. Lord Inferni has told me much about what you and the girls have been forced to endure."
"Mrs. Euphemia, if you would allow me."
Draven held out a hand, and Mrs. Euphemia took it. The girls and I gasped when he rolled up her sleeve, exposing angry red welts where her fawn fur should have been. Draven rolled her sleeve back down, shadows falling across his eyes.
"She got these scars the night our parents were killed. She ran into a burning tower to save Nikos and Blaze from a fire that ravaged the castle. If you think this is bad, know that the healers cured the worst of the wounds."
Mrs. Euphemia didn't say a word as she hung her head. Emotion clogged my throat. I'm sorry that happened."
"Me too."
She smiled and then wiped her watery eyes with the backs of her hands.
"But I'm grateful at least my boys survived."
Draven handed her a handkerchief, and she let out a heart-wrenching sob.
"Forgive me." She dabbed her eyes with the cloth. "I'm just so worried about Master Nikos."
"I understand," I said. "So am I." And then for some reason we gravitated toward each other, and she took me in her arms, holding me tight. I hadn't realized until that moment how much I needed a hug, but I practically melted into her, unable to stop the flow of tears. I was so afraid Nikos would die. I'd already lost so much. How could my heart survive losing him, too?
"It's okay, my dear," she soothed, rubbing my back. "Let it out. Let it all out."
And so I did. I held this woman, and she held me, and together we cried. Her hugs reminded me so much of my mother's hugs, of Tari's hugs, and even though I had only just met her, I felt as if I'd known her my entire life.
"Why is Auntie crying?"
I pulled back at Aurora's question. Ugh, the girls. How had I forgotten about them? I thanked Draven when he handed me a handkerchief, and I wondered if he had an unlimited supply of them. I dried my tears and even blew my nose into the fine fabric. I hoped he wasn't expecting to get it back. Draven cleared his throat, his features as hard as iron, though his eyes shone like two iridescent pools.
"As you can see, the nursery isn't far from your bedchamber. Mrs. Euphemia is an excellent reading and music tutor as well."
I didn't know what to say to that, though maybe he was right. The children did need to learn how to read, and music lessons would be a dream. My parents couldn't afford to buy us instruments, so we'd used the only ones we had. Our voices. I'd always wanted to learn how to play the flute or the harp. How fortunate the girls would be if they learned how to play musical instruments. And Mrs. Euphemia certainly was kind. I knew she would be a patient and loving nursemaid. Aurora pointed down at Mrs. Euphemia's feet.
You have furry legs like Cook.
She dabbed her wet eyes while smiling down at her. That's because he's my brother. Ember tugged on Mrs. Euphemia's skirts.
Have you had his tarts?
Oh, yes. She knelt beside the girls until she was eye level with them. They are the best. A secret family recipe passed down from our great-great-grandfather. The girls shared excited looks, and I could tell they were mentally speaking.
They're our favorite food in the whole world,
Aurora finally said while moving closer, pressing against the nursemaid's knee. Mine, too. Mrs. Euphemia squeezed their hands, her eyes lighting with mirth. I love the cherry and the spinach ones. What about you? The girls shared confused looks.
I don't know.
Ember shrugged.
We didn't know there were other flavors,
Aurora added. Oh, he makes all kinds. Mrs. Euphemia tenderly brushed their hair behind their ears, a sweet gesture I found myself doing often enough. We will have to ask him to make a variety for lunch. Both girls pressed up against her knees, leaning on her as if they were the best of friends.
Auntie?
Ember asked as she blinked up at me.
May we stay with Mrs. Euphemia?
My breath hitched at the thought of leaving them.
Then you can focus on Nikos and maybe get a little rest,
Draven said to me before I could answer. All right, I finally relented, forcing out the words before I changed my mind. Aurora, I said to my niece, giving her a knowing look. You know to come back to my room if you and your sister are frightened. She eagerly nodded.
Yes, Auntie.
I hugged them both until they complained that I was crushing them and squirmed out of my embrace. And before I knew what was happening, Draven was escorting me back to my room. I chewed my bottom lip, worried he would follow me into my bedchamber and try again to court me. I was feeling way too vulnerable to be alone with him, my emotions muddled, my heart crushed beneath the weight of my sorrow and fears. I tensed when he followed me into the sitting room adjoining my bedchamber. When the door clicked shut behind him, I turned on him with a snarl. If this was a ploy to get me alone, it wasn't. He held up his hands, his back pressed up against the door, his expression unreadable except for a strange gleam in his eyes.
I just wanted you to know if you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask.
I motioned through the sitting room's open doors toward Nikos sleeping as still as a corpse in my bed. I have all I need, thank you. And with that, I held my breath while walking toward Nikos, fearing if I dared to breathe, I would fall apart before I reached him. The door clicked shut, and I was left alone with my injured mate and my dark thoughts. I crawled into bed, laid my head on his warm chest, and cried myself to sleep.
Auntie!
I woke with a start as the girls climbed across the bed, their dresses crinkling with the movement. I blinked up at Ember as she straddled my chest, clutching my shoulders.
It's time for tea. Come see all our new dolls.
Groaning, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. Oh, what? I grunted when Aurora sat on my stomach.
Mrs. Euphemia said we can eat in our nursery, and we get tea and spinach and cherry tarts.
Brows crossing, Ember scowled at her sister.
We only get the cherry tarts if we eat the spinach ones. Will you come with us?
Aurora pleaded. Hang on. I let out a blubbery breath and gently pushed the girls off me. That's when the smell from Nikos's wound hit me like a frying pan to the head. I pressed a hand to his heated chest, then pulled back with a start. His skin was on fire. I gasped when two sets of stony eyes blinked down at me. The nurses were here. Fresh bandages in their arms and a bowl of that awful ointment was on the table beside the bed.
I swore the cure was worse than the injury.
"We will alert you if there are any changes, Your Highness," one of the nurses said, her lips pinched in a stern scowl.
"Thank you," I mumbled, scooting to the other side of the bed. "Where is Lord Draven?" I asked them.
"Up on the battlements with his men,"
the other nurse answered. I see. I took the girls' hands, helping them off the bed. I would send for Draven and insist on new nurses and a new poultice. This one clearly wasn't working. After freshening up, I lingered near the bed one last time, eyes narrowed as I watched the nurses clean and treat his wound again. They worked with stiff movements while stealing stealthy glances in my direction. I was convinced they had no idea what they were doing. I opened the door and hailed a passing servant, a young woman with pale skin and a long nose. "Please send for Lord Draven," I said loud enough for the nurses to hear. "I wish to speak to him about Master Nikos's current treatment." The woman curtsied and hurried away.
"Are you coming with us, Auntie?"
I looked into Aurora's pleading eyes, hating to refuse her, but I shook my head before warily eyeing the nurses. "I don't want to leave Nikos." The door swung open and Mrs. Euphemia stood on the other side, her fawn ears rotating.
"I'll sit with him, Your Highness," she said as she curtsied, offering me a warm smile. "I have already alerted the servants the young princesses are ready for tea."
"Thank you, Mrs. Euphemia." I heaved a sigh of relief before turning toward the nurses with a scowl. "You're dismissed." Their mouths dropped open as they shared secretive looks.
"But we haven't added the poultice,"
one of them said. "We'll do it." I waved them away. "You're dismissed." They brushed past me, their faces twisted, their noses turned up. It was then I decided they weren't treating Nikos any longer, and not just because they were rude. No, I got a bad feeling about them. I couldn't describe it, but I couldn't shake the fear they were making Nikos worse. I went to him, resting my hand on his cheek. "The poultice isn't working." I pulled my hand back, shaking it off as if it was on fire. "He's burning up with fever."
"It's normal for Ravini mages to turn feverish when they're unwell," Mrs. Euphemia said as she placed a hand against his forehead. "It's part of the healing process."
Her nose wrinkled as she sniffed the air. Did she smell something off, too, other than the rotten stench of infection? I chewed my bottom lip, casting Nikos another worried glance. I didn't remember my father turning feverish during sickness. Then again, I never remembered my father being sick. "Do you know about poultices?" I asked her.
"I do."
She picked up the wooden bowl with the poultice, sniffing it and then arching away with a scowl.
"My husband taught me about many herbals. He was especially fond of the plants that grew in the dark forests."
I wanted to ask her what happened to her husband, but thought better of it. Considering that she wore all black, I assumed her husband had died. "Doesn't the poultice smell off?" I asked her, nervously toying with my fingers. She scowled down at the bowl.
"Something does smell different. If you'd like, I shall take some of the poultice back to my study and examine the contents."
"I would like that very much," I said, feeling some of the tension that had wrapped around my spine loosen just a fraction. "Thank you. Don't put the poultice on him yet? Not until after you examine it?"
"Yes, Your Highness," she answered while checking the wound beneath his bandage. "I'm going to clean the old poultice out of the wound and redress it."
"That sounds like an excellent idea," I said, feeling confident for the first time that Nikos was under good care.
"Come on, Auntie!"
Aurora tugged at my skirts while pinching her nose.
"It stinks in here."
"Go with the girls," Mrs. Euphemia said to me, her eyes warm with concern. "I won't leave his side."
"Thank you." I heaved a relieved sigh before letting the girls lead me away.
"Don't you love our nursery?"
Aurora asked as the girls led me back to their room.
"Isn't it big?"
Ember added. I looked around the nursery once more. Some of the toys on the shelves had shifted, and I noticed several of the dolls had been moved to one of the beds, or else were sitting on the low chairs at the long table in the center of the room.
Look at our bed, Auntie!
Aurora squealed, flying on top of the bed as if she had wings. It took me a moment to realize she'd teleported there. Ember scooted a stool toward the bed and grunted as she climbed up and crawled next to her sister.
Mrs. Euphemia says we may sleep here tonight.
Ember pointed to the other canopy bed across from hers.
And she will sleep in that bed.
I lowered myself onto a rocking chair, wincing when a toy squeaked beneath me. I pulled out a soft little stuffed rabbit with buttons for eyes. You don't want to sleep with me? I asked, doing my best to keep the tremors from my voice. How was I supposed to sleep with them in another room? I wouldn't be able to protect them if the castle was attacked. The girls shared a long look before Aurora turned to me, her brow creased.
It smells in your bed. And look at our pretty bed,
Ember added, smoothing her hand across the pink satin blanket.
It's smooth, just like our new dresses.
I swallowed at that, averting my gaze. They were growing up and didn't need me treating them like babies anymore. But I couldn't help but worry.
Look at all these books with color pictures.
I gave a start when Aurora appeared behind me, a book in her hands. Ember grunted again while climbing down from the bed.
Mrs. Euphemia is going to teach us how to read them,
she said as she joined her sister. Aurora turned the page, revealing a family of smiling dragons blowing puffballs of smoke while frolicking in the clouds. I doubted any dragon families were truly so congenial. My parents had told me dragons were known for their quick tempers and sullen natures. Aurora leaned against me, resting her elbows on my leg.
She says we don't have to do lessons until we're settled.
Ember thrust a doll with shimmery white hair and a deep blue satin dress into my lap.
Do you like our dolls?
Yes, I answered, gently stroking her face. They are very pretty, but not as pretty as you girls. Both girls giggled and climbed into my lap. I held them to my chest, cherishing our moment together. There were times like this I never wanted them to grow up. I wanted them to stay little forever, so I would always be able to keep them close. 2 servants entered the room, pushing a cart with steaming tea and fragrant-smelling pastries. After they laid out the spread on the table, I instructed them to take some food to Mrs. Euphemia. They obediently nodded and slipped out of the room. I let the girls take my hands and lead me to the table. The servants had left a steaming pearl-colored carafe with yellow and blue flowers and a 2-tiered tray of tarts, savory on the bottom and sweet on the top. The children instructed me where to sit, at the head of the table, in a chair that was much too small and much too low to the ground, but I didn't complain.
Kylar and Isabeau are going to take tea with us, if that's okay,
Ember said, pointing to a stuffed wolf and a doll with dark hair and tight ringlets at the other end of the table. Kylar and Isabeau? Why did those names sound familiar? Then I suddenly remembered. Kylar, I asked Ember as I poured each of us tea. That was your other wolf Papo's name.
I know.
She sat in a chair next to me, her legs swinging back and forth.
He told me.
I nearly spilled the tea. Is he here now?
He's always with me, Auntie.
She scooped up a spoonful of sugar, spilling half of it onto the table before the spoon made it to her tea.
He's one of my friends.
And Isabeau, too? I asked as I looked around the room for any sign of the old wolf's spirit.
Yes, my other auntie,
she said as she attempted to pour the cream.
Though she's not big like you.
I regained enough of my senses to help her steady the saucer and pour enough into her cup that it didn't spill over. I remembered Tari telling me her mates had a little sister. Isabeau? I repeated the name in my head. Yes, that was her name, wasn't it? Elements. How had I not realized her friends were her actual dead relations? Ember giggled while taking a sip of her tea.
They think it's funny I named our dolls after them.
Oh. Despite the wild pounding of my heart, I tried to sound unaffected while helping Aurora pour cream and sugar into her tea. What else did they say?
May I have more sugar, Auntie?
Aurora asked. No, dear, I answered firmly when she pouted. 1 spoonful is enough. I used tongs to give each of us a savory-smelling tart with swirls of green leaves.
They said you're right not to trust the nurses.
I accidentally dropped the tongs. They hit the porcelain dish with a clank. Did they? I smoothed my trembling hands down my skirts. Did they say why? Aurora pointed her spoon at me.
Your cheeks are turning red, Auntie.
Eat your spinach tart, dearest. I forced a smile, nodding toward the pretty tarts with red centers at the top of the tray. And then you can have a sweet one.
They can see their darkness,
Ember answered. All moisture evaporated from my mouth. I had to force myself to take several gulps of tea. What darkness? I finally asked after I set the cup back down with trembling hands.
I don't know.
She shrugged while biting into her tart.
I don't always understand them.
I wondered what else these ghosts knew. I contemplated telling Draven, but would he believe us, or would he think we'd gone insane? And would he judge Ember harshly for her abilities? Mediums were usually ostracized in the Fae world, even by other witches. I wouldn't subject my niece to his scorn, too. As soon as Blaze arrived, I'd tell him. I prayed he'd return to me soon. I swallowed back a lump of emotion while trying to quell my trembling limbs. Tell them I said thank you, I said to Ember. She laughed.
They can hear you, Auntie.
Oh. I shot up straight, the tiny chair's unforgiving wood digging into my spine. What other friends do you have with you? Namely, were my mate's parents here, and could they tell her who murdered them?
I don't know their names yet,
she said, her legs swinging beneath her as she nibbled her tart.
They're shy, but they said to keep the nurses away from Nikos.
I certainly will. Dread poured through my veins like poison leaching into my soul. What had those nurses done to him? After I finished tea with the girls, I was determined to force it out of them. I eyed my niece while taking a sip of tea. Did you just meet these new friends? She nodded. I see. I did my best to infuse a note of neutrality into my voice. I couldn't let her know I was agitated. Are they from this castle?
Yes.
Elements. It might be Lord and Lady Inferni. Would they tell us who killed them? Would I want to know? Will you tell me when you learn their names? I asked her sweetly, pretending as if we were talking about something as mundane as the weather.
Okay.
She heaved a dramatic sigh.
I'm tired of talking about my friends. Me too,
Aurora blurted.
You haven't even seen all our new books.
I rubbed their backs, forcing a smile. After tea, I said, I can't wait to see them. I was rewarded with broad smiles, a balm to my troubled heart, for very soon I feared we'd have the answers we sought, and the answers we dreaded. What if my parents had somehow been the killers? Or worse, what if it was Malvolia? Would my newly forged bond with my mates be able to withstand the brutal aftermath of such a discovery? For if Malvolia had killed my mate's parents in an attempt to frame my parents, I feared that I would become the White Witch in her prophecy, and I wouldn't rest until I had the Sorceress Queen's blackened heart on a platter. Draven. I stood outside Sharina's bedchamber, my hand poised above the door, summoning the nerve to knock. What a coward I'd been reduced to. She'd summoned me, after all. Besides, I was lord of the manor, and I didn't need permission to visit my fated mate.
I couldn't get the image of Sharina crying in Euphemia's arms from my mind. It should have been me holding her, comforting her, but no. I'd ruined my chances with her, possibly forever. And now my baby brother was near death after I'd abandoned my mate and brothers. All this could have been avoided had I stayed with them. I would have recognized the danger and ordered them to fly around the trolls. It was taking every last scrap of willpower for me to hold myself together, to be the lord of the manor my people needed when all I wanted to do was clip my wings and hurl myself from the tallest tower. Heaving a trembling breath, I finally knocked on the door, tensing while waiting to push it open. I knew Sharina wouldn't beckon me to come inside. She'd already made it clear she wanted me nowhere near her, but I couldn't stay away. That pull between us beckoned me like a siren calling a ship to shore. I finally pushed open the door, my heart plummeting when she sat up and looked at me, disappointment reflecting in her eyes. I knew she was hoping I'd been Blaze. "How is he?" I asked as I went to their bedside. The smell coming from my brother's wound was unbearable. I had no idea how Sharina could stand it. I noticed bowls of lavender petals everywhere. Lavender petals were even scattered across the bed. It didn't mask the putrid stench, though. That wound had festered, looking like a fist growing out of the top of my brother's head. "Not as feverish as before," she said as she mopped his brow with a wet cloth, tenderly dabbing at the wound. "I summoned the nurses for questioning, but the servants report their bedchamber is empty." Shadows fell across her features. "Did you know they were leaving?" Alarm sirens went off in my head. No. Why would they leave, and where would they go? She climbed from the bed and stood in front of me. Her skin had a damp sheen, her wet hair tied back behind her, and she smelled of lavender and honey. I clenched my fists until my nails broke skin. How badly I wanted to reach for her and trail kisses across her smooth neck, devouring her nectar. "Draven," she said, biting her lip and twisting the hem of her robe. "I know you think they were good nurses, but Mrs. Euphemia is examining the contents of the poultice. She agrees with me that something seems off." I swallowed at that. "What do you think it could be?" "I don't know, but if they return, they will not treat him again, and I will be allowed to question them using my siren voice." She dragged a hand through her hair, her gaze wandering toward my brother, lying far too still in her bed. "I will not budge on this. Understood?" I nodded my agreement. How could I not? "Excuse me," I said as I strode out to the balcony. I flew up to the battlements, giving a guard lieutenant explicit instructions to immediately organize a search party. These nurses would be found and interrogated. Surely there had to have been a misunderstanding. Why would they want to harm my brother? I returned to Sharina's balcony, not surprised to see her standing by the railing. She'd wrapped a blanket around her narrow shoulders, moonlight painting her skin in an ethereal glow as she watched the western skies, her eyes shining with longing. How I wished she longed for me in the same way she pined for my brothers. She didn't move or bother to spare me a glance as I landed beside her. Her hair was plastered to her face, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Even worse were her concaved cheeks. She'd appeared a little thin when we'd first found her, but now she looked like she was wasting away. I cleared my throat, summoning the nerve to speak. "I've sent a party in search of the nurses." "Thank you," she answered, her gaze still focused on the sky. "You don't need to thank me, Sharina." I dug my fingers into the banister, a deep chasm widening in my chest. I'd trusted those nurses to heal my brother, and instead they might have made him worse. What kind of a lord was I that I couldn't keep my own brother safe within my castle walls? "I'm sorry I trusted those nurses." Shame flushed my cheeks as the words came out on a rasp. "Is that all you had to tell me?" she asked, her voice slightly cracking. She wanted me to go, leave her alone so she could dream of my brothers in peace. No. I pushed off from the banister, unable to tear my gaze from the long column of her neck, the tilt of her chin, her luscious, full lips. The servants told me you hardly touched your supper. She gave me a side-eyed glare. As if I could eat. You must keep up your strength. I took a chance and moved closer, the lavender smell on her skin awakening the fire in my veins. Sharina, forgive me, but you're wasting away. She looked at me as if I'd kicked a puppy.
You expect me to eat when my mate isn't waking?
I forced myself to look away from the hatred reflecting in her eyes. You think it's not tearing me up that my baby brother might die? She threw up her hands, crossing to the other side of the balcony.
What do you expect from me?
Fool that I was, I followed her retreat. You don't have to take all this burden on your shoulders. You can lean on me, too. Averting her gaze, she wrapped her arms around herself, looking too small and vulnerable for a powerful white witch.
You're doing enough by providing us food and shelter.
I took a chance and grasped her shoulders, desperately searching her face for any sign at all that she would acknowledge our bond. I want to take care of you, protect you. My heart shattered when she jerked away and swiped tears from her eyes. Sharina, I pleaded, my voice breaking. Will you ever be able to forgive me? She turned up her chin, the defiance in her eyes making her even more beautiful.
I don't trust you not to hurt me or the girls again.
I heaved a weary sigh. I was consumed by rage. I won't let that happen again.
When do you think Blaze will return?
She asked as she turned away, indicating she was done with that conversation. I heaved a groan of defeat. I'd ruined my chance. She didn't want me, and I didn't think she'd ever want me. With any luck, he should return tonight. Tomorrow at the latest.
I hope so.
She walked toward the doors leading to her bedchamber and stopped, her spine stiffening.
I need to get to sleep.
Good night, Sharina. I couldn't hide the longing in my voice if I tried. She clutched the side of the door, her knuckles whitening.
Good night, Draven.
I wouldn't mind if you called me Dre, I called at her back, feeling like a fool when she didn't answer as she continued into her bedchamber. Clenching my fists, I repressed a curse, fighting the urge to chase her and throw myself at her feet. But then I spun around at the sound of wings beating overhead. One of my lieutenants landed, his wings draped behind him as he bowed low.
My lord.
Yes, I snapped, knowing it was wrong to take out my frustrations on him.
The Green Witch has arrived,
he answered, warily eyeing me as if I would set him on fire.
She said she needs a moment to rest.
There's no time. I motioned toward the bedchamber. Bring her here straight away.
Yes, my lord.
He bowed, then shot into the sky.
Do you think she'll be able to heal him?
The breath was knocked out of my lungs when I saw Sharina standing in the doorway, the gossamer curtains billowing around her, moonlight setting her skin aglow. She was a goddess. I swallowed back my longing, wishing so badly I could take her in my arms. I took a step toward her. She's the strongest green witch in Delphi.
I didn't know that.
Her eyes filled with tears.
Thank the elements.
She took me by surprise when she lunged for me and hugged me. I stood as stiff as a board, fearing if I hugged her back, I'd never let her go. She pulled away much too soon, her face and neck flushing before she disappeared into her bedchamber again, her light footsteps echoing across the floor like a whisper in the wind. I stared after her, wondering if that wisp of a witch knew how hard I'd fallen for her.
Chapter 16. Sharina. I paced the balcony for what seemed like hours while the Green Witch worked on Nikos. Night had long fallen, and it was especially cold tonight. I wore only a blanket wrapped around a thin nightgown, but I dared not go inside and disturb the witch's progress. Fortunately, Draven had lit a fire in a beautiful stone pit in the middle of the balcony. I took a seat on a comfortable chair by the pit, rubbing my hands together for warmth whenever I got too cold. Draven had stayed with me the entire time, alternating between sitting by the fire and checking the skies for any signs of Blaze, his quiet, calm presence oddly comforting. I turned my gaze toward the closed double doors. It was so quiet inside my bedchamber, I was starting to worry if the witch had fallen asleep. Or maybe she'd escaped to alert Malvolia I was here. Draven had said the Green Witch had sworn to secrecy, but her oath meant nothing to me, not after I'd been tricked and betrayed by my own parents. "What's taking so long?" I finally asked Draven. "Tari could have healed Nikos in minutes."
"Tari is a white witch,"
Draven answered as he slowly stood, stretching his wings, his soothing tone similar to the one I used on the girls when they were upset.
"Most green witches take days to heal something this severe."
Chewing my bottom lip, I squinted at the glass doors, trying to see any movement inside through the sheer curtains.
"What happens if she can't heal him?" "She'll heal him."
He crossed his arms, his wings falling around his shoulders.
"She once healed one of my guards who was in worse condition."
That brought me a small measure of comfort. I looked away from him, thinking of how much I wished I had his wings to keep me warm.
"I hope you're right." "Have faith, Sharina," he said as he crossed over to me, taking my hands in his. "The elements didn't bring you together to tear you apart."
"You're right." Swallowing, I looked down at our joined hands. He was so warm, I didn't want him to let me go. But he wasn't my mate. Not my bonded mate, anyway. "Thank you," I whispered. He moved closer, his warmth enveloping me, his wingtips tickling my arms.
"I'd do anything for you, Sharina."
He squeezed my hands, fire from his touch infusing into me.
"Your hands are like ice. If you want, I could warm you."
I swallowed at that as I got lost in the swirls of fire in his dark eyes. How badly I wanted him to take me in his arms. I needed someone to hold me and calm my fears.
"Cheery,"
I gasped, pulling away from Draven as I looked up at the sky. An army of Ravini mages flew toward us in a V formation, moonlight striking their silhouettes and setting white flame to their wings. One of them broke from the formation, flying as fast as a falling star, straight toward me. "Blaze!" I cried, jumping up and down. "Look there! Blaze is back!" He was flying at me so fast I feared we'd collide, but he pulled up moments before striking the banister. He gracefully hopped over it and landed beside me, sweeping me into his arms. I buried my hands in his thick hair, melting in his warm embrace as he kissed me. I moaned into his mouth, deepening the kiss. He grasped my thighs and hoisted me against him. I wrapped my legs around his waist, laughing as we fell into a chair. He tasted like sweet mint and smelled of a heavenly blend of sulfur and sage. If I wasn't so upset over Nikos, I'd demand Blaze fly me to his bedchamber and make passionate love to me. If we didn't get hold of our desire, that's exactly what we would do. But no, first we had to make sure Nikos would be okay. What was taking that witch so long? "I've missed you so much," I said to him through thought, going boneless in his arms as he trailed kisses across my jawline. Words couldn't express my relief that he was safe and here with me. Somehow, I knew everything would be better now. Nikos would heal, and my strength would return. It was already returning. Magic flowed through my veins like swelling rivers with each of Blaze's tender kisses. He took my hands in his, brushing kisses across my knuckles, his eyes alight with fire. "You have no idea how much I've missed you." His voice echoed in my mind. How I loved having this thought connection with him. "No more trouble from the giants?" I shook my head. "They haven't returned." "That's because my witchmate has amazing siren powers." He flashed a wide smile, pride reflecting in his eyes. I wondered if he'd also seen my white magic, though I was too afraid to ask. What if I was the White Witch destined to kill his queen? Draping my arms around his neck, I pressed my forehead to his. "What took you so long?" "I'm sorry, my love." His wings wrapped me in a cocoon as he rubbed warmth into my arms, his masculine heat setting fire to my veins. "My companions can't fly as fast as me, and I had to rest my wings. How is Nikos?" "I don't know." I cupped his chin, rough with new beard growth. "The Green Witch is with him. I have every confidence she will heal him." His wingtips gently caressed my back. "The girls?" "Fine," I answered through thought. "They're with Mrs. Euphemia." At least the nursemaid was more trustworthy than the nurses. "Oh." His eyes lit up with mirth. "She was our favorite nursemaid." "That's what your brother said." My stomach roiled just at the mention of Draven, at how I'd come close to letting my guard down with him after all the horrible things he'd done. Blaze's voice in my head dropped to a low rumble. "Has he treated you well?" "Yes." Too well, if truth be told, causing my heart to get caught up in a cyclone of conflicted emotions. But I didn't want to tell Blaze that. "Good." Blaze's laughter echoed in my mind. "Maybe he's finally come to his senses." Maybe, I thought to myself, but that didn't mean I would bond with him. We both turned around at the sound of Draven loudly clearing his throat. I let out a little noise of protest when Blaze extricated himself from our loving cocoon. "I'll return to you momentarily, my love. Then maybe we can continue our reunion in my bedchamber," Blaze said, his eyes sparkling with desire. Tremors coursed through me at the thought as moisture pooled between my thighs. I let out a groan of frustration when he released me. He went to Draven, clapping him on the back. "Brother, thank you for watching after Sharina and the girls." "Of course." Agitation flashed in Draven's eyes, and I got the feeling he was tired of people thanking him for doing his duty. His smile appeared plastered to his face as he clasped Blaze's shoulder. "I'm glad you're back." "Me too." Blaze winked at me, his desire thrumming between us like a living thing, and I flushed all the way down to my toes. I tensed when the doors finally opened and a male servant, who looked mostly human except for slightly tapered ears, bowed before us. "My lords," he bowed even lower when he faced me. "Your Highness, the Green Witch wishes to speak to you." I didn't wait to be told twice. I grabbed Blaze's hand and we ran into the room. I could hear the beating of Draven's wings as he followed closely behind. The rancid smell hit me like a brick to the head. Blaze cursed. "Elements, the smell." My heart caught in my throat when a young woman with auburn hair plastered to her face and dark circles under her eyes frowned up at us. "Well?" Draven asked gruffly. "How is our brother?" She barely stood, leaning against the bed while making an awkward curtsy. "My lord, I've been trying for hours, and he's not made the slightest improvement. In fact, I believe he's worse." My knees buckled, and I would have hit the floor hadn't Blaze caught me. He lowered me to a chair beside the bed, and I sat there gaping at Nikos, who laid there too eerily still, as if his soul was about to pass from his body. What are you saying?" Draven stammered. "I'm saying he can't be saved." The witch hung her head. "I'm very sorry." He can't be saved. He can't be saved. No, I refused to believe it. I stood on trembling legs, propelled toward the edge of the bed as if I was a puppet being pulled on a string. I felt a strange sense of detachment from my body, and I was looking through someone else's eyes down at my dying mate. He wasn't moving. He didn't appear to even be breathing. No, no, no! Rage took hold of me, burning through my veins like 1,000 flaming suns. I threw out my hands, magic spilling from my fingertips.
Everyone out.
Shiri.
Blaze's reprimand echoed in my skull. Out! I hollered, my siren voice reverberating like a gong. Everyone scattered like they were being chased by the flames of hell. Chest heaving and my heart pounding in my ears, I glared down at my mate. Nikos wasn't going to die, because I wasn't going to let him die. I straddled his waist, hands pressed against his chest. Listen to me, Nikos. My siren voice echoed all around us, though I didn't feel my mouth move. You will not die. Do you understand me? I pounded his chest as magic poured from my fingers. You will not die. You will find a way to heal yourself and come back to me. I cried out, rolling off him when his body suddenly went up in flames like a corpse on a funeral pyre. What had I done? I flung myself back on top of him, desperate to put out the flames with my own body, not caring if the fire consumed me too, only to be startled as a cool wind tickled my face and arms. I sat up, pressing my palms against his chest while watching the beautiful teal flames encompass him. And then I remembered the time he'd used similar flames to heal Aurora's arm. Holy elements! The fire was healing him! Blaze. I paced the hall, listening for any sounds coming from inside the bedchamber. What had Sharina hoped to accomplish by throwing us out? And why? He was my brother. She was my mate. I should have been there with them. I understood why she was upset, but I was beyond frustrated that she'd pushed me away. Draven just stood there, leaning against the wall, the overhead candlelight casting shadows across his features, his wings wrapped tightly around his shoulders. Why was he being so calm when our brother was moments away from taking his last breath?
Uncle Blaze!
I stumbled back when the girls suddenly appeared before me, launching themselves against my legs. I hoisted them up against my chest, and they clung to my neck. Even though I feared there was no hope for my injured brother, I was so relieved the children were safe. I had no doubt they'd been spared because Nikos had shielded them. Girls, what are you doing here? They smelled like fresh rosewater, and they were clean, their cheeks flushed. Their faces even looked fuller. What a difference a few days at Abyssus had made for them. I wish I could have said the same for Sharina. She looked ill, her face gaunt, and I feared I wasn't just going to lose my brother, but my mate, too. Ember laid her head against my chest.
We can't sleep.
Aurora looked at me with watery eyes.
We're sad about Uncle Nikos.
Had someone told them he was dying? I knelt down, pressing my wings against the wall and balancing them both on one knee. We are too. Ember's lower lip hung down in a pout as a solitary tear slipped down her cheek.
My friend said he might join them.
My veins solidified with dread as I gave Dre a helpless look. Her friends? Dre asked. I'll explain later, I answered. Nikos had told me Ember was a spirit talker, but I wasn't ready to acknowledge her otherworldly friends could be right. He pushed off from the wall, his face falling and despair reflecting in his eyes. Then he knelt beside me, grasping the girl's hands. How about we bug Cook for some warm milk and biscuits? Both girls nodded, and Ember surprised me by holding her arms out to Dre. He took her in his arms, and I held Aurora. We jumped on top of the railing and soared down to the lower level, landing in the great hall before making our way to the dining room. We set the girls on the table, and they held hands while their little legs swung back and forth.
Is Uncle Nikos going to die?
Aurora asked us. Not if I can help it. Dre cupped her cheek, his gaze softening. I will summon better healers. I didn't want to argue with my brother now, but there were no better healers in Delphi. I'd no idea Dre had formed an attachment with the children. The soft side of him was unexpected. Did this mean he'd finally accepted Shiri as his mate? Ember wiped her eyes with the back of her hand.
Our mommy could heal him.
I know she could, I said, my heart feeling like a ship tossed about in a gale. But she's too far away. If only she was here, I would forsake my allegiance to Malvolia just to save him. Both girls hung their heads. Dre surprised me again when he carried them to a bench, rubbing their backs while they cried in his arms. I summoned a servant to bring biscuits and warm milk for everyone. I'd barely eaten these past few days, but I didn't think I could stomach food right now. Dre and I sat there in silence, watching while the girls ate and drank their milk. He wiped crumbs from their mouths in a sweet fatherly gesture when they were finished. My brother certainly had softened toward them. I didn't smell him on Shiri or sense a bond between them. I worried Dre had ruined his chance to bond with her. It would serve him right after the way he'd treated her, but it would only make it harder on me, for now I would be Shireena's only mate, tasked to protect her and the children without help. A loud clomping echoed from outside the hall, and then the doors were thrown open. Mrs. Euphemia stood in the doorway, a white lace nightcap on her head, her long pale gown laced all the way up to her throat. "Girls!" She threw up her hands and stomped toward us. "I woke up and you were gone. You scared me out of my wits." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Euphemia." Dre stood between Mrs. Euphemia and the girls. "We should have told you the girls joined us for a late-night snack." Mrs. Euphemia gave Dre and me stern yet tender looks, and suddenly I was a child again, transported back to the nursery. I had always loved Mrs. Euphemia above all our other nursemaids. She wasn't as strict as our other nursemaids, but she always knew how to make us listen. She wagged a finger at Dre and then at me. "You both should be abed, too." She smiled warmly at me, her hands clasped in front of her. "Master Blaze, it's good to have you back." I thanked her with a brief bow. "It's good to be back." Mrs. Euphemia looked from Dre to me. "Any news about Master Nikos?" "No, not yet," Dre cut in before I could speak. I shot my brother a look. I didn't blame him for lying. That meant he wasn't giving up on Nikos. Neither was I. "Well, I'm sure he'll be just fine." She gave us both a knowing look. I'd forgotten Mrs. Euphemia always sensed when we were lying. She nodded toward the girls, who walked up to her and grasped her hands. "Shall I take them to bed?" "Please," I cut in.
Aww.
Both girls whined. "You need to get your rest, sprites." I knelt beside them, patting their heads. "If you're good girls, we'll play a game of hide-and-seek tomorrow. Would you like that?" They jumped up and down.
We'd love it.
I slowly stood, watching while Mrs. Euphemia took them away. I was again grateful they were safe. It was then I realized how much those girls had grown on me in such a short period of time. I considered them as much my family as my brothers, and would have been heartbroken if anything had happened to them. I sent a silent prayer to the elements, thanking them for keeping the children safe. I stiffened when Dre cleared his throat behind me. As much as I wasn't looking forward to it, Dre and I had to have the inevitable discussion, namely what to do after Nikos passed. Malvolia would come calling soon, wondering why we never reported back to her after we'd been sent to kill Shiri's parents. We had to decide how best to protect Shiri and the girls. When I turned to him, the stricken look in his eyes took me by surprise. His nose was still slightly swollen from my blow to his face, though not as bad as before. Strange how that fight felt like a lifetime ago. "I'd like to thank you for beating sense into me." He released a long breath. "I'm sorry I let my rage get the best of me, and that it took me so long to see I'd been acting like a fool." I bridged the distance between us. Life was too short to hold on to grudges. The possibility of losing Nikos was teaching me that much. I grasped his shoulder, bending my head toward his. That means a lot, brother, but it's Shiri you need to apologize to. He heaved another sigh. I did already. I released him, stepping back. And? Dre slouched on top of the table, his wings draped behind him. She won't forgive me, and I don't blame her. Do you want me to talk to her? As much as I understood her reasoning, now was not the time for my family to be divided, especially not when I knew Malvolia and her army would soon be upon us. He shook his head. She needs you to support her right now, not advocate for your fool brother. I paced the floor, a whirlwind of worries weighing down on my shoulders. I don't know how I'm going to do all this without Nikos. Keep Shiri and the girls safe. It's only a matter of time before Malvolia finds out about them. You don't have to do this alone. Dre pushed off from the table, balling up his hands. I will help. Even if she never wants to bond with me, I will always be there for you and your mate. His generosity nearly knocked me off my feet. And if Malvolia tries to take her against her will? He clasped my shoulders, his features hardening. Then I will stand with you, brother, to the death if I have to. I swear to you, I'm never forsaking you and Sharina again.
Sharina. I had a fitful sleep, replete with nightmares and dreams. First came the nightmare. I was back on that mountain, desperately searching for my sister. They found me, their grubby hands all over me, pulling my hair, throwing me to the ground before ripping off my clothes. I was out of options, for I knew they'd use me terribly, killing me in the process. I had no choice but to unleash what I feared most, that dark voice inside me. I surrendered to my siren, and their dirt-crusted hands held their blades to their own throats, their eyes wide with panic. I cried out in my sleep, but my dream shifted, and I was flying through the heavens, soaring on the back of a dragon, the heavy beating of his wings blowing my hair. 2 loud beasts squawked behind me, but I wasn't afraid. They were my friends. The air was humid and thick, and sweat dripped down my back, but I didn't care about my discomfort. I was in love. Strong arms circled my waist, and I leaned back against a solid chest, the steady beating of his heart in time with my own. I felt free, unencumbered, and terrified. That I'd wake from this dream and have it all taken away. That once I discovered my true identity, I would be forced to part from the fae I loved. Tari! I woke with a start, my sister's name on my lips. I'd seen her, and on the back of a dragon. Had it been real? A vision? Or just a dream? I blinked up at the overhead canopy. The bedchamber was still dark, lit only by a few softly glowing candles. I sat up, dragging my hands down my face, my nose wrinkling at a putrid smell. I breathed in through a wheeze and looked down at Nikos as he looked back up at me, a slow smile spreading across his face. Nikos? Nikos! I fell on top of him, running my hands across his chest, his head. The wound had healed, leaving behind nothing but old, dried blood. My eyes watered over with tears, and I could scarcely draw breath. You're alive! He ran his hands up and down my arms, speaking on a slow drawl. My siren mate didn't give me a choice. I cupped his face and kissed him. I didn't mind that his breath was stale or that the side of his head smelled like rotten eggs. I couldn't stop kissing him, even as salty tears streamed from my face, running into my mouth. Nikos was alive, and that's all that mattered. I draped my arms around his neck, straddling his waist as he wrapped me up in his wings. I thought I'd lost you. I spoke through thought, my throat too choked up for me to say the words aloud. Never. His thought projected into my mind as he kissed me back.
I will always find my way back to you, my love.
He abruptly broke the kiss, his brow furrowed, and he looked at me as if he was still waking from a dream.
Are the girls okay?
I stroked his face.
They're fine. Thank the elements.
He loosed a long breath.
My brothers, too?
All fine, I answered.
What attacked us?
Trolls. Trolls? He blurted aloud, looking around the room as if they could fit in our bed. Where are they?
Gone.
I pushed back his shoulders when he tried to fly out of bed. His mouth fell open.
You used your siren's call on trolls?
I nodded.
They went back into the mountains. You will never cease to amaze me, my beautiful, powerful mate.
He cupped my face in his hands, kissing me again, deeply, passionately. Then he stopped kissing me and made a strange gagging sound. I froze in fear. Was he sick again? He leaned back, looking at me as if I'd sprouted wings before plugging his nose.
Elements, what is that smell?
I slapped a hand over my mouth when laughter bubbled up in my throat. It's the medicine they put on your head.
Gah, it's awful.
His cheeks flushed 10 shades of red.
How can you kiss me?
I care more about the fact that you're alive than your smell. Besides, I guess I'd grown used to my mate smelling like an overturned outhouse. He grabbed my arms, gently easing me off him.
I need a bath.
He stumbled out of bed. I thought about alerting the servants and Nikos' brothers that he was alive and well, but selfish as I was, I wanted Nikos all to myself for a short while longer. I followed after him, steadying him with a hand on his arm. Maybe you should sit first. I led him toward the small dining table by the hearth. It didn't smell as bad at the table, the hearth smoke chasing away most of the stench. Streaks of moonlight cut through the gossamer curtains, revealing a silver platter of savory and sweet tarts on the table that had been left for the Green Witch. My stomach grumbled, and before I knew it, Nikos and I were both stuffing our faces with crumbly tarts and downing goblets of wine. After we were both feeling a little stronger, we went into the bathing room to clean him. Nikos added more kindling to the hearth and lit the candles hanging from the walls and the chandelier dangling overhead, bathing the dark room in a soft yellow glow. The large tub still held my used bath water from this evening. I'd driven the servants out of my chamber earlier so I could cry into the tub by myself, and they hadn't been back to empty it. "Ah," he said, smiling down at the tub. He snatched a lavender petal from the water, rubbing it between his fingers. "Perfect." I admit I'd gone overboard with the lavender. It was the best I could do to drive away the stench of sickness that permeated the rooms. "It might be cold, though," I said as I helped him out of his putrid clothes. He hit the water with a blast of fire. "Not for long." I threw the clothes directly into the hearth, and he set it ablaze. I knew there wasn't enough soap in all of Delphi to wash the stench out of the fabric. I sat on a bench beside the tub and thoroughly scrubbed his hair with lots of soap and gently ran a wet sponge over his wings while marveling that my Nikos had survived. I could hardly believe our good fortune when just hours ago I'd thought I had lost him forever. I poured him a tall goblet of water, and he cleaned out his mouth and scrubbed his teeth with charcoal, mint leaves, and a small scrub brush. By the time we'd finished cleaning him, his gorgeous, hard body glistened beneath the candlelight, and he smelled like a lavender plant, a far cry from overturned, moldy outhouse. He finally stood, and I handed him a fresh towel, unable to take my gaze away from his long appendage jutting toward me like a spear. I gasped and then laughed when he shook out his wings, spraying water everywhere. He flew out of the tub, knocking the breath from my lungs when he swept me into his arms and kissed me passionately, deeply. He tasted like sweet mint, his roving hand setting fire to my blood. I ran my hands through his wet hair, across his damp wings, and finally settling on his warm chest and the fiercely beating heart beneath. My Nikos was alive and well. He would live to spend another day, hopefully a lifetime, in my arms. I gasped when he slipped off my nightdress, my nipples pebbling in the cool air. I instantly warmed, melting into his hard body pressed against mine. He deepened the kiss and hoisted me into his arms, pressing my back against the wall. Groaning into his mouth, I wrapped my legs around his waist, his silky shaft gliding across my slick sex until I thought I'd go mad from the torture. "Take me, Nikos," I pleaded through thought. "Please take me." "I already have you, my love." His deep, dark voice echoed in my skull as he feasted on my neck. "You are mine forever." His predatory growl reverberated the marrow of my bones. Digging his hands into my bottom, he lifted my hips to his, then slid into me in one swift thrust. He captured my cry with his mouth as he fully impaled me, thrusting into me over and over until I completely lost myself in the moment, surrendering to the inferno that consumed us. The room was filled with a cacophony of our moans of pleasure mixed with the slapping of our slippery thrusts and the frantic flapping of his wings. I slid up the wall, his wings lifting us higher and higher as he vigorously pumped into me. When his thick hands dug into my breasts, his fingers pinching and stretching my nipples while he feasted on my neck, I completely lost myself to him, crying out his name as I was finally consumed by the fire racing through my veins and the pure, maddening pleasure that captured me in its spell. He let out a roar, then stilled, flooding me with his seed. I clung to him, enjoying the final twitches and spasms of our lingering ecstasy as we slowly slid back down the wall. I hadn't realized until we'd finally come back down to earth that my winged lover had pushed me so far up the wall we were almost to the rafters. He moaned into my mouth while I tenderly stroked his wings, the feathers tickling my fingertips. "I would carry you to the bed, my love," he drawled, his rich, deep voice pulsating through me. "But I'm afraid we'll need to change the sheets and air out the room first." "I don't need a bed," I answered while clinging to him as he began thrusting again, his hips rolling into me like a tempest's undulating waves. "I just need you." He was alive. My sweet fire mage was alive. He captured my lips in a tender, heat-searing kiss, one of devotion and desire and love. "Shiri." "Yes, my darling?" I asked, my hands roaming all over him as I plastered his face with kisses. "I love you." His words rang through me like a gong. The breath expelled from my lungs as I dug my hands into his shoulders, desperately searching his eyes that swirled with passion and fire. He loved me. He loved me. "Oh, Nikos," I cried, kissing him with more fervor. "I love you." We clung to each other, our bodies feverishly grinding together, two lovers lost in a tempest, desperate not to let the maelstrom tear us apart. I couldn't get enough of him. I had to feel him everywhere, on me, in me, a reminder that he was alive and whole, that the nightmare of almost losing him was behind us. He took me to heaven again and again, his fire pouring into me, claiming me, and I knew even if the world burned around us, I would always find sanctuary in his arms. By the time Nikos and I had slid to the tile floor, sated and spent, my bones were limp as noodles, and my stomach growled with intense hunger. After stumbling to our feet and making our way to the bedchamber, I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting back my nausea when we were hit with the stench of sickness. I slipped into a clean robe, and Nikos flew us to his bedchamber, which was just a balcony away from mine, a winged shadow in the night, fluttering from one room to another. His room wasn't as big as mine, but it smelled like him, sage and sulfur, and most importantly, not like an outhouse. I threw off my robe and slipped beneath the covers of his big, soft bed while he lit the hearth and several candles and rung for the servants. Nikos climbed into bed beside me, holding me in his arms when a servant wearing a starched black dress came into the room, looking at him as if she'd seen a ghost. It took her a moment to close her mouth and to remember to curtsy. I had to admit, I was startled by her appearance, too. She looked to be part human and something else. She had hooves like Mrs. Euphemia, but she had 2 horns that curled out of the top of her head and a bearded face.
Yes, my lord,
she finally stammered. We're famished. He gave her an easy smile. Could you please get us some food? And summon his brothers, I added.
Yes, your highness,
she said to me, then bowed again and quickly clomped out of the room. I rested my head against Nikos's chest, running my hands over his swirling tattoos while enjoying the steady beating of his heart. And the chaos that erupted outside his bedchamber. Servants shouted through the halls and wings wildly flapped. Nikos kissed the top of my head. Did Dre treat you well? I tensed at the question, wondering how I should answer. Would Nikos and Blaze expect me to bond with their brother now that he was being kind? I suppose, I finally answered. He pulled back, frowning down at me. If he was unkind, I need to know. I shook my head. He wasn't unkind. I looked away, unable to meet his gaze. He's been very attentive. But... I dragged my hands down my face with a groan. But how am I supposed to forget how he treated me? He grasped my shoulders, his eyes locking with mine. I'm not asking you to. I swallowed, looking down at my hands folded in my lap. I wished I could easily forgive him, that my feelings weren't so complicated, that his prior cruel treatment hadn't unearthed dark memories and repressed feelings I'd been trying for 2 years to forget. When Nikos pulled me into his arms, I released a shuddering breath, letting a few tears silently fall while I clung to him. I pulled away, swiping the moisture from my eyes when the chamber door was thrown open. Blaze came flying in, followed by Draven. By the elements! Blaze flew so fast to our bed, he nearly slammed into the wall. I don't believe my eyes. How? Draven clutched his hair by the roots, his mouth hanging open. What happened? My heart clenched when I noticed both brothers had faces streaked with dried tears. Draven's nose swelling had gone down slightly too, though his eyes were still bloodshot. Nikos sat up in bed, squeezing me to his side. Our clever mate used her siren voice and commanded me to heal myself. Blaze launched on top of us with a shout, crushing us both in a powerful hug before plastering my face with kisses. You're amazing, you know that? I pressed my breasts against his chest, painfully aware that my blankets had fallen down and I was exposed to Draven. Blaze didn't seem to mind, though, as he continued to kiss me. Then the 3 of us hugged again. My mates are back in my arms, I said aloud with a relieved sigh while clinging to them. When the servants wheeled in the food and drink, Nikos jumped out of bed in all his naked glory. Thank the elements! I'm famished! The servants hurried out of the room, leaving just Nikos, Blaze, and me. I looked around the room for Draven. I hadn't noticed him leave. I didn't want to ask about him, though, as we dug into the food, eating on top of Nikos's big bed. I was nearly full by the time we dug into the custard tarts. Good thing, too, because my mates had other ideas for that custard, painting my breasts with the cream and suckling it off. I threw back my head with a moan, desire swirling in my veins as they feasted on me. And then I was tumbling into Blaze's arms, his sexual appetite ravenous as we made love with wild abandon. I could scarcely draw breath as my mates took turns loving me well into the morning. Chapter 17. I wasn't sure what time we woke, but the midday sun pierced the gossamer curtains and lit the whole room in pale yellow light. Nikos rolled over and rang the bell for the servants, the clanging ringing loudly in my ears, reminding me I'd had far too much wine last night. When a bright shaft of light struck my eyes, I shifted in Nikos's arms, ducking beneath the shadow of one of his wings. His feathers tickled my back, sending a trill down my spine. Blaze stirred behind me, molding to my backside, his stiff member poking my rear. I rolled into his arms, giving him an expectant look. "All ready?" I asked through thought. His smile was the devil incarnate. "How do you expect me to respond to a naked, beautiful woman in my arms?" My gaze focused on those full lips of his, that wicked smile. Even though I was thoroughly sore after so much passionate lovemaking, that heartbeat pulsed between my thighs, and I wanted him again. I moaned, arching into him when he gently kneaded my breast and trailed delicate kisses across my neck and collarbone. Nikos stirred behind me, his thick fingers cupping my dripping sex, his hard member pressing into my backside. So this was what mornings would be like with my mates. I could get used to this. I jolted up at the sound of little feet running through the hall. My mates and I snatched the blankets, pulling them over our nude bodies just in time. A knock on the door, and it was shoved open by 2 servants wheeling in the breakfast cart, my nieces following behind them. My mouth watered at the heavenly aromas wafting into the room. The girls bolted across the carpets and jumped onto the bed with excited squeals.
"Uncle Nikos!"
They climbed on top of him, kneeing him in the groin and stomach. Nikos let out a grunt and fell back.
"How come you're in this room?"
Aurora asked.
"It's because the other room smells like troll doo-doo,"
Ember answered for her. "Girls!" I scolded, pulling them off him and then snatching the covers before they fell and revealed my breasts. The girls sat back on their heels, giving us curious looks.
"We're so happy you're not dead,"
Aurora finally said. Nikos ruffled her hair. "So am I, Sprite." Draven knocked on the door, peeking his head inside. I forced myself to look away from his penetrating gaze, but not before I caught the look of longing in his eyes. I refused to feel guilty for not allowing him in our bed. Despite all he'd done for us at Abyssus, I couldn't forget the way he'd treated us before. He couldn't fault me for not wanting him now. Blaze tensed beside me. "What is it, brother?" "News from Romulus," Draven said as he pushed open the door. Fear constricted my throat. "Have the giants returned?" Draven gave me a look of adoration that bordered on worship. "Not after you used your powerful magic on them." Wrapping my arms around myself, I felt compelled to look away. Why did he always make me feel so awkward? "I don't wish to discuss it here, though." He motioned toward the girls. "Meet me in the study in a half hour." Mrs. Euphemia clomped into the room, holding out her hands to the girls. "Masters Inferni, I'm so sorry," she said, her cheeks flushed as she looked hopelessly at the girls. "I turned my back for a moment, and they slipped out of the nursery." Ember crossed her arms with a pout.
"Uncle Blaze said he'd play hide-and-seek with us."
I shot Blaze a side-eyed look. "When did you promise them that?" He flashed a knowing grin as if I was a toddler caught with my hand in the cookie jar. "You were..." He coughed into his hand, slanting a wicked grin. "Preoccupied with Nikos." Heat flamed my face and chest at the way Blaze looked at me as if he was mentally undressing me. He stretched his arms to the ceiling and flexed his wings. "Of course, girls, but later, okay?" When they both whined, I silenced them with a look. "Not now, girls. Give your uncle time to wake and to do his chores." Their shoulders sagged in defeat as they hung their heads. How I hated disappointing them. "Don't pout, sprites," Nikos said, flashing his dreamy, dimpled grin. "If you're good, maybe we'll all play with you after lunch." They both squealed their delight and flung themselves at Nikos once more. Mrs. Euphemia grunted, trying to extricate them off him. Remember, he said only if you're good, I reminded them. They released him as if he was a hot potato and happily skipped away with Mrs. Euphemia.
I'll give you some privacy,
Draven mumbled. He turned as if to go, but then our eyes locked for one uncomfortable heartbeat, that invisible tether between us making me want to jump from the bed and run into his arms. I couldn't hold his stare for long, though my cheeks burned hotter as I felt his lingering gaze on me. When would this thing between us no longer be awkward? Or would it always be this way? Unless I accepted him as my mate and bonded with him. I couldn't deny I wanted him. It was getting harder to fight that pull whenever he was near. But did that mean I wanted to mate with him? Maybe I could have forgiven his treatment of me those first few days, but then he abandoned us, left us more vulnerable to attack. The giants might not have shot down Nikos and the girls if he'd been with us. Then again, they could have still shot them down. What if Nikos had been carrying just Ember? They would have both been crushed without Aurora to teleport them before they hit the ground. That still didn't justify him abandoning us. He'd apologized, though. But was it enough for me to forgive him? To trust him? I washed in Nikos's bathing room, and 2 female servants came in and pinned up my hair in pretty braids that twisted on top of my head and then helped me into a beautiful crimson gown. Though I hadn't yet had a fitting, the gown fit like a glove, the smooth satin reflecting iridescent hues of crimson and orange beneath the glow of the overhead candles, just like my mate's flames. It was absolutely perfect. Blaze and Nikos let out low whistles when I emerged from the bathing room. I bit my lip, unable to hide my smile as I admired my reflection in the mirror beside Nikos's bed. My breasts looked so round and plump, spilling over the top of the gown like ripe melons hanging over the side of a basket. Green might have been Tari's color, but crimson was mine. It brought out the color in my cheeks and the amber flecks in my eyes. I had never known this before, for all my parents could afford to buy me were homespun dull brown dresses made of coarse wool. As I ran my hands down the smooth fabric, for the first time in perhaps my entire 23 years, I actually felt like a princess. We ate quickly, sensing that what Draven had to say was of the utmost importance. After breakfast, I freshened up once more for no other reason than my own vanity. Though I knew it was silly, I didn't want a hair out of place. I tried lying to myself about the reason why, but deep down I knew it was because I wanted to impress Draven. I wasn't going to bond with him, though, so why did I care about the thought of my hair? Maybe I did care. Or maybe I was just a cruel tease who wanted him to pine over what he had foolishly driven away. His reaction to my hair and gown didn't disappoint. His eyes looked ready to pop out of his head when his brothers and I walked arm in arm into the study. Even from across the room, I felt that bond between us, an invisible tether pulling me toward Draven, and I suddenly wished I was wearing my old dress and hadn't done my hair. I couldn't look at him, so I looked everywhere else, pretending to be engrossed in the decor, even while my body and soul ached to get lost in his dark gaze. The room was beautiful, with mahogany walls and rows of books upon numerous shelves. Like the rest of the castle, the ceiling was exceptionally tall, with rafters crisscrossing the top. Every room here reminded me of a birdcage, a palace fit for a Ravini nobleman. He offered us all wine, and even though I'd only just woken up, I accepted a goblet. I sat between Nikos and Blaze on a wide leather sofa, their wings protectively wrapped around my back. I felt vulnerable and self-conscious as Draven paced in front of us, his feathers standing on end. Dragging his fingers through his hair, he let out a long sigh.
I just received a report of foreign mage sightings not far from here.
Blaze tensed beside me.
Who do you think it is?
Draven stopped pacing, looking sideways at Blaze.
Romulus said they looked like Sol and Bertram. Blaze and Nikos swore.
Who are they? I asked.
Two of Malvolia's personal mages. And lovers, Draven answered, his eyes alight with flame. Your sister recently killed their older brother, Mantus.
I swallowed at that, relieved that I sensed no censure in Draven's voice. I knew Tari wouldn't have killed this Mantus without good reason, but I feared his brothers would still demand retribution. Are we unsafe? I asked on a strained whisper.
No,
Draven answered, his shoulders falling.
But I would feel better if you and the girls remained indoors until we're sure they've gone.
What do you think they want? I asked. Blaze hugged me to his side.
Probably sent by Malvolia to find out if we killed your parents.
And when they find out you didn't? I asked them. Draven crossed his arms while leaning against the side of a big mahogany desk, his wings hanging limply behind him as if he hadn't a care in the world.
We'll deal with that when it happens.
I swallowed at that. How could he be so casual about this? How safe are we? Draven pushed off from the table.
Very safe, but...
He trailed off. Tension coiled around my shoulders. But... He scratched the back of his head, his wings ruffling.
Eventually, they will want a report from us about what happened with your parents.
My heart imploded when I saw the hopeless look in Blaze's eyes. I leaned forward, pushing back the nerves that twisted my insides in knots. And what will you say? I asked Draven, though perhaps I should have been discussing this with my mates, not him. I didn't care that he was lord of the manor. This conversation shouldn't have concerned him. Draven rubbed his chin, a strange gleam in his eyes.
I don't know yet.
I looked to Nikos and Blaze. We should find some other place to hide. I wouldn't be responsible for bringing Malvolia's wrath to Abyssus.
No place is safer than Abyssus,
Draven blurted. I shook my head. If my sister killed their brother, these mages could be out for blood. And more innocents would get caught in the crossfire.
No doubt, but Malvolia pulls their strings.
Draven crossed over to me in a few long strides.
They won't do anything without her blessing.
I tensed, craning my neck to look up at him when he stood over me. And you don't think she'll order them to kill me? The look he gave me made me want to crawl out of my own skin.
I think once Malvolia realizes your power, she'll want you to serve in her army.
I balled my hands into fists, not liking the direction of this conversation. Against my sister? I pressed into my mates when he knelt in front of me.
Sharina, with your siren's call, you could stop a war before it starts.
My mates said nothing as they stiffened beside me, their wings protectively pressing into my back, their hands on my knees. They didn't need to speak, though. Their silence spoke volumes. They wanted me to serve the evil sorceress queen, too. I wondered if that had been their plan all along. I glared at Draven. So you want me to serve Malvolia, the woman who put a price on my head when I was in the womb? Had he lost his mind? His brow creased, and I could practically feel the tension radiating off him, the bond between us thrumming and shaking like a rope stretched too thin.
What I want is for you to be safe, and siding with Malvolia will be the safest bet.
I somehow found the strength to stand, slapping my mates' hands when they reached for me. Then I bolted out of the room like I was being chased by dragonfire.
Shiri,
Blaze called at my back. Shiri, Nikos hollered. I refused to turn around. I ran up the stairs, ignoring my mates' calls, the flapping of their wings behind me nearly drowning out the enraged roars inside my head. I reached my bedchamber and slammed the door in my mates' faces. I ran to my bed, which had been stripped of all sheets and blankets, left with nothing but bare feather pillows. I fell onto the bed and screamed into a pillow, furious with my mates for expecting me to serve that bitch, and even more angry with fate, because I feared I wouldn't have a choice.
Blaze. Even though my muscles were sore from all the flying I'd done this week, I flew like I was being chased by Malvolia's choking magic. I landed on the balcony to Shiri's room, our mother's room, and Nikos landed soon after. I understood the significance of Dre letting her stay here. Though I was glad he'd finally come to his senses and accepted her as our mate, I feared he'd realized it too late, for I was starting to worry that Shiri wouldn't have him. Not that I blamed her after his behavior, but there was a reason why powerful witches took on more than one mate, and it wasn't just because of their demanding sexual appetites. The more powerful the witch, the more threats they faced. Shiri would need all three of us to help keep her safe. And now I feared her safety was in jeopardy more than ever. A blade pierced my chest at the sound of our mate's soft cries echoing from inside the bedchamber. Nikos and I shared a look before going to the open doors, the gossamer curtains blowing in the breeze. The servants had thankfully cleaned out the room. The strong smell of sage incense chased away the foul stench of Nikos' sickness. The bed was devoid of bedding. I hoped the servants had burned it. The room was slightly cold as the hearth fire had gone out. I worried our mate was cold, but she might fight me if I tried to warm her. Wings pinned behind me, I cautiously approached the bed. I didn't fear our mate hurting us, but I did worry about saying the wrong thing and driving a wedge between us. She was lying face down on the bed, her shoulders shaking as she cried into a pillow. I sat beside her, gently placing a hand on her back, tensing when she flinched at my touch. "Shiri," I called through thought. "Please don't push us away." "You don't have to face this alone." Nikos sat on her other side, running his fingers through her hair. "Please talk to us." She sat up, swiping the moisture from her eyes while crushing the pillow to her chest. "Do you agree with him?" she asked aloud. "That I should serve her?" I loosed a long breath. I'd been dreading this conversation, but we couldn't put it off any longer, not when Malvolia's dogs were circling the gate. "If Bertram and Sol are here, it's only a matter of time before Malvolia finds you." I swallowed back my apprehension. I wouldn't be able to contain my raging inferno if they tried to harm her or the girls. "Then what?" She gave me an accusatory look. "You didn't answer my question. Do you want me to serve her?" Did I? In my fantasy world, we would live out our days peacefully at Abyssus. The world could burn around us, but we would ignore it while living in our protective cocoon. Unfortunately, the world wouldn't work that way. Malvolia and Faulkner would both come for our mate, and if I had to pick one sovereign, it would be Malvolia. "We want to keep you safe," I finally said on an exhale. "This might be our only option." Her eyes narrowed, and our bond burned between us like I'd set it on fire. "You said you'd bring us someplace safe." "We did," I answered. "There is no place safer than Abyssus," Nikos added. She arched away from both of us, using that pillow as a barrier when I reached for her. "You said you wouldn't take us to Malvolia." Nikos and I shared a look, and I knew if either of us said the wrong thing, it could jeopardize her trust in us. I swallowed back a lump of nervous energy while refusing to break eye contact. "And we didn't." Fire flashed in her eyes, and she reminded me of a cornered, wounded animal. "But what you failed to tell me is that she'll come to me." "Shiri," Nikos said as he scooted on his knees closer to her, his wings dragging behind him. "There is no place where Malvolia can't find you." I nodded my agreement. "She has spies everywhere. This was our best option." She crossed her arms, looking from Nikos to me. "Answer me truthfully. Did you know I'd end up serving her when you found me?" "Shiri," I said through a sigh, dragging a hand through my hair. "When we found you, I won't deny I thought about it. I knew Malvolia would love to have you in her army." She glared at Nikos. "You too?" He shook his head. "He was angry with me for suggesting it," I said in his defense. "If she was going to be angry, let it be me. I deserved her scorn, not Nikos. He'd been loyal to her from the first day." She visibly swallowed, her eyes welling up with tears. "And what about when you made love to me?" I felt as if my chest had been split open by a mallet when her eyes flashed with mistrust. "The first time we made love, all I could think about was what heaven it was to hold you in my arms." I offered her a weak smile, not surprised when she didn't return it. "I didn't think about you serving Malvolia then. After we made love, all I thought about was keeping you and the girls safe. And yes, Malvolia came to mind. How could she not?" I gritted my teeth as the realization of what was to come twisted my stomach in a knot. "War is inevitable, whether we like it or not, and I fear we'll be forced to pick a side. Do we serve your aunt?" I paused, giving her a long look. "Or do we serve Faulkner, who will try to kill the girls when he discovers who their fathers are?" Her eyes widened, then narrowed. "And Malvolia won't try to kill us?" "I don't think she will, not after we tell her what your parents tried to do to you, and when she realizes how much you can benefit her army." "As long as she believes you aren't here to kill her," Nikos added. "I'm not here to kill anyone. I just want to keep the girls safe." She chewed her bottom lip, her gaze darting between us. "But what if she killed your parents?" I shook my head. "There's no way of knowing." "There could be," she said softly while peering at me from beneath long lashes. "Ember has made some spirit friends here." I froze, gaping at her, feeling as if all air had been sucked from the room. Our parents?" I stammered. "I don't know yet," she said while twisting her fingers in her lap. "I'm trying not to pressure her for information. The spirits warned her not to let the nurses treat Nikos. They said the nurses had a darkness surrounding them." I gaped at Nikos, then back at her. This was huge. Too huge. These ghosts could possibly know who killed our parents. Though I wondered if we would end up digging up ghosts that were better left buried. If Malvolia had killed them, that meant we would be at war against Faulkner and Malvolia. Against the whole world. I swallowed back my fear. What else did they tell her? And did I want to know? "That's it for now," she said, smiling at Nikos when he grasped her hand. At least she wasn't angry with him. "I'll keep trying to pry information out of Ember, but you know how touchy she can be." "What do we do if Malvolia killed our parents?" Nikos asked, his wing draped protectively around our mate. Fire raced through my veins. "We turn her to ash." Nikos's eyes bulged. "Her mages will kill us before we can get to her." He visibly swallowed. "Or she will." "No, they won't." Shiri turned up her chin, defiance flashing in her eyes. "I won't let them." My gaze tunneled on her, and I felt as if I was seeing my mate for the first time. "Shiri, you could be the White Witch prophesized to kill the Queen." Her nostrils flared, her magic pulsing off her in powerful waves. "I know." When I looked into her eyes, I no longer saw the frightened, betrayed daughter begging us to take her someplace safe. No, I saw a goddess. I couldn't believe it had taken me this long to realize it. "Whatever the prophecy, you know you don't have to face it alone," I said, resolve stiffening my spine. "We will face it together." I felt her soul-shaking relief pulse between us before she threw herself into my arms. "Thank the elements I have you," she whispered, kissing my cheek. "And you always will." I couldn't describe my relief as I clung to her,
my hands in her hair, stroking her back. My cock stirred to life as she wriggled in my lap. A bad time to be thinking about sex, but when her mouth found mine, her breasts pebbled against my chest, I knew this was exactly what we needed. I laid her on the bed, and Nikos and I took our time loving her and proving our dedication to our goddess, again and again. Chapter 18. Nikos. After a thorough round of lovemaking, Shiri and I laid on soft carpet beside the fire. The balcony doors were open, the gossamer curtains billowing in the breeze. It was then I noticed the sun was beginning to set. Time passed too quickly today, and I hadn't even finished loving my beautiful mate. She rested her back against my chest while I wrapped her nude body in my wings. I rubbed her shoulders, channeling just enough of my mage fire to gently warm her skin. Exhausted from his long flight, Blaze slept in the bed. He'd only lasted one round with Shiri. He slept so hard, I didn't think a troll invasion could wake him. That was fine by me. I loved having my beautiful mate to myself. I like that, she said with a groan, her head lolling against my chest. Good, I whispered in her ear. I want to learn everything you like. A soft gasp escaped her when my wings gently caressed her breasts before moving lower, brushing across her belly and then tickling her thighs. And I want to learn what you like, she cooed, spreading her legs for me. I nibbled her ear. There is one thing I like. She blinked up at me, her nipples pebbling when I tickled her breasts again. What? I delicately traced her lower lip. It involves your pretty mouth. Oh. She rolled in my arms, resting her palms against my chest. Would you like me to try it now? I leaned back against the carpet, my erection jutting toward her like a spear. If you insist. She flashed a seductive smile before bending over me. I hissed when she licked the tip of my erection. Then I swore when a knock sounded on the door. Gasping, she straddled me while I wrapped her up in my wings. Dre pushed open the door, poking his head inside. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt your honeymoon again. There was no mistaking the note of bitterness in his tone as his gaze settled on me. But Mrs. Euphemia is insisting on a meeting. Now? I asked, distressed. She had only just begun. Yes, now. His words were clipped. Put some clothes on. He heaved a long sigh. Please. After he slammed the door shut, Shiri popped her head up, looking at me. Looks like Rude Draven is back. My heart sank at her words. This isn't like him, I said, hating that Dre had put me in this position of having to defend him. It must be something serious. She gave me a look like she didn't believe me, and I couldn't think of anything else to say in his defense. That thing you were going to do with your mouth? I said instead. She bit her lip, her cheeks coloring. I'll finish after our meeting. Shiri slipped into a robe, and I wrapped a sheet around my waist. It took a little longer to wake up Blaze. He finally stumbled out of bed, and Shiri wrapped a sheet around him just as the door opened again and servants came in bearing trays of steaming food. My stomach rumbled, and I realized we hadn't eaten much today. We'd been too busy doing other things. The three of us sat down to eat, the breeze from the open doors blowing back our hair and cooling our skin, when Dre came in again, Mrs. Euphemia by his side. She carried a dead plant with her, setting it down on a table by the doors. The brown leaves crumbled in the breeze, and I was suddenly struck with a terrible smell that reminded me of the stench I'd woken up to after I'd recovered from my injury. Dre walked to the hearth, his wings tucked back, his mouth flattened in a grim line. At that moment,
He looked far older than his 30 years, and I sensed the heavy weight he carried on his back. I didn't envy his position as lord of the manor. He looked longingly at Shiri sitting there between us. Even though he'd brought this on himself, I still felt bad that he'd been left out of our happy honeymoon.
"Your Highness, my lords," Mrs. Euphemia said as she bowed before us. "Forgive me for interrupting."
"It's fine, Mrs. Euphemia," Shiri said as she slowly sipped her wine. "Where are the girls?"
"Napping," Mrs. Euphemia answered.
Shiri made a spluttering sound. "I haven't been able to get them to nap in 2 years."
Mrs. Euphemia smiled. "They played hard in the garden this morning and wore themselves out."
Shiri clutched her heart. "Thank you, Mrs. Euphemia."
"The pleasure is all mine."
The nursemaid beamed, clasping her hands together.
"It has been too long since we've heard the sound of children's laughter ringing in these halls."
Then her features darkened.
"But I'm afraid I've come before you now with more serious news."
She motioned toward the plant.
"I've finished examining the contents of the herbals used on Master Nikos."
I shared confused looks with Blaze and Shiri. "I'm healed now, Mrs. Euphemia. You don't need to worry about it."
"I know, but—"
She gave me an apologetic look before looking to Dre. Icy tendrils of fear wrapped around my spine. I shot up in my seat, looking from Mrs. Euphemia to Dre. "What is it?"
"The standard herbals that go into a healing ointment are sanite, poultice, and oregano," Mrs. Euphemia continued. "The fortis plant thrives on those herbals. I've been treating the fortis plant with the herbals the nurses used on Master Nikos."
Bile projected into my throat when she nodded toward the dead plant. The color drained from Shiri's face.
"It's dead. The fortis is the strongest plant imaginable, able to grow in the harshest conditions."
Mrs. Euphemia cleared her throat.
"There's only one thing that can kill it."
My feathers shook as I dug my fingers into the table. "What?" She leveled me with a dark look.
"Venenum root."
Dre pushed off from the mantel, pacing the floor. "That plant only grows in the weirwood forest." I jumped from my seat, clutching my hair by the roots. The demon forest? Weirwood was on the other side of the mountain range, and if rumors were to be believed, nobody came out of that forest alive.
"Yes."
Mrs. Euphemia rubbed her chin.
"It's a poisonous plant. Some say demon-touched."
Shiri clutched a fork in a white-knuckled grip. "Have your men found the nurses?" "No." Draven frowned. "I'll send out another search party." My head spun. This couldn't be happening. "They tried to kill me?"
"Something is afoul here."
Blaze leaned back in his seat, drumming his fingers on the table.
"Very afoul."
"Do you think Bertram and Sol are behind this?" I asked Dre. Could that be why the fire mages were spotted nearby? Dre shook his head. "No, this is too sinister, even for them." "Then who?" I asked. Dre's shoulders fell, his wings drooping behind him. "I don't know." Shiri wrapped her arms around herself, giving Blaze and me worrying looks.
"I don't feel safe here."
Blaze grasped her hands, giving her an imploring look.
"We'll keep you safe, my love."
Dre marched up to her, shadows darkening his features. "I will double the watch. I promise, Sharina. I will do whatever it takes to keep you and the girls safe." She didn't answer him, her lips twisted in a snarl. It was at that moment I felt her hatred of my oldest brother in the marrow of my bones. Pain flashing in his eyes, he gave her a curt bow. If you would excuse me, I must relay this information to the guard. He turned from our table without another glance and marched toward the door. Wings propelling me forward, I followed him onto the balcony. Dre, wait! I called at my brother's back. I never thanked you for taking care of Shiri and the girls. He stopped, his back and wings rigid. You don't need to thank me for doing my job, brother. I clenched my fists by my sides. Do you care for her? Wings dropping, he slowly spun around. Why are you asking? I jutted a foot forward. Do you? His shoulders fell, and I saw the hint of the young man my brother used to be. Not quite a boy, not quite a man. Scared and confused, yet determined to hold himself together for his brother's sakes. Of course I do. I released the breath I'd been holding, relief washing over me. She'll come around, Dre. He flashed a half-smile that didn't mask the sadness in his eyes. I'm not sure she will. Did you apologize? Yes. He dragged a hand down his face. She doesn't trust me to be kind, that I've changed, and I don't blame her. She'll come around, I repeated, not sure what else to say. I prayed she would. Our little pack needed Dre's strength, his confidence, and his guidance. He shook his head. You said that already. What do you want me to do? I pleaded. I was in way over my head. All I knew was that our pack was fractured, and very much in danger. I didn't think we could face the trials to come without Dre. Just love her the way I should have. He cast me one last woeful look before jumping into the evening sky. Clenching my jaw, I watched my brother fly away. I couldn't blame Shiri for rejecting Dre after the way he'd treated her, but that didn't assuage my fears. I didn't think we could take on Faulknan's army, Malvolia's wrath, and now potential assassins without Dre's help. I returned to Shiri and Blaze with a heavy heart. I feared Shiri wouldn't forgive Dre, though I didn't realize how badly it would affect me. I felt Dre's depression and envy deep in my soul as he watched Blaze and me with Shiri, and I wanted so badly to help him. Yes, he deserved her scorn after his churlish behavior. But did he deserve to be ostracized forever? I wasn't trying to excuse the way he'd treated Shiri, but Dre had suffered hardships that no child should have been forced to endure. He'd buried our parents, and then raised Blaze and me without complaint. Dre had sacrificed so much of his childhood so that Blaze and I could grow up in a safe and happy home. Now, once again, he was sacrificing his peace and happiness to protect us. And we repaid him by ostracizing him. Even though I feared my plan could backfire, I had to say something to Shiri on Dre's behalf. My wings drooped as I shut the door behind me. Shiri was sitting on Blaze's lap on the sofa. They had their hands all over each other, kissing and laughing, and for a moment I was perturbed by their behavior after demons had tried to kill me, when even now the world could be burning down around us. I loudly cleared my throat, glaring eye daggers at them. Shiri looked up from Blaze, her eyes fogged with desire. Why did you leave? I gave her a pointed look. I wanted to know why Dre was upset. She looked at me as if I'd grown a second head. Demons tried to poison you. Yeah, I shrugged, managing to hold her gaze. But that's not the only reason. I slowly approached her, knowing I was treading too close to her flame. She arched back, her eyes narrowing. Why are you looking at me like that? He said he apologized, and you said you don't trust him. Blaze gave me a warning look, and I could tell he wanted me to shut my mouth, but I was too far gone now. She arched a brow. And? Shiri, we're in way over our heads. Throwing up my hands, I heaved a weary sigh. How did I explain we'd be stronger if we all worked together? We need Dre to help us protect you and the girls." She climbed out of Blaze's lap and faced me with a glare. "He already said he would." I gave Blaze a pleading look, hoping he'd help, but the coward averted his gaze. "It would be easier if you two were bonded." She made a spluttering sound, and I knew I'd pushed her too far. "So you want me to have sex with the mage who threatened to drop me, who abandoned us when we needed him most, just to make your life easier?" I felt like a wilting flower under the scrutiny of her glare. "I know he regrets the way he treated you." "As he should." She crossed her arms, rage flashing in her eyes. "That doesn't mean I'm going to accept him as my mate." My innards quaked. I didn't know why I pressed on when I should have accepted defeat. "Then what else can he do to earn your trust and forgiveness?" She turned up her chin, defiance flashing in her eyes. "I'm not sure there's anything he can do." I stepped toward her, my voice breaking on a plea. "Shiri." "Don't." Disgust flashing in her eyes, she sidestepped me as if I had the plague. "I think I want to be alone for a while." I reached for her, inwardly cursing when she slipped out of my grasp like a water wraith. "Shiri, please don't pull away." "Then don't drive me away," she called back while refusing to face me. I followed at her heels like a puppy begging for pets. "I'm sorry I brought up Dre." My voice cracked and broke, and for a minute I was that timid little boy growing up in a huge castle without any parents. The servants had been kind, but not a replacement for the picture of the handsome, regal couple hanging in the front hall. So many nights I would wrap my wings around myself, pretending they were my mother's arms. I won't mention him again. I chased her to the bathing room as she slammed the door in my face. "Please, Shiri." I rested my palm on the door, my voice cracking. "I'm sorry." "Well, fuck." I spun around, glaring at Blaze, who leaned against the doorway leading toward the balcony, one ankle casually crossed over the other. I was aggravated with him for remaining quiet during the entire argument. Had he helped me, maybe she would have listened. "Well, fuck," I snapped. "That's all you have to say? You know I'm right. You should have at least said something to her." "So she can shut out both of us." Shaking his head, he pushed off from the doorway. "One of us has to keep communication open with her." He had a point, but it didn't ease my frustration. "Do you agree it will be harder to keep her safe without Dre?" He gave me a pointed look. "Everything will be harder without Dre." Exasperated, I threw up my hands. "Then what do we do?" "As much as it pains me to say it," he answered, "we do nothing. She and Dre have to figure this out on their own." I gaped at him. Was he serious? What if they don't? He casually shrugged, though I sensed an undercurrent of fear in his voice. "Then we do our best to support our mate." So that was his plan? Do nothing? What if our best isn't good enough? His wings fell, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flash of despair in his eyes. "It will have to be." "Shiri." Tears streamed down my face as I sat on the cool tile floor, my back pressed against the wall. Out of all the brothers, Nikos had always been the kindest, the one I felt I could count on to always support me. What else can he do to earn your trust and forgiveness? Nikos acted as if his brother had moved mountains for me. He hadn't. He'd offered the girls and me a place to stay. He'd given us dolls and pretty dresses. He'd apologized. That wasn't enough to earn my trust. Nikos didn't realize all I'd given to them already, how far I'd come in being able to trust them after what those mountain men had done. Had I been foolish to trust these mages with my heart? With my body? And yet, would the elements match me with mates who meant to harm me?
None of them had ever tried to force themselves on me. Then again, they knew what would happen if they tried. I hung my head in my hands, cursing myself for being so cynical. Nikos and Blaze had both been honest with me so far. Perhaps worry about my safety had driven Nikos to pressure me. He'd been poisoned by a demon, after all, and now there was a new threat from possibly hostile mages. And what if Malvolia's army came here? Would I expect my mates to fight her mages for me? To die for me? How long would my siren voice be able to hold back her army? I feared my only option would be to join her army, or else risk not just my mates' lives, but the girls' lives too. And it would be easier to stand against our foes if Draven and I could mind speak. Shoulders sagging, I realized I'd been too hard on Nikos. Perhaps he was right to want me to bond with Draven. I couldn't deny the pull I felt toward Draven was sometimes too maddening, and my traitorous body wanted nothing more than to rip off our clothes and straddle him. And maybe that was the root of my anger, that my body wasn't listening to my mind. I shouldn't want to bond with a mage who'd threatened to drop me, no matter how many times he'd apologized. Yet I wanted him in the worst way, my desire for him sometimes robbing my mind of reason. I cursed my foolish heart. I would have to make up with Nikos soon. But first, I had to drive all thoughts of Draven from my mind.
Draven. After flying around the battlements and checking in with my guards, I flew around the castle for good measure, eyeing the forest for any signs of Sol and Bertram and the missing nurses. I'd already sent men to follow the giant's retreat, making sure they didn't decide to turn around. They had only just returned, their wings tired from the flight, but at least they reported the giants had gone over the mountains. After doubling the guard and sending a search party to find the nurses, my forces were stretched too thin. Yet I had to find those nurses, so I sent out a second search party, which meant I had less eyes on the battlements. Where had those nurses gotten those demon herbs, and why would they want to kill my baby brother? I flew past Sharina's balcony, nodding toward Blaze, who leaned against the open doorway, a somber look in his eyes. Was that look because of the news we'd received today? Or was something else troubling him? I hated to pull him away from Sharina, but he and Nikos would need to relieve the watch tonight. I was just waiting for the right moment to tell them, fearing Sharina would think I was trying to separate her from her mates. I flew over the balcony leading to the nursery and halted when I heard squeals coming from inside. I landed on the balcony and strode through the doors, not surprised to find the girls standing on top of an armoire, howling like little wild wolves. It was much too tall for them to have climbed up, which meant Aurora teleported them there. Mrs. Euphemia had her hands pressed to her fuzzy cheeks, a panicked look in her eyes while she begged the girls to come down. "Girls," I said as I flew up to them, "are you being good for Mrs. Euphemia?" They gaped at me, their eyes wide with shock and fear. That wouldn't do. Though I supposed they had good reason to fear me after the way I'd treated them in the past. Mrs. Euphemia looked up at me, plastering on a smile. "I'm afraid they've grown restless, my lord." Restless. Her endearing term for wild, uncontrollable heathens. She'd described my brothers and me as restless enough times for me to know what she really meant. I yelped, my wings faltering when they suddenly appeared below me. Elements. This teleporting would take some getting used to.
"Why can't we go in the garden?"
Aurora asked me. "You can once it's safe," I answered as I landed, ruffling my wings and pretending they hadn't just scared the feathers off me. "Right now, it's safest inside." I got a good look at the girls this time, recognizing Aurora with the shorter hair and Ember with the longer hair. Ember also clutched a porcelain doll to her chest. Even though the doll already had a sagging arm that appeared to have been pulled out of socket, she was vastly superior to Ember's previous raggedy doll. Ember pouted.
Uncle Blaze and Uncle Nikos were supposed to play hide and seek with us.
I forced a smile. And I'm sure they will. Though maybe not. Why would they ever want to leave Sharina's bedchamber? I know I'd never want to leave if we were bonded. I pretended I wasn't upset that my mate refused to even look at me, much less invite me to her bedchamber. Aurora tugged on my wingtip.
Will you play with us?
I scratched the back of my head. I'm afraid I'm not very good at hiding.
That's okay.
Aurora said with a squeal, clasping her hands together.
We'll hide and you find us.
Well... I gave Mrs. Euphemia a helpless look, hoping she'd offer me a way out. If your nursemaid says it's okay... She stumbled to a rocking chair and fell into it with a sigh. It's more than okay, my lord. Very well. I heaved a frustrated breath. I had a castle to run. I didn't have time to play nursemaid. Then again, I probably owed the girls this, a way to redeem myself after my earlier behavior, and Mrs. Euphemia clearly needed a break. I forced a smile. Tell me what to do. The girls shared a look, and I wondered if they were telepathically speaking. I'd heard that twins sometimes had that ability.
Haven't you ever played hide and seek?
Aurora finally asked. I suppose Blaze and I did when we were very little, though I didn't remember. Mrs. Euphemia cleared her throat as she leaned forward and poured herself a cup of steaming tea.
Lord Inferni became lord of the manor when he was 7 and didn't have time for games after that.
Ember slipped her hand in mine, looking up at me with glossy eyes.
That's so sad, Uncle Dre.
I smiled at her, stroking her smooth cheek. I had no idea how these little sprites had managed to worm their way into my heart, but I didn't think I could ever get tired of them calling me Uncle Dre. If only their aunt would warm up to me the way they did, though I couldn't fault Sharina. Children forgave easier, and I'd given Sharina plenty of reasons to stay angry.
We'll teach you how to play again,
Aurora said.
We're very good at it,
Ember added. I laughed at that. I bet you are.
Cover your eyes and count to 10 very slowly,
Aurora said.
And when you're done, you come find us.
I wrapped myself up in my wings. Like this? The girls giggled.
Yes, like that.
When Mrs. Euphemia gasped, I peered at her through my feathers. What is it? Her mouth twisted in a scowl as she heaved herself from her chair.
I've told them no more teleporting, but they did it again.
Flames of dread raced through my veins. They wouldn't leave the castle. They knew better, didn't they? Well, they couldn't have gone far, right?
No, not too far.
Mrs. Euphemia jutted her hands on her hips, spinning a circle around the nursery.
Princess Aurora can only teleport to places she's seen before.
Places she's seen before? Holy flames, that could be anywhere. It won't take me long to search the castle. I had a feeling they were in the dining room or the kitchen, wherever they could get access to tarts. Why don't you wait here for them? The nursemaid bowed, though her face was still pinched tight.
Yes, my lord.
Chapter 19.
Ember gasped when she landed on soft dirt. A chill swept through her bones when she saw they weren't just outside the castle, but on the other side of the castle walls, standing in front of that big river their uncles called a moat. Even worse was that it was almost dark. The fireflies had come out, swarming the sky like hundreds of little floating stars. She recognized this section outside the castle walls. She'd seen it that first night she and Aurora had been stuck up on that turret. Though it had been poorly lit, Ember and Aurora had wolf-touched vision and could see in darker spaces. Why did Aurora bring them there? She released her sister's hand and spun toward her. We can't be outside. But it's pretty here. Aurora picked up a stone and tried to skip it across the moat, but it sank with a thunk. She turned and waved her hand through a swarm of fireflies, laughing when they danced around her head. Ember followed after her sister as she skipped across the embankment. Aurora, we'll get in trouble. Aurora turned on her with a laugh. Don't be such a scaredy sprite, Em. Ember crossed her arms, Bethany number 2 flailing with the movement. Her arm had come loose, and Mrs. Euphemia had yet to fix it. I'm not a scaredy sprite. She stomped her foot, angry with her sister for being so dumb. You are. Aurora turned up her chin, jutting a thumb in her chest. I'm brave like Auntie and our uncles. Ember was so mad her eyes practically crossed. You're not being brave, you're being stupid. Aurora made her even more mad when she laughed and skipped away toward a patch of tall grass. But then she stopped, letting out a terrified scream. Ember chased after her sister. She didn't need to guess what had made Aurora upset, for she saw the 2 spirits hovering over their lifeless corpses. The bad nurses who had treated Uncle Nikos. She plugged her nose at the stench as she frowned at the flies swarming their decomposing bodies. Their spirits blinked in and out, and though they didn't speak, she recognized the warning in their bulging eyes. Danger was near. Aurora stumbled back, her jaw slackened from shock. What happened to them?
They crossed the wrong mages,
A deep voice bellowed. Ember spun around, crying out when a strange winged mage snatched her and jumped into the air. She kicked and screamed, smacking his chest with her doll as they rose higher and higher until they were almost above the treetops. Her heart shattered and tears sprung to her eyes when he snatched Bethany from her, and her doll turned to ash in his hand.
Well, well, well. Who do we have here?
The mage flashed a wicked grin. He didn't look like her uncles. He had short hair and a missing ear. Even scarier was the red in his eyes and the dark aura that encompassed him. Ember's friends blinked in and out. Demon, they warned her. Let me go! She struck him again, and he laughed and laughed. Aurora screamed below as another mage chased her into a nearby forest, swooping down like a hawk about to snatch up a mouse. Go get help, Aurora! She screamed. Aurora disappeared behind a bush of thick brambles, and the mage landed hard in the dirt, swearing. He jumped into the sky, snarling at the mage who held Ember.
I'm not going after her in there.
This mage looked even scarier, with an ugly, jagged scar that dissected his bald head and wings that looked like shredded sails.
Yes, you are,
the other mage commanded, clutching Ember so hard he hurt her bones.
Go.
The other mage swore and grumbled before swooping back to the ground and lighting the entire bush on fire. Ember screamed and screamed, tears streaming down her face. What if Aurora hadn't gone for help? She'd be burned up like her doll. The demon mage hauled her up against him, his rotten breath making her gag.
You look just like an Avias. Are you related to the bitch who killed Mantis?
Let me go! She'd never been so terrified in her life as she squirmed in his grasp. You're hurting me! He growled in her ear like an angry dragon.
Who's your mama?
She angled away from him, her heart racing so fast she thought she'd die of fright if he didn't drop her first. Let me go! Auntie! Uncles!
Draven. I swore after searching all over the castle. Where could they be hiding? I had a foreboding feeling as I looked under the dining room table and saw it was empty. I flew back out to the grand hall. My heart filled with dread as I called for the girls, met with only my own voice echoing through the atrium. When I heard the sound of a child weeping coming from the nursery, I flew into the room, nearly barreling into Mrs. Euphemia, who held Aurora against her chest. The child had sticks and leaves in her hair. Damn, they'd gone outside against my orders. "Where is her sister?" I asked the nursemaid. Her eyes were as round as saucers.
I don't know. She just popped in a second ago."
I grasped the child's shoulders, tempted to throttle her, but I knew that would get us nowhere. "Aurora, where is your sister?" Her lower lip trembled as she pointed to the window.
"The bad men have him."
Fuck. I pulled her from Mrs. Euphemia's arms. "Take me there." It took me a moment to get my bearings. One moment we were in the nursery, and the next we were outside the safety of the castle walls, staring at 2 fire mages who had their backs to us while they set the brambles on fire. The sun had almost finished setting, casting them in shadow, but I didn't need to see their ugly faces to know who they were. White-hot rage shot through my veins when I saw one of the mages held a squirming child in his arms. I was going to kill them. "Go get my brothers," I whispered to Aurora before setting her down. She swallowed, nodding toward her sister.
"Not without him."
Stubborn child. She was too much like her aunt. Too much like me. I didn't have time to argue with the child, and I prayed she'd be able to get her sister. I'd lose my mind if anything happened to the girls. Gritting my teeth, I flew fast at my adversaries, landing softly on the ground and hitting their backsides with streams of fire, careful not to hit Ember. Hopefully, if I shocked them, Ember would be able to get away. The mages spun around, roaring, and Ember fell from Bertram's arms, crying out before she scrambled behind me. I had only a moment to look behind me as Ember and Aurora blinked out like a snuffed candle. "What the fuck are you doing here, Bertram?" I seethed, sparks shooting from my palms. He shook embers off his wings with a snarl. "I would ask the same of you." I forced a laugh. "Is this what you've been reduced to? Terrorizing children? Too afraid to fight me instead?" His nostrils flared, and he reminded me of a dragon preparing to charge. "At least I'm not fucking the enemy." I charged at him with a roar, knocking him on his backside. Soul came at me, and I easily knocked him back with my flame. They'd never been good fire mages. More spark than flame. One reason why I believed they loathed my brothers and me, always picking fights with us, always trying to make us look bad in our queen's eyes. The other reason could have been that their estate was a quarter the size of ours, their mansion practically in ruins, their fields fallow, and their personal army just a handful of rejects. Bertram blinked up at me as I wrapped my hands around his throat. "She's not our enemy. She's our mate." Laughter gurgled up from his throat, his eyes narrowing. "Our queen will turn you all to ash." Soul came at me again, this time wielding a bow and flaming arrows. I jumped from Bertram as an arrow whisked past my head, grazing my ear. "For what, exactly?" I asked as I flew just above Bertram, turning arrow upon arrow to ash as Soul fired at me with unnatural speed. Red flashed in his eyes, and not the normal deep crimson typical of fire mages, but a bright, unnatural red that somehow made me think of the flames of hell. Bertram stood, ruffling the dirt off his wings and scowling up at me. "Did you kill Flora and Derek?" "None of your fucking business," I seethed after turning the last of Soul's arrows to ash. Soul swore and threw down his bow, then disappeared into the forest. Coward. Bertram jumped into the air, hovering just above me, a sneer etched into his features. "You were supposed to kill them and deliver their daughter to our queen." "Our assignment changed," I spat, my flames at the ready. I'm sure our queen will understand when we explain what happened. Bertram's eyes narrowed. What happened? Again, none of your fucking business, I bellowed, taunting him with my flame. I answer to the queen, not you. He threw back his head with a laugh. Oh, you'll be answering to her, all right. I jutted a finger toward the forest behind us. Get the hell off my estate. Bertram crossed his arms, leveling me with a dark look. I'm not on your estate. This is all Abyss's property. I threw my arms wide, taunting him with a triumphant glare. Unlike your sorry manor, our domain extends for miles. His eyes narrowed, and I swore I saw dark clouds leaching from his skin like ink spilling into water. Not for long. I let out a low growl, then screamed, dropping from the sky when my back was set on fire. Soul! I thought he'd flown away, but he must have snuck up from below. I'd been too focused on Bertram to notice. I hit the ground hard, too hard, my bones cracking and pain shooting up my legs as I let out an agonized roar. I was able to slow time long enough to curl into a ball, wrapping my wings around myself before more flames hit me. But I was too distraught, in too much pain to try to do more. Elements, they were going to kill me. I couldn't let that happen. I needed to protect my brothers and Sharina. With a roar, I managed to slow time long enough to stumble to my knees and fight fire with fire while ignoring the searing pain. If I was going down, they were coming with me.
Sharina. After wiping the tears from my eyes, I finally heaved myself off the floor, dreading having to face my mates. But it had to be done. I was ashamed of my reaction to Nikos after he only wanted to protect me. I checked my face in the mirror. My eyes were swollen and bloodshot, but there was nothing to be done. I combed my fingers through my hair, doing my best to look somewhat presentable. And then I stood at the bathing room door for far too long, gathering the courage to face Nikos. After heaving out a breath, I opened the door. Nikos jumped from the bed and flew to me, his wings drooping when he reached me. Shiri. He had a stricken look in his eyes as he reached for me and then pulled back. I'm sorry. Don't be. I grasped his hand, doing my best to push out the words through a constricted throat. I know you're only looking out for me. I'm sorry for my reaction. You had every right to react the way you did. I won't try to persuade you to bond with Dre again. Okay? My eyelids fell shut when he tenderly stroked my face. I threw my arms around him, nuzzling his neck. Hold me? I sighed in his embrace as he held me tight, warming me with the fire in his veins. Everything okay now? Blaze called from the balcony. I looked up at him through hazy eyes and nodded. He flew toward me, the breeze ruffling his mop of hair. Good, he said as he wrapped his wings around Nikos and me. I don't like it when we fight. Neither do I answered as the three of us hugged again. Then I shuddered in their arms, a sudden burst of nausea nearly overwhelming me as a foreboding feeling threatened to split my chest in two, and I swear I heard Draven cry out in my mind. I pulled back, gaping at my mates. Something's wrong. Mrs. Euphemia threw open the door and raced into the room. She bent over, clutching her stomach while struggling to catch her breath. Master Draven needs you. Aurora and Ember suddenly appeared. Their dresses were torn, and Aurora had leaves and sticks stuck in her hair.
Auntie!
Ember lunged toward me, tears streaking down her face.
We couldn't find you.
Nikos lifted her into his arms. What's wrong? Aurora smeared snot across her face with the back of her hand.
The bad men are killing Uncle Dre.
Blaze's eyes flashed with fire as he picked her up. Take us there. Nikos and I latched onto Blaze. One moment we were in my bedchamber, and the next we were in a dark field outside the castle walls. Aurora had done it. She'd transported all of us. I spun around when I heard a shout. 2 scrappy-looking winged fire mages were flying straight for us, their glowing eyes even more pronounced against a dusky sky as flames arced off their hands. I threw out my hands, my siren voice feeling more powerful than ever as it rang across the field and shook the very air like a burst of thunder. "Stop!" The mages fell from the sky like birds with clipped wings. Blaze and Nikos left the girls with me and flew after the fallen mages. My heart leapt into my throat as I looked around for Draven. Where was he? I grasped the girls' hands and we hurried through the grass. I gasped when we nearly tripped over 2 bodies that had been hidden in the tall grass. I panicked at first, a scream dying in my throat, when I thought Draven was among them. Then my blood turned to ice as I recognized the nurse's lifeless eyes. No wonder Draven's guard hadn't found them. But who killed them? The fallen mages? Nikos and Blaze hauled the mages up by the backs of their wings, snarling while shaking them. "Where's our brother?" The mages had burns all over their bodies, and one was even missing an ear. They looked at me with wide, frightened eyes, their limbs limp. Wow, I'd no idea I could immobilize them with just one word. "Where is Lord Draven?" I demanded, my voice reverberating my very bones. Both mages nodded toward the tree line behind us. "You will stay here, and you will not move," I said to them, my words feeling like weights falling off my tongue. I turned to Aurora, my siren voice still strong. "You will take your sister to Mrs. Euphemia, and you will wait for us there. Understood?" She nodded, taking her sister's hand and disappearing. I heaved a sigh as Nikos helped me stand. At least they were safe in the castle. I had a feeling I wouldn't want them to see Draven's condition. We found Draven, or what was left of him, by the tree line. A sob caught in my throat, and my knees buckled as I fell beside him. He was burned beyond recognition. Even his feathers had been turned to...
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
smash, leaving nothing but bald and bleeding wings. But even worse was his face, which resembled a melted ball of wax. Holy elements! They killed him! They killed my mate! My mates let out agonized roars, beating their chests. The cry that tore from me was something otherworldly as I fell on top of his body. And then his charred corpse let out a moan. I jerked back, gaping at him. He's still alive! I gave Nikos a pleading look. Please, I cried, desperation robbing my mind of all reason. Please help him. Nikos fell beside his brother and held out a hand to me. I need your strength. I need your siren. I nodded my understanding and took his hand while sucking in a deep breath, summoning every ounce of my magic from deep within my soul. You will heal your brother, I commanded, my words coming out like the blare of a battlefield call. You will heal Draven. Nikos released my hand and fell on top of Draven. My hands flew to my mouth when both their bodies lit up with brilliant blue fire. They burned like a pyre for several tense minutes before the flames finally died down. I let out a strangled sob, my shoulders sagging with relief when Nikos rolled off Draven, and I saw his body and face had been restored. Nikos draped a hand across his brow, letting out a moan, and Draven laid too eerily still upon the grass. Blaze grasped my shoulder. It took a lot of magic to heal him. He gently kissed my brow. They just need rest. I clung to him, sobs racking my body. Elements, we'd almost lost Draven, and I'd never gotten the chance to bond with him. So many questions ran through my mind. What were he and the girls doing out here? I had a sinking feeling Aurora had teleported outside the castle walls, and Draven had tried to save them. Great goddess, I didn't think I could ever repay him for his sacrifice. After heaving a shuddering breath, I pulled out of Blaze's arms. I nodded toward the mages still sitting in the grass. Were those Malvolia's mages? Draven had warned us about them, but I'd forgotten their names. Bertram and Sol. Blaze dragged a hand down his face with a groan. Malvolia's personal mages. Damn. What should we do with them? There's not much we can do. He grimaced. They were probably sent by the Queen herself. No doubt they attacked Draven as retribution for his failure to kill my parents. This was all my fault. I threw up my hands. So we should just let them go? Blaze rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles, his mouth splitting in a fanged grin. After I rearrange their faces. I turned away, kneeling beside my sleeping mates while Blaze flew toward Bertram and Sol. I winced every time I heard Blaze roar as he kicked and punched them. I cringed when a line of fire mages flew toward us, but Blaze didn't seem to be concerned as he kept beating his adversaries. The mages landed beside Blaze, and I recognized a few of them as Abyssus's guards. It was about time they showed up. After Malvolia's mages let out several cries for mercy, I finally stood, waving to Blaze. We need to get your brothers inside. The sun had finally set, and the moon looked far too big, far too bright. A strange howl sounded from somewhere in the forest. Blaze had a stricken look when he came to me. I clasped his face, kissing away his tears, clinging to him when he swept me into his arms. The other guards grabbed Nikos and Draven and followed us to the castle. It was then I knew our lives had taken a dark downward turn, and this attack was just a prelude to the bigger danger to follow. Chapter 20. The guards brought Nikos and Draven to Draven's opulent bedchamber. It was decorated in a far darker fashion than my bedchamber, with rich mahogany furniture. The bed was big enough for all four of us, with tall bedposts and crimson velvet drapes. After the guards had left Nikos and Draven in the bed, Blaze and I shared one more kiss before he said he had to go to the battlements. As the second-born son, He was acting Lord of the Manor until Draven recovered. I shuddered to think Blaze had almost been named Lord of the Manor, and that Draven had only been a few breaths away from death. Mrs. Euphemia brought the girls to me. I kissed their boo-boos and inspected them for anything serious, relieved they only had a few scratches. Mrs. Euphemia had already bathed them and put a poultice on their cuts. Aurora confessed she'd deliberately defied Draven's orders and teleported her sister outside. The girls told me Bertram and Sol had captured Ember, and that Draven had almost given his life to save her. For surely he would have died if Nikos hadn't reached him in time. I thought about lecturing Aurora, but decided to wait until the morning. I knew they were too terrified to leave the castle again. I was just relieved they were safe, and I had a feeling Aurora had learned her lesson. I kissed the girls once more before Mrs. Euphemia took them away for their bedtime. Then I sat by my mate's bedside, keeping vigil while they slept. I suddenly realized that I'd thought of Draven as my mate. I didn't know how that happened, but the thought of mating with him didn't seem so horrible now. After fatigue threatened to pull me under several times, I finally surrendered to sleep and crawled into bed between Nikos and Draven. I awoke to the sound of wings fluttering and looked into Nikos's eyes, illuminated by the overhead candlelight. "How are you feeling?" I asked, running my fingers through his hair. "Tired, but good." He grasped my hand, kissing my knuckles. "How are you?" "Relieved, worried, tired." I sat up, looking down at Draven, who still slept. Nikos turned his gaze to his brother. "He looks healed." He slanted a smile. "Thanks to your bossy siren." I laughed. "And your healing magic." He shrugged. "My magic was a fraction of the strength it is now, thanks to you." His lips brushed my knuckles again as he peered up at me with those sweet, sensual eyes. "You make me a better mage." I cupped his cheek, kissing his full lips. "And you make me a better siren." When he let out a low growl, I knew we would have to contain our desire before I straddled him next to his sleeping brother. "You should probably eat something," I said, backing away from Nikos. I knew healing magic took a lot of energy. He grasped my hand when I reached behind me to ring for the servants. "It's late. Don't bother the servants," he said. "I'll go to the kitchens." "You sure?" I was concerned about those dark circles under his eyes. He needed more rest. "Yeah." He dragged a hand down his face. "Where's Blaze?" "The battlements. I'll join him after I eat." I understood his unspoken words. Bertram and Sol were just the start of bigger threats to come. I swallowed back my fear. "Will Malvolia come here?" He grimaced. "I have no doubt she will." My stomach churned with unease. What would she try to do to them when she found out they didn't kill my parents? What would she try to do to the girls and me? And what would I have to do to stop her? After searching his gaze, I finally found the courage to speak. "What will we do?" "Whatever we do, we will decide together." He clasped my hands. "You look tired. Get some rest." My eyes fluttered, and a soft moan escaped my lips when he stroked the side of my face and kissed my cheek. I instantly missed his warmth when he got up from the bed, and though I didn't want him to go, I suspected why he left me alone with his brother. After he left, I checked Draven's pulse and wiped crusted blood off his forehead and wings while adjusting his blankets. I stilled at the sound of hooves clomping outside the door. Then came the knock, and Mrs. Euphemia poked her furry head inside. "How is he?" I waved her into the room. "Still sleeping," I said while smiling down at him. He certainly was handsome, with a warm complexion and features that looked like they'd been carved from granite. He was slightly taller than his brothers, with broad shoulders to accommodate his large wingspan. I briefly wondered if a certain appendage matched his wingspan, but I was confident it did. Then I berated myself for my crude thoughts while fighting the urge to look beneath the blankets. Mrs. Euphemia sat in an oversized rocking chair beside the bed, her shoulders sagging as she leaned back. "The girls?" I asked as I sat up against the headboard, crossing my legs. "Sleeping," she answered. "I will return to them shortly." "Thank you," I said. "I don't know what I'd do without you." I never knew we needed a nursemaid until Mrs. Euphemia, but she'd proven to be an invaluable addition to our family, giving me time to become familiar with my mates while keeping the girls entertained. Even though I adored the girls as if they were my own children, it felt nice to get a break and have some adult time. She offered me a warm smile. "They are a joy." She blew out a long breath. "Even if they wear me out." I laughed at that because I knew exactly what she meant. Mrs. Euphemia stood, frowning down at Draven sleeping beside me. "He doesn't look like he was badly burned." I nodded, then swallowed back my emotion. "He was a lump of coal." "His skin looks so smooth." Mrs. Euphemia beamed. "Nikos' healing magic must have grown stronger." "It has." I swiped a tear from my eye while frowning down at Draven. "But there's something my father never explained to me about fire mages." "What?" she asked as she sat back down. "How can they withstand their own fire, but not someone else's?" They had fire in their blood, fire in their eyes, and elements knew they were as warm as hot cinders. Why would they not be able to withstand another mage's fire? She shook her head. "I'm not sure why their own fire doesn't harm them, but other fire does." Draven rolled over, the blankets falling off his chest and revealing thick muscles and those swirling fire tattoos. It took all my willpower not to run my fingers along his heated skin. I looked up at Mrs. Euphemia when she cleared her throat. She'd pulled back her sleeve, revealing those same violent scars Draven had shown me the first day I'd met her. "When Queen Malvolia's healers tried to heal me, I refused to let them erase all the scars. They serve as a reminder for all I'd lost." She visibly swallowed, her eyes flashing with pain. My chest tightened with emotion. "I'm very sorry," I rasped. "Why?" She began rocking in her chair, the floor creaking with the movement. "It wasn't your fault. You, the girls, and the young masters in Fernie are all innocents caught up in this. Did your mates tell you about my husband?" "No." I froze at the mention of a husband. I had wondered what had happened to him and why she wore a black dress and veil. "He was my fated mate, and he was not a satyr." She gave me a pointed look. "Everyone in my family was against it. Bjorn was considered the lowest of the Teray, a bear shifter." "A bear shifter? I had no idea they existed." I had only ever heard of wolf shifters. "They have been hunted to near extinction, loathed and scared by humans and fae alike." Her mouth flattened into a grim line. "I will admit, even I hated my mate at first. I fought the bond, cursed the elements for choosing Bjorn as my mate. He was a brute." She made a strange sound that sounded like a cross between a laugh and a wail. "He had terrible manners, but Lord and Lady Inferni took him in, made him the warden of the forest, gave him a sense of purpose, but most importantly, they treated him with dignity, and he repaid their kindness with loyalty and bravery, defending Abyssus with his life." I swallowed at that. Somehow I feared what she was about to tell me would shatter my heart. Still, I leaned forward, intrigued by Bjorn's story. "It took me a while to accept the bond," she continued, shaking her head and clucking her tongue. "Too long. I'm ashamed to say I wasted years fighting it.
After I finally surrendered to my heart, I spent the happiest 2 months of my life in our little cottage in the forest. I remember the night we saw the castle on fire. He begged me to stay in the cottage, but I refused to leave his side. I rushed with him into that burning tower to save the boys. He didn't come out with us. The entire tower would have fallen down on our heads, but he shifted into a mighty bear and held it up long enough for me to escape with the boys in my arms. I was unable to stop the flow of tears that spilled from my eyes. My chest felt as if it had been cleaved in two. Poor Mrs. Euphemia. I do not regret loving him, she continued, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. But I do regret waiting so long to do it. I could have had 3 extra years with him if it hadn't been for my stubbornness. She paused, giving me a look of understanding. And yes, he was a brute, but he softened with me, for me. He gave his life to save the children and me. Some days I miss him so much, I pray to the elements to take me. If it wasn't for the boys needing me, I think I would have already thrown myself from the tallest tower. She stopped rocking, fisting her hands in her lap. And now the girls give me a renewed sense of purpose. I think Bjorn led you and the girls to us. I will be here for them as long as they need me, but when the elements call me to be with Bjorn, I will not fight it. I could barely see through my flood of tears. Had she shared this story a few days ago, I might have thought her purpose was to shame me into mating with Draven. Now, I realized she was right. I had no idea how much time my mates and I would have together. Malvolia's mages could take them from me just like they'd killed my other father. Would I waste what little time we had together quarreling, or would I use that time to reconcile with Draven and finally seal the bond? Draven had already apologized, and he'd proven himself worthy of my love by sacrificing himself for the girls. I didn't know what else he could do to prove his devotion. Thank you for sharing that with me. I paused, searching for the right words, though nothing could bring back her mate. I'm so sorry about Bjorn. She smiled and looked away, her eyes awash with distant memories. Another knock sounded at the door, and 2 young women servants came inside carrying trays of supplies, a water basin and several towels, plus bars of soap. They both curtsied to me.
Excuse me, Your Highness,
One of the servants, a young woman with wavy dark hair and pale skin, said while bowing her head.
we're here to clean Lord Inferni.
Oh, leave it. I waved them off. I'll clean him. No way was I trusting anyone else to take care of Draven after what the nurses had done to Nikos.
Are you sure you don't need help?
The servant asked. No, I answered curtly, giving her no room for refusal. I don't need help, thank you. Mrs. Euphemia got up as the servants left the trays on a nearby table. I'll leave you to your cleaning, she said with a wink. My skin flushed as I looked lovingly down at Draven. Yes, I would be the one to clean my mate. My brave, selfless mate who, despite all his flaws, nearly sacrificed his own life to protect my nieces. I would never forget that.
Draven. I woke to the soothing feel of a warm, wet sponge wiping my brow. I released a moan when I felt gentle hands on my wings. My nostrils flared as I recognized her scent. Sharina, my mate. I watched her from beneath my lashes as she carefully cleaned my feathers. Had I died and gone to heaven? For I swore I could feel her love for me in each gentle stroke. I didn't want her to know I was awake. For selfish mage that I was, I feared she'd stop cleaning me. but I also worried she'd notice the growing evidence of my desires soon enough. How could I not be aroused by her gentle touch, or by her delicious ripe breasts hovering over my face while she stretched across my body to reach my wingtips? Elements, I wanted to roll her over and plow into her. I dug my fingers into the blankets, a moan escaping my lips. Oh.
Draven?
She rolled off me.
Are you awake?
I swallowed, blinking up at her while willing the evidence of my desire to recede. Luckily, she hadn't noticed, or else she didn't acknowledge that she'd noticed. I slowly sat up, doing my best to adjust to the overhead candlelight that pierced my eyes. She steadied me with one hand on my elbow.
Don't sit up too fast.
I hung my head in my hands with a groan as I felt her weight dip and then heard her slip off the bed and pad across the floor. Was she leaving me?
Here.
I peered up at her as she handed me a drink. I downed the goblet of cool water in a few swallows and handed it back to her. She refilled it and bade me drink again. Then she wheeled a cart to the bed and began scooping food onto a plate. I can't eat yet, I said, trying to push the food away.
You can and you will, she said sternly. It took a lot of energy to heal you. You need to replenish.
Suddenly, memories came racing back. Sol and Bertram, the fire, the girls. I clasped my aching chest. The girls? She smiled, holding a bite of food out to me.
Sleeping.
They're not hurt, I asked as I swallowed the food, hardly registering the taste as I got lost in the amber swirls of her beautiful eyes.
No.
She dabbed the corner of my mouth with a napkin.
They're fine.
It's late, I said as she shoveled another bite into my mouth. Why aren't you resting? Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes.
Someone has to take care of you, since we can't trust the nurses here.
I ate in silence while wondering if that distant look in her eyes was because she'd rather not be with me, or something else. After I'd eaten half the plate, I pushed it away. I've had enough for now, but thank you. I didn't want to waste my time eating when I had my beautiful mate's company. I wanted to cherish this time together, for however long she was willing to stay. She took the plate away, and I leaned back in bed, memories slowly returning. I'd fought them for as long as I could. It hadn't been the first time I'd exchanged flames with the brothers, but something in their fire had changed. Their flames were more virulent, almost poisonous. I remember being badly burned. I looked at my hands. The skin was smooth and clean, no signs of injury. How? She sat back down beside me, gently wiping crumbs from my mouth.
Nikos' magic has grown stronger.
I couldn't tear my gaze from my beautiful mate. She was being so kind. Had she finally forgiven me? I leaned toward her, intoxicated by the lavender scent wafting off her skin. Because of you. Her cheeks colored, and she looked away.
Maybe.
Not maybe. I took a chance and reached for her hand, relief sweeping through me when she didn't pull away. You're a blessing to us, Sharina. Before you, he wouldn't have been able to heal me. I would be dead by now. She hung her head, her face flushing.
Before me, Malvolia's mages wouldn't have attacked you.
Those fools. I forced a laugh. It was only a matter of time before they found some excuse to come after us. When she looked back up at me, her eyes were glossy from unshed tears.
The girls could have been killed or captured, and you defended them knowing you could die too.
I reached for her, pulling her into my lap, so pleased when she didn't pull away. I cupped her chin, forcing her to look into my eyes. I would die for them. For you too, Sharina. She flattened her palm against my chest, but didn't say anything. For a moment, I wondered if I'd gone too far by pulling her into my lap. I didn't want to drive her away. I cleared my throat. I don't need a nurse anymore if you want to be with my brothers. I forced out the words, even though it felt like I was driving a dagger into my own chest. She draped her arms around my shoulders, solar flares flashing in her eyes. What if I want to be here? I stilled while looking into her eyes, fearing my heart would beat out of my chest. Had she finally accepted the bond? I would not send you away, even though I know I don't deserve your kindness. She nodded. A group of mountain men tried to rape me. My world came to a standstill with the exception of my pulse pounding loudly in my ears and the fire racing through my veins. What? When? I would turn them all to ash. She averted her gaze.
It was shortly after my parents told me Tari had been killed by a bear. They said they buried her body, and it was too gruesome to dig up. I didn't believe them. Tari was a green witch. Animals loved her.
She gave me a hopeless look before turning her gaze down.
It made no sense that one would kill her, so I ran away from my parents in search of her. I was only gone a week before the mountain men found me. There were at least a dozen of them. I tried to fight them off, but they were too strong. I had no choice but to use my siren's call.
I swallowed back bile, rage and flame pulsing through my veins. I hope you killed them, because if not, I'm hunting down every one of them. A tear slipped down her cheek.
I made them slit their own throats.
I gritted my teeth. Good. Though some part of me wished they were still alive, so I could cut off their dicks and shove them down their throats.
Good?
Her voice cracked as more tears spilled over her eyes.
I used my magic for evil.
Clasping her shoulders, I desperately searched her eyes. You used it for protection. She hunched over, as if the weight of her imagined sins was too heavy to bear.
I'd been using my power of persuasion my whole life, for an extra slice of pie or for my mother to sing us another song. She never said no to me. My siren's call didn't develop until I was on the cusp of womanhood, and I only used it jokingly on Tari then, or to chase away annoying suitors. My voice hadn't been very strong. Not until that night.
She paused, releasing a shuddering breath.
I don't know if it was fear that awakened my magic, but a dam burst, and my veins have been humming with power ever since. I never told my parents what happened. I was so afraid they'd think I'd turned evil.
I dug my fingers into her shoulders. You're not evil.
I feel like my whole life they've been watching me, waiting for me to turn out like Malvolia.
She wiped tears from her eyes.
The way they would look at me, as if I was a venomous serpent waiting to strike.
Look at me. I cupped her chin, desperately searching her eyes. You're not evil. I swallowed back my sorrow, forcing out the words through a tightened throat. You're absolutely perfect, and I'm sorry, Sharina. It took me too long to see it. The light in her smile was enough to drive away the shadows in my blackened heart.
Shiri.
It took me a moment to comprehend what she was saying. She wanted me to call her by her familiar name. Did this mean she was ready to accept me as her mate? Shiri? I tenderly stroked her face, my dick hardening when she let out a sensual moan. Desire swirled in her eyes.
Yes?
Does this mean you forgive me? She crooked a half smile, draping her arms around my shoulders again.
Just kiss me.
I didn't wait for a second invitation. My lips came crashing down on hers, hungrily, greedily. She tasted like sweet wine and felt like heaven in my arms as she melted into me with a moan. Elements, I'd never desired anything so badly in my life as much as I wanted to sink into her wet heat. Knowing what she'd been through, I tried to hold myself back, but it was so very hard. Despite the flames racing through my veins, I forced myself to pull away, panting against her mouth. "Shiri, if you don't stop me now, I don't think I'll be able to stop."
Then don't stop.
She nibbled my bottom lip, her hands roving across my chest, across my back, and then my sensitive wingtips. Wait, she wanted me to make love to her? "Are you sure?" I asked, still in shock this was happening. Shiri wanted me.
Yes.
My scalp tingled when she coursed her fingers through my hair.
Please, yes.
That was all the encouragement I needed as I flipped her over with a growl, salivating as she untied her robe, freeing her beautiful, full breasts. I couldn't help myself. I had to feast, licking each peaked nipple, scraping them with my teeth as they hardened, and then taking as much of each breast in my mouth as would fit, sucking while she writhed beneath me. She arched her back, giving me better access to her tempting body. I kissed her narrow waist, her flared hips, before lavishing each breast again and then feasting on her long, smooth neck, her soft lips, my tongue diving into her mouth, probing her while she moaned, her hands roving across my body. My wings twitched when she loosened the string on my trousers, setting my cock free. I jerked in her hand when she wrapped her fingers around me. Fearing I'd explode, I grabbed her wrist. "Shiri," I whispered while kissing her again and again before trailing kisses across her jawline. "I'm barely holding back here." Her sensual laughter skidded across my bones, setting my skin on fire. She wrapped her legs around my buttocks, looking up at me with a seductive smile, her lips swollen from my kisses.
Then don't hold back. Take me.
I lowered myself onto her, my cock sliding across her slick sex, warm and swollen and ready for me. Captivated by the desire swirling in her eyes, I watched her face as I slid into her tight entrance, inwardly smiling as her desire turned to shock when I slid in deeper and deeper. Gasping, she lifted her legs higher to accommodate my girth. I wrapped her in my wings and rocked into her, rolling my hips while pounding her dripping flesh. Her wet, tight heat was pure bliss, and I never wanted to stop making love to her. We soon found our rhythm. Panting into each other's mouths, we moved together as one, reaching for that peak until I thought perhaps I had died and found heaven in her arms. She clawed at my back, her sheath tightening and swelling as I moved faster, plowed her harder, sweat dripping down my brow and between my wings. And then she cried out, arching beneath me while she spasmed. I couldn't hold on another moment, bathing her slick sex with my seed as I stilled with a roar, my cockhead pulsing like a heartbeat. But I wasn't finished with my amazing mate. I never wanted this night to end, so I continued to rock into her, taking us both to heaven again and again while being consumed by the flame.
Sharina. I laid in my mate's warm embrace, using his broad chest as my pillow, the sound of his steady heartbeat in my ear a balm to my soul. He was alive, and he was all mine. A smile etched into my face, and a trill raced across my spine as he stroked my back with his wingtips. His touch was pure heaven. I would have been completely content to lie here in his arms the rest of the day. But there was one thing bothering me. I was able to mind-speak Blaze and Nikos, but not with Draven. He tenderly kissed my forehead while holding me tight.
"What are you thinking, Shiri?"
I sat up, straddling my mate, my hair falling across his chest while I looked at his handsome face. Candlelight flickered around us, illuminating the flames in his eyes. I moaned, my head rolling back while he gently cupped my breast, his rough thumb brushing across my nipple. Was he ready to make love again? I bit my lip when he gently kneaded my other breast, causing my sex to swell and drip. Even though we'd made love most of the night, I wanted him so badly already. "You'd know if we could hear each other's thoughts," I finally answered. Both thumbs swirled around my peaked nipples, making that aching spot between my thighs pulse like a heartbeat.
"We didn't take each other's blood."
"I know how it works," I said while batting my lashes. "Mind speaking is part of what makes being a fated mate so special." His eyes darkened.
"It is, but I understand if you don't want to complete the bond."
I swallowed at that, suddenly overcome by a bout of nerves. "Do you want to bond with me?" His smile was brighter than 1,000 suns.
"More than anything."
I sucked in a gasp and then slipped my thumb into his mouth, wincing when he pierced it with the tip of his fang. He suckled the blood like a babe drawing milk from his mother's breast, and then blood pooled around his bottom lip when he bit down on it. I kissed him, tasting the coppery tang of our blood on my tongue. Panting against his mouth, I finally pulled back, projecting my voice through thought. "Draven, can you hear me?"
"Yes, my love,"
he purred, his hand slipping between my thighs.
"Please call me Dre. We should be on familiar terms now, don't you think?"
"Then tell me something about yourself, Dre," I said, "since we're on familiar terms." After all, I'd told him about my darkest, most painful memory. It was only fair I learned more about him. His hand stilled on my thigh.
"You know how Nikos can heal and Blaze can fly fast?"
"Yes," I answered. He heaved out a breath.
"Sometimes the world stops."
"What?"
"It happens randomly."
He dragged a hand down his face, pain flashing in his eyes.
"I can't always control it. Sometimes time just stops."
I scooted closer to him, placing my palm on his chest. "I don't understand."
"When Sol and Bertram attacked me, I was able to slow time long enough to shield myself with my wings and to strike back. They would have burned me to ash if not."
"Oh." I breathed out a shaky breath, my heart twisting at the thought of Dre turned to ash. "What about when Blaze punched you?" He slanted a smile.
"I didn't try to shield myself then. I knew I deserved it."
He tenderly stroked my face.
"I'm sorry, Shiri."
"Don't be." I pressed up against him, savoring his warmth while staring into his darkened eyes. "That's all in the past now, Dre." My inner voice was breathless as I felt his hard length pressing into my abdomen. "Will you make love to me again?" He rolled me over with a dark growl.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Chapter 21. I woke up to the midday sun streaming through the heavy drapes covering Dre's big, soft bed. I loved it so much in this bed. The sheets were soft, like smooth moss, and the pillows were so fluffy. But most important was the ravenous mage who occupied the bed. His sexual appetite last night had been insatiable. I rolled over when I felt his body heat pulsing behind me, surprised to be looking into Blaze's dark eyes.
"Good morning, Shiri,"
he said through thought, flashing a lazy grin while he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
"Everything okay?"
"Everything is perfect." Biting my lip, I rested my hands beneath my cheek. "Where's Dre?"
"He went to the battlements,"
he said with a frown.
"You'll have to settle for me."
I sat up, kissing the tip of his nose. "I never have to settle when I have you. You know that," I scolded. How could he even suggest that? His lips brushed mine.
"I know, I was just teasing. He said he'd return to you soon."
I nibbled his lower lip as I looked down the length of his body, noticing that he was very naked and very hard. "What shall we do to pass the time?" When he rolled onto me, his wings wrapped around us, I had my answer. I wrapped my legs around his waist, my hands roving his hard chest as he kissed me deeply. "I haven't brushed my teeth," I said to him. He flexed his hips, his smooth shaft rubbing across my cleft, causing it to swell and drip. "I don't care." I melted against him, surrendering to his heat as he continued to glide across my aching sex until I thought I'd go mad from the torture. "Please, please, I need you," I cried out in his mind. "You always have me," he purred, and then slid inside, slowly, agonizingly, until I thought I'd combust from need. I dug my nails into his shoulders, our gazes locked, the love reflecting in his eyes making me melt beneath him as he rocked into me. I cried out when his hand found my breast, pinching and pulling the nipple and sending euphoric sparks shooting through my entire body. I matched each of his thrusts, raising my hips and taking him deeper while we soared higher and higher toward that precipice of bliss. "Blaze, yes, my love, yes," I called out in his mind as my climax finally hit like a punch to the chest, holding me captive while he pumped into me twice more and then stilled with a roar. His thick cockhead pulsed inside me like a heartbeat, causing me to climax again and again. I clung to him, riding out each wave with a moan of pleasure. He rolled over much too soon, so I rolled with him, refusing to let him pull out. He dug his hands into my hips with a growl, his wings spread out beneath us while I ground against him, slowly at first, but then I rode him harder and faster, panting as he thrust his hips into me. I knew I'd be sore later, but the pressure of his large cockhead battering my womb was too glorious to stop. My eyes rolled into the back of my head when he latched onto my breasts, rolling my nipples between his fingers. The climax that shot through me went off like cannon fire, the intensity taking me by surprise. He stilled with a curse, his cockhead pulsing in me again. By the time I fell on top of his chest, gasping for breath, we were both slick with sweat and our juices. He laughed at the mess and tried to clean us both with a sponge, but halfway through we realized the sheets were ruined and we were both in need of a bath. He carried me to the bathing room and warmed a shallow bath for us. We splashed and soaped each other up, and then I ended up riding him again, his wings draped over the tub, our bodies splashing in the water. I regretted nothing when he helped me from the tub. Between Nikos and Dre's injuries, I'd not focused enough time on Blaze. And after kissing away his tears last night, I knew he needed this. He cupped my face in his hands, brushing his nose across mine in the sweetest display of affection. "Thank you, my love." I grasped his wrists and stood on my tiptoes to kiss him. "It was my pleasure, darling." "Sherry." "Yes?" The intensity in his eyes nearly took my breath away. His eyes flashed with something. Was it pain? Despair? "I've only known you a week, and I've already fallen in love with you." I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close to my heart. "Oh, Blaze, I love you too." So much that it frightened me, and I understood that look of despair in his eyes, for the world was burning around us. How did we keep from getting consumed by the fire? "Come." He took my hand, flashing a smile that didn't hide the worry reflecting in his eyes. "Let's find something to eat. I'm sure you're hungry." I clutched my roiling stomach. Famished. The servants had brought a buffet into Dre's bedchamber. So much food that I didn't know where to start. I was so overwhelmed I let Blaze make me a plate. We sat at a table set for 4 by the hearth, though, according to Blaze, Nikos and Dre were still on the battlements. Draven had ordered the guards double the watch, and he and his brothers would take turns in command. which meant I wouldn't get to make love to all three at once. Selfish and insatiable as I was, I couldn't deny that had been my fantasy. I supposed I should have been grateful when most fae never found their fated mates, let alone three. Breakfast was delicious, from savory pies to stew and potatoes with buttery onion gravy. I ate every bite and then had seconds. There was no way we could finish it all, though, and I wondered if the food would go to waste or if the servants would finish it. Back at our cottage, a meal like this would have lasted my family a week. Not that we'd ever had food this good. The realization made me resent Malvolia for forcing us into hiding, into poverty. My sister and I never had porcelain dolls, fine clothes, full bellies. I was determined that things would be different for Ember and Aurora from now on. "How are the children?" I asked Blaze in between sips of sweet juice. I felt a little guilty that I hadn't thought of them this morning. Mrs. Euphemia had taken over so many of my motherly duties. Maybe too many. Tari had entrusted the girls to me, not to anyone else. "Fine," he said with a wink. "I stopped in the nursery on the way to you this morning." "Oh." I slouched in my chair, feeling even worse that everyone else had been looking after them while I'd been neglecting them. "Mrs. Euphemia is teaching them their letters this morning." I forced a smile. I should have been happy for them that they were learning to read, though I felt guilty I wasn't the one teaching them. Tari and I had been taught by our mother. Our father had collected enough tattered books and parchment over the years. Our mother had prioritized us having reading materials over luxuries like tea and sugar. "You okay?" Blaze eyed me while he took a long sip of coffee. I shrugged. "Just thinking about the girls." He reached across the table, taking my hand in his. "They're fine. They have a loving nursemaid. You have nothing to feel guilty about." "How did you know?" He flashed a sideways smile, starlight shining in his eyes. "I could read it on your face." I smiled back. "You know me so well already." "How could I not?" He squeezed my hand. "You're my fated mate." I didn't think I could be more content than I was at this moment. The world was burning around us, and yet I was finally living the life of a pampered princess inside the safety of a beautiful castle with 3 gorgeous, virile, winged mages. "Something strange happened last night," Blaze said as he released my hands and leaned back in his chair. "What?" I asked while pulling apart a sweet cinnamon roll. Cook's pastries truly were heavenly. Blaze leaned forward and snatched a piece of my roll, popping it in his mouth. "My brothers and I can mind speak." My mouth fell open. "Are you serious?" "Yes, he's serious." The fluttering of wings sounded on the balcony, and then Nico strode in through the double doors, a wide grin splitting his face. I jumped from my seat and ran to him. He swept me into his arms, kissing me passionately. I was breathless, and his eyes shone with fire by the time we pulled away. Then his gaze wandered toward the pile of destroyed sheets at the foot of the bed. "Someone had fun in here," he said through thought, his voice echoing like a gong while he waggled his brows. Odd that our telepathic conversations had never sounded like that before. Blaze looked sideways at me, flashing a wicked grin. "So much fun." His voice reverberated in my skull the same way. I gaped at them. We were having a group thought conversation. Nikos laughed. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Sorry." I shook my head. "Just getting used to this." "Yeah." Blaze scratched the back of his neck while sharing a smirk with his brother. "Us too." I jumped from my chair at the sound of little feet running outside the sitting room door. The knob rattled, but I didn't hear the door open. I laughed. After last night, I supposed Aurora had been afraid to use her teleporting abilities again. Nico smirked and crossed over to the sitting room, opening the door. The girls came running in.
Auntie! Uncles!
"Good morning," I said to them, kneeling on the floor and holding out my arms. Nikos cleared his throat. "Good afternoon." Oh. I squinted up at the noonday sun as I squeezed the girls tight, kissing their soft cheeks. Blaze knelt down beside us. "Have a good sleep, sprites." Ember pulled back, frowning.
I had a nightmare about the bad men.
"Come here, Sprite," Nikos said as he joined our circle. I fought back tears as she went to him, and he took her in his arms, wrapping his wings around her. "Thank you," I said to him through thought while swiping the moisture at my eyes. I was truly a lucky witch to have such kind mates. I frowned down at the doll she held against her. This one had pale hair and skin like a she-fae. "You have a different doll," I said to her. Ember sucked her thumb while looking at me with watery eyes.
The bad man burned up Bethany too.
Aurora jutted a finger toward her sister's doll.
That is Bethany 3.
"Oh." I clasped a hand to my heart, thankful the bad man had destroyed the doll and not my niece, but also so very fearful to know he was capable of so much evil. Next time, I feared he would try to harm one of my nieces. The thought was like a flaming poker stabbing my chest. I stroked Ember's cheek. "I'm sorry about Bethany, too." She sniffled, a tear sliding down her cheek.
Me too.
"Where's Mrs. Euphemia?" I asked them.
It's her family time,
Aurora said. "I forgot about family time." Nikos looked disappointed as he dragged a hand through his hair. "Mrs. Euphemia always takes off Sunday and Wednesday evenings to visit her aunt in the village." He gave me a forlorn look, and I realized he'd been hoping for a turn between the sheets with me. "Later tonight," I said to him through thought. "I'll make it worth the wait." He waggled his brows. "I know you will." I turned at the sound of fluttering wings behind us, my heart nearly beating out of my chest when Dre landed on the balcony, a large bouquet of flowers in his hands. He strode through the door with the swagger and grace befitting the lord of the manor. My lord. My mate. I jumped to my feet, drawn to him like a moth to flame. He took me in his arms, pressing the flowers to my back, and kissed me so deeply and so thoroughly I could scarcely draw breath. I was panting by the time he released me, and I wanted nothing more than to drag him back to that big bed. "Good morning," he murmured in my ear. "Have a nice sleep." I whispered back, nibbling his ear. "The best." He chuckled and handed me a bouquet of multicolored flowers. That's when I noticed the one large bouquet was actually 3, 2 small ones and a bigger one. He knelt beside me and handed a smaller bouquet to each of the girls. His smile was as bright as the bouquets. "Flowers for my favored girls." The children squealed so loud, my mates and I had to cover our ears. They twirled with their flowers while stroking their silky petals. I kissed Dre's cheek. That was a sweet gesture. Nobody has ever given them flowers before. "I'm happy to be the first." He tenderly stroked my face, his eyes shining with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. "I mean to be a good role model for them," he said through thought, his voice lacking that echo, so I knew he was speaking solely to me. "So when they grow up and find their mates, they accept nothing less than to be treated like the princesses they are." There were no words to convey my gratitude, so I kissed him instead, giving him a look that promised another night of passion. "Any news?" Blaze asked. Dre nodded toward the sitting room attached to his bedchamber. "Girls, why don't you play with your flowers by the hearth?" He pointed toward the hearth in the opposite direction. "It's warm there, and there are tarts on the buffet." Flowers forgotten, they ran to the buffet and tried to lift the heavy silver lids. Nikos crossed over to them and gave them each a tart on a small plate. He then poured them each a goblet of juice and sat them at the table. He affectionately patted their heads. "Eat here, then you can play with your flowers when you're finished."
Yes, Uncle Nikos,
they both said as they sat in their chairs. They daintily tucked cloth napkins into their frocks and used their silverware to cut into their tarts. Where had these young ladies come from, and what had happened to my heathen nieces? I must have been gaping because Blaze leaned over and whispered in my ear. "Table manners were the first thing Mrs. Euphemia taught us, too." I took his arm and he led me into the sitting room. Dre went to a big mahogany buffet server and poured us each a goblet of wine. I thought it was a little early to drink, but then realized by the grim look on his face that he had unsettling news. Blaze and Nico sat on either side of me on a wide leather sofa. Draven sat across from us, his brow creased with worry. He took a long drink of wine before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "The nurses were found dead in that field not far from where the mages attacked." "I know. I saw them. Do you know how they died?" I asked. He grimaced. "Their necks were broken." Blaze tensed beside me, squeezing my knee. "Who?" Dre blew out a breath, leaning back in his chair. "I have a suspicion it was Sol and Bertram, though I can still hardly believe it." Shadows darkened Dre's features as he dragged a hand down his face. "They've always been dragons' asses, but I never knew they were capable of such evil." Nikos cleared his throat. "They were shocked when they saw me. They looked at me as if I was a ghost." Dre nodded. "They didn't expect you to be alive." I swallowed back a knot of panic as realization struck me like a mallet to the head. They were behind the poisoning. Blaze shook his head. "But how did they get demon herbs?"
because they're demons?
A little voice squeaked behind us. I looked over the back of the sofa at Ember, who stood in the doorway. She had an intelligence in her eyes that made her look far older than 4 years. Dre slowly stood, his feathers standing on end. "How do you know this, Ember?" She pressed a palm into the wall, her doll hanging in her other hand.
They smelled like demons, and I saw their darkness.
"Holy elements," I breathed, clutching my throat. How do you know what demons smell like?" I stammered. She walked up to me.
My friends told me what demons should smell like.
"Friends?" Dre asked. "She's a spirit talker," Nikos told him through thought. Dre's eyes widened. "By her friends, she means the ghosts that follow her," I added. Dre blew out a long breath. "This is getting interesting." "And what should they smell like?" I asked her. She made a face.
Like troll dung.
"Oh." Nervous laughter escaped my throat. I took her on my knee, kissing the top of her head. To be so young and have such dark magic. It must have felt more like a curse than a gift, and yet she was the sweetest child. Blaze jumped from his seat, his wings ruffling as he swore under his breath. "I should have killed them when I had the chance." "And risk Malvolia's wrath?" I asked. Blaze shrugged. "But they're demons." "Would Malvolia believe us if we told her that?" Nikos asked. I tensed, watching Dre for his reaction. I knew how highly he thought of his queen. His shoulders fell. "I'm not sure if she'd believe us, especially not after—" He paused, visibly swallowing as he glanced at me. "Not after you mated with her enemy?" I was unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. "Please don't say that." Dre knelt in front of me. "You're not her enemy, Sharina. You're our mate." There was no mistaking the flames in his eyes as he pressed his lips to my knuckles. I threaded my fingers through his, my cheeks suddenly heating as I got lost in the fire in his eyes. Then I watched out of the corner of my eye as Aurora tiptoed into the room. She giggled when Nikos snatched her in his arms and kissed her cheek. "You said Sol and Bertram are Malvolia's lovers?" I asked through thought so that the children didn't hear, projecting my voice to all my mates. How odd that speaking to all of them at once felt like second nature, as easy as breathing. I didn't need to conjure a spell to do it. I simply thought about projecting, and it worked. "They were at one point," Blaze answered back through thought, grimacing. "I'm not sure if they are now. Our queen discards lovers like old shoes." Averting his gaze, he refilled his wine goblet, his mouth still turned down. I was suddenly struck by a disturbing thought as I gave each of my mates a pointed look. "No, we were never her lovers, if that's what you're thinking," Dre answered, laughter ringing in his words. "She was like a mother to us, nothing more." "Good," I grumbled. "I don't think I could stomach the thought of you sleeping with my aunt." My mates had the nerve to laugh out loud. The girls gave us funny looks. "I don't know how demon possession works," Dre said aloud as he stood and went to refill his wine. "But hopefully they haven't infected her too." The color drained from Nikos's face. That would be bad. I swallowed at that, casting Ember a nervous glance. "Really bad," Blaze added. I suppose if and when we ever came face to face with Malvolia, Em could tell us if our aunt was a demon. It would explain why she'd gone mad, I wanted to say, but kept that thought to myself. After the girls finished their tarts, we walked them back to the nursery where I intended on playing dolls with them while Mrs. Euphemia was away. I shared looks with my mates after we walked into the nursery. We still hadn't had the talk with the girls, and I supposed now was as good a time as any. We set them on their bed, and I knelt in front of them, wiping crumbs from their faces. "I hope you haven't been driving Mrs. Euphemia crazy." They shared a long look, and I knew they were telepathically speaking, probably trying to get their stories to align.
"We've been good,"
Aurora finally said.
"Mrs. Euphemia's face only turned red twice."
I heaved a sigh. I didn't know what Dre was paying Mrs. Euphemia, but I was certain she deserved a raise. "I'd prefer her face didn't turn red at all." I grabbed their hands. "Now, before we go play, we must talk about what happened yesterday." Ember looked up at Dre, her bottom lip quivering.
"Uncle Dre, thank you for saving me from the bad men."
He knelt beside me, kindness reflected in his smile. "You're very welcome." "Aurora, is there something you'd like to say?" I rubbed her knee, giving her an encouraging look. She vehemently shook her head.
"No."
I gritted my teeth. Why did I think this would be easy? "You left the safety of the castle walls without permission or an escort after you were told not to do that."
"I told Aurora to take us back,"
Ember said.
"and she called me a scaredy sprite."
Aurora gave her sister a sharp look, then turned her gaze to the smooth satin bedspread beneath her legs. "Aurora, do you understand that Uncle Dre almost died saving you girls?" I asked.
"Yes, Auntie."
She sniffled, then looked up at Dre with wide eyes.
"I'm sorry, Uncle Dre."
"Come here, child." I swore I heard my heart sigh when he took her in his arms and sat on the bed with her. "Listen to me." He wiped a tear from her cheek. "I'm not angry with you. I was very worried, though. If anything happened to you girls, it would break your auntie's heart." He swallowed as he looked at me. "And all our hearts, too." Nikos and Blaze murmured their agreement. Aurora nodded as more tears slid down her face. When Dre rocked her in his arms, I didn't think I could adore him more than at that moment. Ember tugged on my sleeve. "Yes, sweetheart?" I asked her. Her brows drew down in a serious yet adorable expression.
"I saw my mommy and daddies."
"What?" I gasped, looking over my shoulder as if Tari could materialize. "Where?"
"They're not here,"
she said, frowning while playing with the frayed end of her doll's sash.
I saw them when the bad fire mages tried to take us. They were upset. They heard us cry out.
My mates and I shared bewildered looks. "What's she talking about?" Blaze asked through thought. "I don't know," I answered before turning back to Ember. I gently grasped her knee. "Tell me."
Papa Asher was in a cave, and Mama and Papa Finn were in a field of flowers. She had a black rabbit, and these tiny little people were stealing the fruit out of her basket.
I smiled. "I think you had a dream."
It wasn't a dream.
She clung to her doll while leaning forward.
And Mama had weird hair that looked like straw and pale skin.
My mates gasped, and I remembered Nikos telling me Tari had pale hair and skin. Had Ember heard him? I smiled at my niece. "Then how do you know she's your mama?" She blinked at me, her eyes wide and innocent.
My friends told me she was my mama, and 2 big black birds were guarding them.
Black birds? Certainly this had to have been a dream.
But they didn't have feathers.
She made a motion with her hands, as if she was stretching out her chin.
They had long faces with sharp fangs and smooth skin.
Dre cleared his throat. "She described wyverns. And the little people were gnomes," Blaze added. I gave my mates funny looks. Gnomes? My mother had told us a fairy tale with gnomes once. I had thought they were only make-believe. Dre rubbed Aurora's back as she buried her face against his chest. They were so sweet together, I just wanted to imprint this image on my memory and never forget. It suddenly occurred to me that my most favorite people in the world were all right here with me, crowded around this pretty canopy bed. All we needed were Tari and her mates for our family to be complete. Not my parents, though. It saddened me that I couldn't trust them. "The only gnomes I know of are on Thiessen," Dre finally said. Wait, did they believe Ember? Elements. What if her vision hadn't been a dream? Realization slowly dawned. Great goddess, Ember's powers extended beyond being able to speak to the dead. She had the gift of sight. Fear and dread coursed through my veins. Malvolia would want to use her for her army if she ever found out, just like she'd want to use Aurora's gift to sneak up on her enemies. "But the wyverns inhabit Phalanx, not Thiessen," Nikos said. "Unless they followed Tarianya, and she can control wyverns." Blaze cleared his throat, and I detected the undercurrent of fear in the rattle of his words. "Just like Myadra." My mother had told me the long-dead goddess, Myadra, had been the last witch to be able to control the wyverns. Did my sister's magic know no limits? "My father said he heard a rumor Helion took his brothers to Thiessen," I said, recalling the fateful night I'd read his mind and had decided to flee with my new fated mates. To think, it had only been a week ago we'd fled my parents, but so much had happened since then, it felt like a lifetime. "They were heading to the Phalanx Islands when we saw them," Dre said as he stood with Aurora in his arms. "But they could have gone up the island chain and gone on to Thiessen." Aurora sat on his hip and sucked her thumb while resting her head against his chest. I didn't think I could love Dre any more than I did at that moment. Elements, it just dawned on me that I loved this fae and had yet to tell him. "Where do you think they'll go next?" Blaze asked Dre. "If Helion is with them," Dre answered, "he could negotiate a truce between King Falknan and the wolves." "No!" The word punctured the air as it came out of me, reverberating with my siren's call, though I knew it wouldn't work from here. I hadn't meant to lose myself, but I couldn't imagine my sister allying herself with that monster, not after all the shifters he'd killed, women and children included. Dre gave me a look of pity. "If the girls' fathers are still alive, your sister might be more willing to side with the king."
"They're alive,"
Ember blurted, beaming.
"I saw our daddies."
Aurora pulled her thumb out of her mouth.
I hope they're as nice as our uncles. Me too,
Ember said as she clutched her doll to her chest. My niece's love for my mates warmed my heart. My mates beamed at the girls, and Aurora giggled when Dre tickled her shoulder with the tip of his wing. I sat by Ember, stroking her hair and kissing her temple. I'm sure they are. How can anyone not be nice to my sweet cherubs? Then I gave Dre a pointed look. I still refused to believe Tari would side with Faulkner, not after what he did to all the other shifters. You saw Adrian. Nikos crossed his arms, scowling. She might have no choice but to choose the lesser evil if Malvolia's mages keep pursuing her. I held my breath, waiting for my other mates to scold Nikos. Their younger brother had called their queen evil, and yet they said nothing in her defense. Had my mates finally accepted that she could be evil? That she might have been the reason for their parents' deaths? So what you're saying is, in an attempt to stop the prophecy from happening, Malvolia will force it? I asked them. Dre's features hardened as he grimly nodded. His brothers nodded too. This was huge that they'd acknowledged their queen was at fault. That they would believe my sister and I were innocents caught in the middle of a war that others had created. I squeezed Ember's side. Did you see anything else, sweetheart? She frowned.
No.
Nikos knelt beside her, offering her a kind smile. Could you tell us more about your friends? She ran her fingers through her doll's silky hair.
Like what?
He visibly swallowed before sharing a look with his brothers. What are their names?
I don't know all their names,
she said softly, her cheeks coloring.
But they're nice.
I stroked her cheek, feeling to blame that she was being so shy now. This was my fault for dismissing her imaginary friends all these years. You don't have to feel embarrassed, Em. You told me their names were Kylar and Isabeau.
Yes, but those are my old friends.
She rested her head against my side, batting her lashes.
I don't know my new friends' names yet.
Are they spirits? I pressed. She shrugged.
I don't know.
What if they're our parents? Nico's question reverberated in my mind. That's what I'm thinking, I answered. They might be able to tell her who killed them. Are they dead? I asked her sweetly, trying not to push her too hard for fear she'd refuse to answer my questions. She blinked up at me.
They didn't tell me.
I forced a smile, trying to sound as unaffected as possible. Ember, if you come across Lord and Lady Inferni, ask them who killed them.
Okay,
she said, stroking her doll's hair again.
There's a pretty lady with a ruby necklace.
Blaze shared a quizzical look with Dre. I don't remember our mother wearing a ruby necklace. Neither do I, Dre said as he set Aurora back down when she began to squirm. We have no ruby necklaces in our vault. Our mother preferred emeralds. And by the way, Shiri, Blaze winked at me. All the jewelry is yours now. His brothers voiced their agreement. All what jewelry? I wanted to ask, though I supposed it didn't matter anyway. All I cared for was a safe home for the girls and me. Thank you, I said, but I have no need for jewelry. Why not? Dre asked as he knelt beside me, his eyes lighting with fire. You deserve to dress like the princess you are. I bit my lip, heat flushing my face as I was tempted to kiss him.
Auntie?
Ember interrupted, tugging on my sleeve.
My new friend told me to tell you to look behind the dragon tapestry in the attic.
A chill swept up my spine. When did she tell you this? She went back to playing with her doll's hair.
When we were playing in the nursery.
Shadows fell across Dre's features as he stood, holding a hand down to me. Let's go. I swallowed, taking his hand, though he had other ideas. He handed Ember over to Nikos and swept me into his arms. The girls giggled as Nikos and Blaze carried them into the atrium, and we flew to the top of the domed glass and then disappeared into a little door beneath one of the massive rafters. We ended up in a dark, narrow hall. Dre set me down and pushed open a low door. We emerged in a dark, dusty room filled with all kinds of chests and paintings. We worked our way toward the back of the room, to a beautiful tapestry of 2 sleeping dragons hanging in the back. Dre lifted the tapestry off its hook, revealing a hole in the wall. He dug into the hole, pulling out a dusty book. Scowling, he walked away from us, shaking out the book before reading the imprint on the leather.
The History of the Monarchy by Flora Avias.
I gasped. My mother wrote it? Dre looked down at Ember.
Did your friend say why she wanted us to find this?
Ember pointed to me.
She said it's for Auntie.
Oh. I took the book from Dre. Tell your friend thank you.
Okay.
She swung her doll while smiling up at me.
Can we have a sweet? Yeah,
Aurora pleaded.
We've been good all morning.
Didn't you just have tarts? I asked them while clutching the book. The old leather crackled in my grip. The girls exchanged a look.
We didn't finish them,
Aurora answered. I laughed. Then let's go finish. That would give me time to look through this book and maybe try to understand why Ember's ghost friend wanted me to have it.
What about me?
Nikos asked through thought, waggling his brows.
I want a tart.
I covered my mouth to stifle a laugh. Somehow I got the feeling he was talking about my tart. My mate was incorrigible.
You'll get that tart after we're alone.
Chapter 22. After grabbing a few more of the girls' toys, we returned to Dre's bedchamber, since his room was the biggest. The girls played with a set of wooden blocks in the sitting room while I draped my legs over the side of a big, padded chair and read through the book given to me by Ember's friend. What I discovered was profoundly shocking, a completely different account of what my parents had told me. It made no sense that what my mother had told me about our family history would be so different from her book. Dre sat beside me, holding out a goblet of wine.
Well, anything useful?
Closing the book, I sat up and took the goblet. I'm confused more than anything.
Why?
I took a long sip of wine. It was mildly fruity with a hint of citrus. This history says the Avias line always bears twin girls who usually rule together.
Okay, he asked. What's confusing about that?
There's nothing about how one sister is good and the other is evil. I bit my lip, trying to reconcile this history with the opposite account I'd learned from my parents. It says that for thousands of years my ancestors ruled peacefully until a period called the Dark Tide. He arched a brow.
We've heard of it. I wonder if our account is different from the book.
A dark mage stole the throne from my great-grandmother and her sister. He slaughtered everyone except for my mother and aunt. He didn't know about my mother's face-shifting magic. She and Malvolia shifted to look like the servants, and they hid in the sewers beneath the castle for weeks. With the help of a mage named Selig, my aunt snuck in on the dark mage and defeated him when she was just 15 and restored order. Then later, my mother was betrothed to King Faknin, but she broke it off when she mated with 2 dukes who ruled their own province off the eastern coast. I fanned the book's pages. There's nothing in here about Malvolia and my mother fighting over the throne. My mother says she willingly gave up the throne to marry the dukes. Maybe she and the dukes wanted more. I scowled at Blaze as he stood in the doorway between the 2 rooms. But what if they didn't? Dre looked at me a long moment, though his eyes lacked censure.
Are you saying Malvolia made it all up?
I don't know what I'm saying. I tossed the book on a nearby low table. None of this makes sense. I once overheard my parents saying one sister was always evil and one was always good, but the book she wrote says they were all good queens who ruled together peacefully. Dre spoke to me through thought.
Your parents thought you were the evil one.
Fighting back tears, I looked away.
That's why you hid your siren voice from them,
Blaze said as he sat beside me and took me in his arms. I didn't answer as I buried my face against his chest and let the tears silently fall. Had my parents been lying all this time? If so, why? Why would they let me believe I was evil? That Aurora would one day turn evil too? My parents might have made some terrible choices, but they'd never struck me as intentionally cruel. Maybe there was some other reason for the discrepancy, a more sinister reason. The thought was like a rush of venom to my soul. I read that book most of the day, so much that my eyes were practically crossing by evening. So many stories of my ancestors, all twin witches with unusually strong magic, which was why they ruled Delphi. And all of them had been kind and fair rulers. I still didn't understand why my mother would want to murder her own sister for the throne that she had voluntarily abdicated. I couldn't imagine trying to overthrow Tari, or Ember and Aurora turning on each other in such a way. None of it made sense. Mrs. Euphemia still hadn't returned from visiting her family, so the girls continued to play in Dre's sitting room. The sun was starting to set, and I was tired of straining my eyes in the low candlelight. I finally put the book down, looking across the room at the girls as they happily played by the hearth, sharing toys and giggling together. My gut twisted and my heart felt like it was imploding as I imagined them turning on each other when they grew up. One sister ordering the death of the other and her unborn children, too. Dre and Blaze had gone to the battlements, leaving Nikos with us. He sat quietly in a chair opposite me, giving me the space and time I needed to absorb the words in the book. But I'd had enough of that book, so I slowly stood, my stiff bones creaking with the movement, and went to Nikos, curling up in his lap. He kissed my forehead, speaking to me through thought.
You okay?
I shook my head.
Hold me.
I hadn't been this depressed in a long while. I felt as if I was drowning in my sorrow. I sighed when he held me tight, his warmth seeping into my bones. After heaving a deep sigh, I sat up and wiped my eyes. I was about to ask Ember a few questions, but I paused when I heard wings outside. Dre and Blaze came into the room, their hair windswept as they tucked their wings behind them.
Everything okay?
I asked them through thought.
So far,
Dre answered as he kissed my cheek.
No sign of Sol and Bertram, if that's what you're wondering,
Blaze said as he went straight to the server with the wine. He poured me a goblet of wine, but he poured an amber-colored liquid into small glasses for his brothers and himself. Dre leaned against the wall, one ankle crossed over the other.
Learn anything new?
He asked while nodding toward the book. I grimaced. I have more questions than answers. I shifted in Nikos's lap, leaning toward Ember while clasping my goblet in both hands.
Em,
I called to my niece.
why did your friend want me to have that book?
Ember looked up at me as she was brushing her doll's hair.
Because she wanted you to know the truth.
Where is your friend now? I asked her.
She's here,
she said sweetly.
Em's friends are always with us,
Aurora added, seemingly unconcerned that they were followed by ghosts as she stacked blocks in a row, making a fortress that looked much like the Shifter stronghold. I shared nervous looks with my mates before plastering on a smile for Ember.
Can you please ask her some questions for me?
Ember shrugged.
Okay.
I swallowed back my nerves as I prepared to ask the first question. No turning back. I had to know the truth, even if I wouldn't like the answers.
Ask her if she thinks your grandparents are evil.
Ember shook her head.
She says no, Flora and Derek aren't evil.
I released a shaky breath.
She knew Yaya and Papo?
Ember nodded.
She knew them.
I set down my goblet, my hands trembling as I prepared to ask her the next question.
Ask her if Malvolia is evil.
Ember fluffed her doll's skirts.
She says no.
Dre uncrossed his ankles, his eyes blazing as he slowly walked toward Ember.
Ask her if she knows who killed Lord and Lady Inferni.
She knows,
Ember said as she pretended to make her doll drink from an empty miniature teacup. A bolt shot through me as I clutched Nikos' arm. Who killed them, Em? Ember squinted up at the ceiling.
Huh?
Was she talking to the ghost? Was it hovering above my nieces? All moisture evaporated from my mouth. I could hardly think, much less speak.
What is she saying?
Dre demanded, his voice coming out on a harsh whisper.
I don't know.
Ember scrunched her face.
I don't understand what she means.
Dre knelt beside her, his eyes wild as he took her hands.
Just repeat to us what she's saying.
Ember looked at him.
Mind spinner.
My world fell out from beneath me, and I was falling into the abyss. Dre looked to me, his face contorted in pain.
Mind spinner?
Nikos tensed beneath me.
The mage who changes memories?
His name is Thorin, I said, somehow finding my voice. Ember nodded.
She said yes.
I took a sip of wine, hoping to quench my parched throat.
Em, what's your friend's name?
I tensed, holding my breath. Everyone had gone so eerily still as Ember squinted up at the ceiling. I could have heard a feather drop in the room. Bile projected into my throat when Ember looked at me.
She says it's Chara.
Our mother,
Blaze blurted. Nikos swore, clenching my waist. Dre jumped to his feet, his wings trembling as he paced the floor.
Ember, this isn't funny.
Dre, Blaze scolded, holding out his palms.
Calm down.
Dre continued to pace, his wings shaking harder. I handed Nikos my wine and slipped off his lap, crawling to my nieces.
Want to play blocks with me, Auntie?
Aurora asked. Not now, sweetheart, I said to her before taking Ember in my lap.
Em, it's important that you're telling us the truth, I said as I rubbed her arms.
She nodded, then looked up at Dre.
I'm just telling you what my friend tells me. She left you a letter.
Dre stopped pacing, grabbing his hair by the roots.
Where?
She squinted at the ceiling again before answering.
In the drawing room.
Drawing room? I asked. Dre held a hand down to me.
We'll take you there.
He nodded toward his brothers.
Come on.
Blaze swooped up Ember. She giggled while wrapping her arms around his neck, her doll pressed between them.
But I'm not finished with my blocks,
Aurora protested as Nikos hoisted her into his arms. We'll come back to them later, I reassured her.
If you're good girls, Nikos said as he ruffled her hair. I'll see if we can find some ginger candies.
The girls smiled and giggled uncontrollably as we left the sitting room and soared through the atrium, landing on one of the lower levels. Dre set me down, and I recognized the dining chamber's long table as he pulled me through the double doors into the adjoining room. It was spacious with tall ceilings, elegant chandeliers, brocade sofas, thick rugs, and at the far end of the room above the mantel hung a huge painting of a beautiful woman with a long, graceful neck, thick, dark hair, and a regal look in her silver-rimmed eyes. She had a full smile that reminded me too much of my mate's smiles, and I knew this portrait was of their mother, Lady Chara Inferni. I turned to Ember when Blaze set her down. Where, Em? She pointed to the painting of Lady Chara.
Yes, that's our mother, Dre said tersely. Where's the letter?
She frowned.
She says she has it.
Nikos jumped into the air, flying toward the portrait.
Help me get it down,
he said to his brothers.
No, Dre snapped. You could ruin it.
The painting was taller than Nikos. It had to be heavy. There was a chance they could drop it, but we had to know. Nikos grasped the top of the frame, frowning down at his brothers.
Dre, we need to see.
I clutched Dre's arm. He's right. Dre threw up his hands with a curse. Fine. Blaze jumped into the air and helped his brother lift the portrait off the wall. They had barely lifted it when an envelope fluttered to the floor. I gasped, my hands flying to my mouth. Nikos and Blaze carefully hung the portrait back on the wall as Dre snatched the envelope, ripping open the seal. After he removed the letter, he visibly swallowed, his hands trembling as he read the words aloud. Our dearest sons, you are reading this letter because your father and I didn't survive the madness that has swept over the country. I pray that you escape the slaughter and grow to be strong, loving, and loyal men. A few months ago, all was right with the world. With my help, Princess Flora Avias had finally conceived. The Avias line always bears twin girls first, so Queen Malvolia named her sister's unborn daughters her heirs. But then madness took hold of the palace. Queen Malvolia suspected her sister of wanting to assassinate her and take the throne that Flora had abdicated over 30 years ago. If you knew Flora as I did, you'd know she never had a desire to rule, much less steal the throne from the sister she loved. The world suddenly makes no sense. Our once kind and benevolent queen is burning it down, and I fear we may get caught in the crossfire. Should we not survive, we want you to know, dear sons, that we would die 100 deaths and burn in 1,000 fires just to keep you safe. Do not weep for us, for we have passed beyond the veil together. May you one day understand the limitless love after holding your precious children in your arms. Your loving and devoted mother, Lady Chara Inferni. Holy flames! I looked at my mates through tear-soaked eyes as I squeezed Dre's arm. I'm so sorry. Nikos and Blaze flew down to us, and the four of us held each other while the tears silently fell. And though I was relieved to know my parents hadn't killed my mates' parents, my heart shattered for Lord and Lady Inferni, whom I had no doubt had been innocents caught up in the Mind Spinner's evil scheme.
Can we have candy now?
I looked down to see Aurora tugging on Nikos's wing. Sure, Sprite, he said while drying his eyes. He swept her into his arms and set her down on the sofa and then lifted Ember onto the sofa too. Ember laid her doll across her lap, patting its back like she was burping a baby while Nikos pulled 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, handing them to the girls. Try not to get the sofa sticky, he said with a wink. A futile request, but I didn't bother telling him. I was sure he already knew they'd have sticky candy residue everywhere. I rested my head against Blaze's shoulder as he wrapped his arm around my waist. I was grateful for his strength, for I wasn't feeling very strong at the moment. My soul was being crushed by a giant's fist as I tried to wrap my mind around all we'd learned. Dre cursed while pacing the floor. How strong is this Mind Spinner's powers? He asked me. He was able to steal my sister's memories, I answered. Nikos fell into an oversized chair with a groan. And if she's a white witch, what hope do we have in stopping him? Is our mother still with you? Dre asked Ember. She nodded. Dre crossed over to her and knelt beside the sofa. Ask her if the Mind Spinner somehow altered Malvolia's memories and tricked her into believing her sister was trying to take her throne. Ember rolled the candy around in her mouth.
She said he changed everyone's memories.
Everyone's? Dre asked, his voice laced with awe. The whole country? Ember nodded. He turned to me and his brothers, a hopeless look in his eyes, and I knew he needed our strength. Blaze and I broke apart and knelt beside Dre. I clasped Dre's hand. How? I asked Ember, forcing a note of calm into my voice, though inside my soul was shaking. She squinted above her again, then nodded. I looked in the direction she squinted and saw absolutely nothing.
He went to every town and used blinding magic,
Ember said, and then paused, and I realized she was repeating what Lady Chara's spirit was telling her.
He burned the libraries.
Why? I asked. Ember's eyes had a glazed-over look that startled me.
Because he is chaos,
she said in a monotone. Great goddess, what was happening to my niece? Chaos? Blaze rasped. Ember blinked at us, her eyes alert once more.
That's the name of the demon possessing him.
Fuck! Dre's curse resounded in my skull like a gong. Ember twisted her doll's hair around her sticky finger.
She says the only way to break the spell is to kill Thorin.
How do we do that? I blurted.
Find the other white witch and go to Felix,
Ember answered. The other white witch? Great goddess, she believed I was a white witch too. The door cracked open and a male servant came inside. He had dark hair and eyes like a typical Ravini, but he had small human ears, and his wings were limp curtains hanging down his back. He bowed low before Dre. My lord. Leave us! Dre jutted a finger toward the door, his eyes lit with rage. We do not wish to be disturbed. The servant looked nervously from me to Dre. I'm sorry, my lord, but Queen Malvolia is here. I gasped, panic icing my veins. What? Dre jumped to his feet, his wings furiously flapping. Where? The servant pointed toward the ceiling. She is on the battlements, my lord. Dre loudly cleared his throat before turning up his chin. Please escort her here and alert the staff we will be hosting her court for supper. Yes, my lord. The servant bowed, then disappeared through the double doors. My legs felt as limp as runny porridge as Blaze and Nikos helped me stand, flanking me as if they were prepared to defend my life. Why is she here? I rasped. Dre visibly swallowed. She knows we have you. Magic pulsed through my veins, swelling my lungs. Will she try to kill us? The color drained from Dre's face. I hope not. Not a reassuring answer. No matter. I wouldn't let her harm us either way. Even if she had been fooled by the Mind Spinner, I couldn't forget she'd tried to kill Tari and me while we were in our mother's womb. What do we do? Nikos asked his brother. Dre squared his shoulders, leveling us each with a dark look. We tell her the truth, that Shiri's parents turned on her, and Shiri seeks asylum with her aunt. Do we tell her about Thorin? I asked. No. Fire swirled in his eyes and sparks flew off his fingers as his voice shook the marrow of my bones. She might not believe us. We have no idea how much he's corrupted her mind.
We're scared, Auntie,
Aurora called behind me. I turned around as the girls climbed off the sofa, wiping their sticky fingers on their frocks. Don't be scared, girls. I knelt in front of them, wiping candy residue from their mouths. Listen to me. Aunt Malvolia isn't evil. She's confused. But just to be safe, we tell her nothing about either of your powers, and nothing about the Mind Spinner causing chaos. We tell her the reason we left Papo and Yaya was because they lied to us and were going to send us to a bad man. That's all you need to tell her, okay? They both nodded.
Okay.
I gasped when the doors were flung open, and my 3 brave mates created a wall in front of me, blocking me from Malvolia's view with their outstretched wings. I cringed, and the girls covered their ears when a loud horn blared, followed by a booming male voice. All bow to the benevolent sorceress Queen Malvolia Circe of Aias, protector of the realm of Delphi and mother to all Ravini. I grabbed the girls' hands and followed my mate's lead, bowing low as I heard the sound of skirts swishing into the room, followed by the fluttering of dozens of wings. Though I couldn't see beyond my mate's wings blocking our view. Your Highness, Dre said. You may rise, said a woman with a raspy voice that sounded exactly like my mother, though slightly darker. Elements, my knees shook so badly I could hardly stand back up. Lord Inferni, young lords, the woman snapped. Well, did you kill them? Dre's spine stiffened. No, my queen.
Why not?
I couldn't let my mates take the blame for me. Still holding the girl's hands, I pushed through my mates and faced Malvolia. I swallowed as I looked at my mother's twin, the monster my parents had warned me about my entire life, the source of my childhood nightmares. Whereas my mother was goodness and light, the woman before me was vengeance and darkness, dressed in a long black gown and matching cape, her lips and eyes painted in dark swaths of ink. Black magic leached from her fingers as she glared at me, and she had a line of at least 20 snarling fire mages at her back. I had no idea how I was able to force the words from my throat. Because I stopped them. She arched a black brow.
And you are?
I turned up my chin, forcing myself to be brave. I overcame an army of trolls. I could take on one very powerful witch. Sharina Avias. Her wicked smile was the stuff of my nightmares.
Of course you're an Avias. Our resemblance is uncanny.
She tilted her head, looking at me with the curiosity of a cat toying with a mouse.
Why did you stop them?
My knees trembled. My bladder quaked. Because they're my parents. She turned her feral glare on Dre.
And why did you listen to her?
He let out a low chuckle.
Other than the fact that she's our fated mate?
When she snarled, black smoke coiling out of her fingertips, I blurted, "They had no choice. I used my siren's call."
Siren's call?
Her black smoke curled inward like a retreating tide.
There hasn't been an Avias with the call in over a millennium.
Her nostrils flared.
How powerful is your call?
Odd that Malvolia seemed shocked about my magic. Hadn't Bertram and Sol told her? Or did they not understand what I'd done to them? Ember and Aurora pressed into me, burying their faces against my skirts. I rested my hands on top of their heads. My chest swelled with magic, waiting for me to unleash it. Very powerful. My mates crowded closer to me, their heat radiating outward and warming my back.
Then why haven't you used it to disable me or my army?
She nodded toward the line of fire mages behind her. I looked directly into her eyes. Because you're not my enemy. Her eyes widened, then narrowed.
I'm Flora and Derek's enemy. Why wouldn't I be yours?
My parents betrayed us, I answered. They tried to have a mind spinner alter our memories, I added, then inwardly cursed when I remembered Dre didn't want me mentioning the mind spinner.
Mind spinner? She laughed. Flora's old friend Thorin.
I clutched the girls when they trembled against me. Yes.
He's a harmless simpleton.
She waved me off as if she was shooing a fly, black ink spilling from her fingertips.
His spells only last a few hours.
I think they last longer now, I stammered.
Don't tell her any more.
Dre's warning reverberated in my mind. Malvolia took a step toward me, that black smoke following her.
Why would they want him to alter your memories?
It took all my willpower to hold her gaze. They don't trust me.
Why?
They think I'm evil. Her lips twisted into a snarl.
Are you?
No. She nodded toward Ember and Aurora.
Are these your children?
I dug my fingers into their backs as they refused to look up. They are my nieces. Your grandnieces. I spoke through clenched teeth, my magic pressing against my throat, straining to break free. She wouldn't hurt them. I wouldn't let her. Her mouth fell open.
The White Witch's children?
I had to work hard to unclench my jaw. They are innocent in all this, and I will kill anyone who tries to harm them. The line of fire mages behind her grew restless, grumbling as sparks flew off their hands. Malvolia held up a silencing hand, and they went still. She looked me over before her lips curled back in a predatory smile. "Which proves you're not evil." She frowned, clasping her hands in front of her as her black magic retreated. "I'm sorry your parents betrayed you." I swallowed. "So am I." "Will you swear loyalty to me and serve in my army?" "Say yes, Shiri," all three of my mates' voices echoed in my mind. It felt as if someone else was speaking for me as I pushed out the words. "I will." "And will you go to battle with me against your sister?" The girls gasped. I gave them a comforting squeeze. "I will disarm my sister, but I won't hurt her." Malvolia went eerily still, her lips slowly parting. "You can disarm a white witch." I looked over my shoulder at my mates, who slowly nodded. I turned back toward her, summoning the nerve to say the words that I knew would seal my fate. "I can disarm an entire army." Malvolia's smile was darkness incarnate, black magic leaching from her fingertips and spilling into the air like ink and water. The girls and I backed up against my mates. For the briefest of seconds, I locked gazes with Dre, and the terror reflecting in his eyes filled my soul with dread. There was no turning back. I was now a soldier in the Sorceress Queen's army, where I'd be forced to battle my beloved sister, putting at risk everything I held dear. Holy elements, what had I done? This concludes Rage of Her Ravens by Tara West, narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Copyright 2023 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.